Chapter 1693 The Cottage. These days at the celestial gate of vast heaven, there were powerful cultivators of Renhuang realm who departed successively, heading toward different places, some even to different realms. The academy that was built on the ruins of the heavenly Mandate dynasty gradually took shape over time, magnificent and impressive. However, it lacked the depth of history and charms from the past. After all, this was a brand new institution, and it would wait for someone to write it into history. Many cultivators had gathered at the center of Heavenly Mandate Realm, and the entire Heavenly Mandate Realm was in an uproar. Everyone wanted to be there to witness this great occasion. Not just the Heavenly Mandate Realm, but other forces of the 9 Supreme Imperial Realms had received the news and sent their people into the Heavenly Mandate Realm right away. After he came out of the God's Relic, Futian became famous in the 9 realms. His name was known by all. Now he had set off another wave in Heavenly Mandate Realm, and it would not go unnoticed in the 9 realms. Although the turmoil of the past had faded away, there were still many who had Futian in their minds. Even though he exerted great influence now in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there were some principalities who didn't. It was still Empty Imperial Palace that gave these principalities pause. Empty Imperial Palace was the first to come forward and offered him protection. Thus, no one wanted to be the first to make a move on Futian, not even the Golden Divine Nation who harbored deep animosity toward him. As it turned out, they would only send men to lay in wait at the Heavenly Mandate dynasty for an opportunity. If Futian took the initiative to invade because they had defied Empty Imperial Palace's order and attacked him first, then the consequence would be very different. However, when the Heavenly Mandate Realm was steeped in turmoil, the celestial gate of vast heaven was quiet by contrast. But surprisingly to some, as time passed, Futian remained unstirred and did not let on when the academy would be finished, so it kept many in suspense. However, time was measured differently for those who cultivate. Several months could go by in just a blink of the eye for them. But the center of the Heavenly Mandate Realm became quite lively. As more and more cultivators arrived, including those who were from other parts of the 9 realms, it was inevitable that some altercations and disagreements would occur. No one knew what Futian was waiting for. But Futian was waiting for someone. The group was not yet complete. At the very least, the opening of the Heavenly Mandate Academy should be witnessed by the disciples who used to belong to the celestial gate of vast heaven. There were also a few others that he would like to see, hoping to be there together. These days, disciples from the Heavenly Mandate Realm had been picked up one after another, and Futian had even welcomed a group of special guests from the Crimson Dragon Realm. It turned out that after the older senior brother, Sword Saint, was teleported, he did not return to the Heavenly Mandate Realm but went to the Crimson Dragon Realm, which was closer, and returned to Chinya City. Therefore, Futian, who had not planned on receiving those from the Crimson Dragon Realm, met in advance a group of people whom he had wanted to see but not yet seen. In Futian's calculation, the time was not yet ripe. His power may be strong enough in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, but there were still great potential risks. Therefore, he had planned to wait a while longer. But as soon as Renhuang from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had found his older senior brother, the Sword Saint, there was no way they could be stopped. As a result, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven became even sportier. Many had arrived, and they all wanted to see it with their own eyes. "Little brother, what are you thinking?" A clear voice was heard asking. Futian turned and saw 2 people walking toward him. The man was peerlessly handsome, and the woman had an unbridled beauty. It was none other than Zhuge Mingyue. "My brother, you must miss me." A head popped out, and the beautiful Long Linger came to Futian's side and sat next to him. They hadn't seen each other for years, but it was as if they had never been apart. "Don't be naughty," Futian said smilingly. This little girl seemed to never grow up. "Second senior sister," Futian called out and stood up. Zhuge Mingyue walked up to him and stretched out her hand. Then she stood on her tiptoe and patted Futian's head. Futian looked quite indignant. As Renhuang, he didn't expect such treatment. "You don't seem to be any different now that you are Renhuang," Zhuge Mingyue said with a light smile, "but you seem to be a little better looking." Futian looked resigned to his fate. It seemed that his senior sister just wanted to experience the feeling of patting a Renhuang on the head. What could he do? Would you allow me some dignity? Yi Futian saw many around him were looking at them and felt that his image was completely destroyed. Yes, after all, you are now the legendary Renhuang they all talked about. Zhuge Mingyue nodded in agreement. Back in the days in the Eastern Barren Territory, those in the Sage Realm were legends in their own right. They have never even heard of Renhuang. And now, their little brother was a Renhuang himself. But third senior brother is a Renhuang too, Yi Futian smiled weakly. How about not bullying the wrong person? True, but he doesn't much feel like one at all. Zhuge Mingyue glanced at Gu Donglu with a smile, who was right next to her. And Gu Donglu always had a gentle smile on his face. When you bring Jieyu here, then the group would be complete, Zhuge Mingyue said again. Yi Futian's eyes darkened, and he could say nothing. Don't think so much about it. It is enough that Jieyu is still alive. No matter what had happened to her, she's still there. So what does it matter? Even if she had forgotten some things, you could always start over again. Zhuge Mingyue already knew what happened because Yi Futian had told them. In that battle, countless people in the Holy Ji Palace watched Hua Jieyu's demise, as the wife of the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, die on the battlefield. Even if the battle was won, that victory had come with an extremely heavy price tag. After that, Yi Futian departed to Qingzhou City. That was when all his hair turned white. When Zhuge Mingyue learned that Yi Futian had seen Hua Jieyu, she was very happy for him because she had lost all hope. In fact, anyone who had witnessed what happened with their own eyes, except Yi Futian himself, would have lost hope. Yi Futian, because he cared too much, he almost wanted to deceive himself of what really happened. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. She was right. Worst come to worst, they would just have to start over again. He did not completely trust the Lady of Brahma's pure sky, but even at the very least, Jieyu was still alive. Futian. At this time, a man walked toward him, and it was the swordmaster of Lihan, who was followed by another man, Wang Chuan. Previously, Wang Chuan had been cultivating in the Crimson Dragon Realm and happened to meet the Renhuang from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, so he came along with them. His master, the swordmaster of Lihan, had already become the Sword Emperor. Swordmaster, Yi Futian called out. The Celestial Gate had gone to all realms and rounded up more than half of all their disciples. They wanted to know, when do you plan to depart? Swordmaster of Lihan asked. Then let's go, said Yi Futian. It was unrealistic for Celestial Gate to round up all of their disciples all at once. Now that several months had gone by, everyone was waiting. It was no longer appropriate to continue the delay. Good, let me tell them, the Swordmaster acknowledged. Not long ago, the mighty cultivators of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven gathered together there. Now that the Heavenly Mandate Realm was for all practical purposes under Yi Futian's command, even if there was no one left at Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, there was no fear that it would be attacked. This time, everyone at Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was prepared to attend the ceremony to show their support. Depart. In an instant, a mighty force of cultivator embarked, heading toward the sky. Yi Futian and the others descended in the center of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, where the newly constructed academy was located. Right on their heels, the cultivators from the demonic clans, as well as those from 10,000 Divine Mountain, also appeared, preparing to discuss matters regarding the establishment of the academy. The cultivators of the 9 realms had received the news, and soon, many cultivators of the top principalities in the 9 realms left to go to the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Among them, there were those who were highly respected, but also just simple folks from various clans. At the same time, Taishan Mountain and Tianhe Realm had also departed for the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The Dragon Master, the Golden Raven Demonic Lord, the Divine Elephant Emperor, and the Lord of the 10,000 Divine Mountain seemed to have all arrived. Outside the newly completed academy, many people made the observation. They saw that these top figures of all sides had appeared after Yi Futian's arrival. Indeed, Yi Futian was the real center of all the attention. At this time, all the top figures were inside the academy. Have you decided on the name of the academy? Asked the Divine Elephant Emperor. Well, it's simply called Heavenly Mandate Academy, the place of preaching the way, Yi Futian said. However, the academy will be divided into ordinary disciples and core disciples. The conditions are more relaxed for ordinary disciples, while core disciples will be put under careful scrutiny. At the same time, they will need to meet certain criteria, because these core disciples will be the elites of Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone agreed. Tianshan Academy and the Shangxiao Divine Palace were not too different in their operations. The places of preaching were always more or less the same. In addition, among the core disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, we will select the most genius talents, and they will become the real backbone of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Even more, they would be the soul of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone looked somber and said, if so, the criteria must be higher in comparison. Of course. Futian nodded. The door could only be entered by those who possessed the perfect divine wheel. Although they had already anticipated it, it was still a surprise when they heard Futian's pronouncement. Only those who possessed the perfect divine wheel would be allowed in. Exactly what kind of disciples did they intend on creating? I have already thought of a name for this central power inside the academy, Heavenly Mandate Academy, the cottage. Futian continued, it will not be announced to the public, only we would know who are the disciples of the cottage. Previously, he had already discussed with the third senior brother that he liked the name Heavenly Mandate Cottage, but it was rejected by his second senior sister, Zhuge Mingyue. She thought it was inappropriate. The cottage was not simply just a name, it had special meaning, and not just anyone could be qualified as a disciple of the cottage. Therefore, Futian changed his mind and gave up the idea of naming the academy as Heavenly Mandate Cottage. Instead, he would name it the Heavenly Mandate Academy and set up the cottage as a part of it. And only those who possessed the perfect divine will could have a chance to be admitted into the cottage. This also meant that Futian was almost certainly would be the one to control the process personally, without announcing it to the public. If so, how awesome would the future disciples of the cottage be? Very well. Everyone nodded, and there was no disagreement. So, the weighty news was officially released to the public. The name of the academy was to be the Heavenly Mandate Academy. After 7 days, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be officially open its door in the Heavenly Mandate realm and invite everyone to come. And everyone was invited to come and observe the opening ceremony. Chapter 1694 Precaution. The first batch of disciples had already been internally decided when Futian and the rest of his group decided to set up an independent cottage within Tianshan Academy. Futian did not take on the role of dean in the new cottage. Instead, he naturally became the cottage manager of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The first batch of candidates for the cottage consisted of Futian, Yushang, Yaya, the swordmaster of Lihan, Longqin, Jun, Gao Huang, etc. Gu Donglu was already the master of the celestial gate of vast heaven, and thus would not be training in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, this was unimportant. They were the first disciples of the cottage. Judging from this, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was merely a splinter of the cottage. Several days after the news was released, the first batch of powerful fighters from the Dou clan arrived early. They brought along Dou Zhao from the Dou clan. Ever since Dou Zhao forged his perfect divine wheel, he listened to Futian's instructions and returned to his clan. He trained in solitude for a period to stabilize his level and cultivated his will of the fighting god to an even higher level. Senior, I'm here, Dou Zhao said with a smile, as he quickly walked forward when he saw Futian. Futian had told him to call him his senior. Otherwise, he might have called him brother or teacher. You sure are early, Futian said with a smile. Of course. After all, I am also a member of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. How could I be left out of the Academy's creation? That's why I came early, Dou Zhao said naturally. He did not see himself as an outsider and instead saw himself as a member of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, Futian did not mind that. How could he refuse the successor of the Dou clan from coming to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train? Furthermore, Futian had also thought to leave a spot in the cottage for him in the past. Several people walked over. Some of them recognized Dou Zhao, while many others did not. Oh right, I can now consistently activate the sevenfold will of the fighting god and have faintly touched on the 8th level. I've been rather lonely in the family. Do you want to spar, senior? Dou Zhao was a little feisty. No one of the same generation as him in the family could satisfy him anymore after he forged the perfect divine wheel and could consistently activate the sevenfold will of the fighting god. He triumphed over any low-level Runhuang with absolute certainty. He could not help but have this thought. Being invincible was too lonely. I'll find someone to spar with you, Yi Futian said with a smile. Yusheng. Yusheng stepped forward from behind Yi Futian. His muscular body was laced with an unbelievably wild pressure. An aura at the level of a demonic emperor radiated toward Dou Zhao. Forget it. We are all brothers. Let's not disturb the peace, Dou Zhao said naturally. He decided not to fight. When did this guy become a Runhuang? Judging from his aura, he should also have a perfect divine wheel. Wouldn't that mean that my level was the same as his? What kind of battle would it be? I won't have the advantage in terms of strength. That's fine too. Yi Futian nodded. We'll all be brothers after the academy is set up. To prevent loneliness, you can talk about cultivation with Yusheng frequently in the future. I'll set up an independent, sealed platform. You won't be able to leave until you are defeated. Senior, the members of my family are here. Give me some face, Dou Zhao told Yi Futian through telepathy. He then continued, we should focus on training after the academy is set up and give our juniors some pointers from time to time. Yusheng is around the same level as me. We do not need to discuss our cultivation. Cough, cough. Dou Zhao coughed as he said his piece. He was the descendant of the fighting god and was now seen as the war god in the Dou clan. Yi Futian should give him some face. Yi Futian smiled. He looked toward the people behind Dou Zhao and said, your journey here must have been hard, please. You're too polite, Emperor Yi. The group nodded. They felt rather uneasy. The people from the outside world did not understand, but the powerful fighters of the Dou clan were clear that Yi Futian had something to do with Dou Zhao forging his perfect divine wheel. When they heard Yi Futian's words, they sensed that Yusheng, who was standing behind Yi Futian, had also forged a perfect divine wheel. In their minds, there was now one more wielder of a perfect divine wheel. The potential of this new academy was terrifying. As time drew closer, another terrifying aura descended from the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A group of figures flew down. Many people within the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked up to see that the two people in front of the group were elders with an exceptional demeanor. Lord Teacher. The people saw a figure step onto the sky to actively welcome the two figures. The people naturally knew who the white-haired figure was. Behind him, several influential figures also took to the skies. The two figures were clearly very respected. Lord Taixian of the Taixian Mountain in the higher heavens realm. The other person should be the Sky River Great Elder. Many people knew about the happenings in the 9 Supreme Imperial Realm. They had heard many things about Lord Taixian. It was rumored that he had already broken through the bottleneck and reached the level Gu Tianqing was at back in those years. The two figures nodded. The group walked toward the academy. The black-winged condor dived down from the sky and arrived at Yi Futian's side. At the same time, a beautiful figure dressed in a fiery red long dress also came to Yi Futian's side. It was Little Phoenix from Taixian Mountain. Why is Lord Taixian and the Sky River Great Elder here? Countless people in the Heavenly Mandate City engaged in a discussion. The Sky River Great Elder was Yi Futian's teacher. Could he also be here to enter the academy? Just how many influential figures would there be in the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Just who would be the first dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Futian, I've already heard about your thoughts from your teacher. Your teacher is also willing to take up the position as the dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Since that is the case, I shall take on the role of guest minister, Lord Taixian said with a smile. Yi Futian was making a contribution to the world of cultivation by setting up the Heavenly Mandate Academy to spread his teachings. Furthermore, aside from his relationship with the Sky River Great Elder, Lord Taixian saw the Sky River Great Elder's disciple very highly. Thank you, Lord. Yi Futian then said with a smile, if that is the case, the first guest minister of the Heavenly Mandate Academy is decided. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was set up in collaboration with several factions of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Naturally, there would not be only one guest minister. The heads of the various factions would not take up any specific roles in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Thus, They would all be guest ministers of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They would also send powerful fighters from their factions to take up specific roles in the academy. Yi Futian had promised in the past that he did not set up the Heavenly Mandate Academy to rule over the Heavenly Mandate realm. This was not only his academy alone. However, everyone knew that Yi Futian would be a pivotal figure in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Do Zhao, since you are entering the academy to train, has any of the seniors in the Do clan considered becoming a guest minister of the academy? Of course, they can also take up the position of elder, Yi Futian said as he looked at Do Zhao. A guest minister was a title, while an elder was a specific role. I'll discuss it with my family. There should be no problems, Do Zhao said. Thanks for your effort, Junior, Yi Futian said with a smile. Several powerful fighters looked toward Yi Futian. Did this person want to pull in influential factions from all over the realm? However, most of the people understood his intentions. He wanted the Heavenly Mandate Academy to be stable. After all, many people had their sights on him. Another person descended from the sky. Several people looked up in the air. They saw that an enchanting figure had appeared in the sky. They were all charmed. The Jyotian goddess of Brahma's pure sky has arrived, someone said. Who's the person in the middle? Several people let out looks of shock. No one had seen the enchanting lady in the middle. Even the Jyotian goddess was standing beside her. Furthermore, Chinhi was standing behind her. Many people were suspicious. Could she be the true successor of Brahma's pure sky? Yi Futian looked up. His gaze froze in that spot when he saw the figure. He was not the only one. The Sword Saint, Zhuge Mingyue, and Gu Donglu also could not shift their gazes away from that figure. The battle in the barren state was still fresh in their minds. They were all alive, but the female master of the ultimate holy palace had died in the battle. Now, she had once again appeared before their eyes. Sister Jieyu, Long Linger murmured to herself in a daze. Under the orders of the Empress, her personal disciple, Hua Jieyu, will enter the academy to train, a goddess in the air announced with a loud voice. Yi Futian's gaze did not leave Hua Jieyu's body. He deliberated for a moment, then said, "Please." He had just said this when the figures of the group from Brahma's pure sky descended into the academy. Yi Futian turned to look at them. He saw the ladies from Brahma's pure sky bow toward the influential figures. "Greetings to you, elders." Several people felt that was something strange going on. Yi Futian's emotion was off. They saw a figure walk forward. It was Zhuge Mingyue. She appeared in front of the people from Brahma's pure sky. Her gaze landed on Hua Jieyu's body. She had a warm and radiant smile. This was the lady that her junior loved the most. She had seen her junior grow up with Hua Jieyu. How could Zhuge Mingyue not be happy now that she had seen her again? "Jieyu, do you not recognize me?" Zhuge Mingyue's tone was gentle. However, Hua Jieyu only glanced coldly at her. There was no emotion in her eyes. Her gaze was bleak. "Second senior," Yi Futian shouted. Zhuge Mingyue turned to look at him. At this moment, she finally understood what Yi Futian was feeling. "Jieyu, can I chat with you in the future?" Zhuge Mingyue asked Hua Jieyu. "You've got the wrong person." Hua Jieyu turned around and walked to the side. Zhuge Mingyue looked at her figure. She stood there silently for a long time. It was not only her. Everyone who was once from the Holy Palace took a few steps forward. "Brother." Long Linger grabbed onto Yi Futian's arm. She was worried about him. "I'm all right," Yi Futian said. Just what did the Empress of Brahma's pure sky mean by this? She knew that Hua Jieyu had died. Why did she still use her name? "Futian?" Lord Taixian asked Yi Futian. "My wife." Yi Futian collected himself and gave the Lord a simple explanation. The influential figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm felt their hearts shake. "Yi Futian," the Dragon Master said to Yi Futian, "I heard that the technique practiced by the one in Brahma's pure sky is extremely unique. This might not be a simple case of memory loss. The technique cultivated by the Empress of the Brahma's pure sky is a secret to this day." The Master of the 10,000 Divine Mountains said, "You have to be wary of a possibility. She might be using your wife for her cultivation." Yi Futian's pupils dilated. He involuntarily released a cold aura. "What do you mean by that, Elder? What's she using her for?" Yi Futian said, You have to be wary of that possibility. If that is the case, your wife will make use of you in her cultivation. Furthermore, you'll be willing to do so. The master of the 10,000 divine mountain continued. Yi Futian's expression turned ice cold. The other party got Jieyu to come train at the academy. There was indeed that possibility. Chapter 1695 Creation of the Academy. Yi Futian knew that Jieyu had secretly cultivated a technique. She should have obtained the technique when she was training outside with Xiaqing Yuan the other time. It was because she cultivated the technique that she caught the attention of the Empress during the battle at the Holy Palace. It might also be the reason that she could still exist in this world. Otherwise, the last vestiges of her soul would have long scattered into the universe. If he thought about it that way, what the influential figures told him was probably true. That technique was the only reason Jieyu managed to stay alive, but her life was no longer her own. Also, there was one more incident that could prove the theory. In Brahma's pure sky, other than the Empress, there was also the Jyotian goddess and the great virgin Qin He. However, why would Jieyu become the personal disciple of the Empress and the core figure in Brahma's pure sky? Why would the Empress pay so much attention to her? However, if that was the case, wasn't the Empress worried that he would find out about the truth if she sent Jieyu to train by his side? Or in other words, the other party did not mind that at all. Yi Futian looked in the direction Jieyu was. He knew that the Empress of Brahma's pure sky had won. What could he do about the situation even if he knew about it? Attack Jieyu? Alternatively, he could go to Brahma's pure sky and attack the Empress. However, he did not know if Jieyu would disappear entirely if he did that. At this moment, Yi Futian's heart was in a mess. It's wrong. A thought flashed past Yi Futian's brain. He remembered something. In the past, he had sensed Jieyu's existence twice. Did that mean that even though Jieyu was being controlled by the Empress of Brahma's pure sky, she had not fully lost her sense of self? There might be a shred of consciousness hiding within her. That was why he could sense Jieyu's existence. A ray of hope shone in his heart when he thought about this. No one in the surroundings disturbed Yi Futian. This incident shocked all of the powerful fighters. Yi Futian's wife was being controlled by the Empress of Brahma's pure sky. Goddess Qin, you can also train together with her in the academy. Yi Futian suddenly looked toward the group from Brahma's pure sky and said. Qin He turned around and looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She was a little hesitant. She had wanted to train with Yi Futian in the past, but the Empress did not let her. You can stay too, a goddess by Qin He's side told her. All right. Qin He nodded with a smile. She felt extremely conflicted. The disciple that the Empress had accepted was Yi Futian's wife. It was no wonder Yi Futian had asked about her in the past. As it turned out, everything was true. Yi Futian immediately averted his gaze when he saw Qin He nod. There were many powerful fighters here to congratulate him today. As the host of the occasion, now was not the time to discuss private matters. Both Lord Taishian and the Dou clan had come here out of respect for him. All he could do about Jieyu was to slowly consider the circumstances. Since the Empress of Brahma's pure sky had sent her here to train, he had time in the future to investigate the matter. Seniors, Yi Futian said. He led the powerful fighters toward the area where the banquet would be held. In reality, it was not only the Dou clan and Taishian Mountain who had arrived in the heavenly mandate city today. Many powerful fighters from top-notch factions of the other realms had also arrived and were mixed within the crowd. The large ripple that happened in the heavenly mandate realm after Yi Futian left Shuntian Academy had spread to the other realms. Currently, the heavenly mandate realm was almost unified. Even though the main aim of the heavenly mandate academy was to spread teachings, all of the factions in the heavenly mandate realm were now standing on the same side with the help of the heavenly mandate academy. They have become a superpower. Now, other than the fact that Yi Futian's cultivation level was still rather low, he already had the strength to fight against any of the top-notch factions. The soon-to-be-formed Heavenly Mandate Academy only lacked people who stood at the very top of the world. Thus, Yi Futian had invited Lord Taishian. Finally, the day that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be set up had come. Heavenly Mandate City was filled with cultivators from all over the realm, especially those who had come from the areas around the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The city was packed. One would not be able to find an empty spot on the streets from the sky. Every area was filled with humans. A majestic affair like this was unprecedented in the heavenly mandate realm. At the very least, nothing of this scale had happened in the last 100 years. Sunlight fell onto the area that was once the imperial city of the heavenly mandate dynasty. It created a grand sight. The surroundings also had an ancient aura and the vicissitudes of history. Of course, the heavenly mandate city was no longer the imperial city of the heavenly mandate dynasty. It would become the outer city of the heavenly mandate academy. The fate of this city was now inextricably linked to that of the heavenly mandate academy. The tallest building in the academy was unique. It was a library. The structure of the building looked like pages of ancient scrolls piled up together to form an outer coating. At the tallest point of the library was an open ancient scroll that was 10 zhang tall. At this moment, several people were standing in front of the ancient book. Countless people looked over. They saw several top-notch figures such as the white-haired Futian, the dragon master of the divine dragons from the demon realm, the divine elephant emperor, the golden raven demonic lord from the sky demon court, the master of the 10,000 divine mountain, Lord Taixian, the sky river great elder, and Gu Donglu. Every one of them had exceptional status. Below them, on the lower floor of the library, was an even larger group of powerful fighters. They were influential figures from top-notch factions. Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were there. The two of them were once leaders of the Celestial Gate. Several people got a faint understanding when they witnessed the scene. Everyone on the highest level, other than Futian, were all masters of an entire organization. That included Gu Donglu. He was now the only master of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The people on the next level were the powerhouses of various factions. "Seniors, please inscribe your words," Futian said with a smile. The Dragon Master, Divine Elephant Emperor, Golden Raven Demonic Lord, and the master of the 10,000 divine mountain walked toward the cover of the ancient book. Each one of them inscribed a word. They were forceful, overbearing, suppressing, and splendid. The Dragon Master inscribed the word heaven. The word harbored unparalleled weight. The Golden Raven Demonic Lord inscribed the word mandate. Golden divine flames fell and caused the ancient book to release a radiant glow. The Divine Elephant Emperor started the word academy with overbearing arrogance. The master of the 10,000 divine mountain finished the word. He exuded radiance and his free-spirited will. The words released extreme radiance and glory. It caused countless hearts to throb with passion. "Heavenly Mandate Academy, please inscribe your word, Lord," Futian said with a smile. Everyone's gaze landed on Lord Taixian. Lord Taixian nodded. He inscribed a word in the book. The word he inscribed seemed to float outside the book. Path. As the word landed on the book, the will of the great path seized the surroundings. The entire Heavenly Mandate Academy seemed to be enveloped in the splendor of the word path. At this moment, countless people looked at the word path. Several people even wanted to sit down and cultivate on the spot. That was true even for powerful fighters at the Renhuang Plain. Futian let out a smile. Back in Taixian Mountain, Lord Taixian etched a word in the sky when he surpassed his bottleneck. Now that he had effortfully invited Lord Taixian here, he could not let him go. Thus, he got the first guest minister of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to inscribe the word path. This way, everything was perfect. The words on the book implied that the Heavenly Mandate Academy was a place for spreading the great path. The group turned around and looked toward the distance. There were countless figures in the Heavenly Mandate City. There were groups from the sky to the ground. They all witnessed this lavish event of the Heavenly Mandate realm. "Futian, you can make the announcement." Countless people looked at Futian. Even though he did not take up the role as the first dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy due to his cultivation level, the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was largely attributed to him. At this moment, it was natural for him to step out and announce the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "All right." Futian nodded with a smile. He did not hold back. He stepped forward and stood on the sky alone. He looked down at the endless crowd. A breeze blew past. His white hair flew, and his robe fluttered in the wind. Countless gazes landed on him. This charismatic figure who had risen within the Heavenly Mandate realm within the span of a few years and had his reputation spread throughout the 9 supreme imperial realms had changed the entire heavenly mandate realm. Zhuge Mingyue stood within the academy and looked up at the figure in the sky. Yi Futian had not left the Crimson Dragon realm for many years, yet he had made it this far. He sure lived up to his reputation. The greatest genius from the Eastern Baron territory, the Baron State, and the 9 states was like that no matter where he went. Furthermore, he would continue walking forward to create a history that belonged to him. The Swordmaster of Lihan, Yaya, Yu Shang, Yu Wuchen, Huang Zhege, Wang Chuan, and the rest of the people who had been friends with Yi Futian for many years looked at the figure in the sky. Their hearts were also overcome with emotion. Brother, there was a radiant smile in Long Linger's eyes. Her eyes were teary. She could not help it though she was not sad. Within the group of people from Brahma's pure sky, Hua Jieyu also had her gaze on the figure. There seemed to be a ripple in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Her eyes once again turned cold and without emotion. Today, the Heavenly Mandate Academy has been officially created. We'll spread the great path in the Heavenly Mandate realm, Yi Futian announced directly without any superfluous words. Lord Taishian will be the first guest minister of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Dragon Master, Golden Raven Demonic Lord, Divine Elephant Emperor, Master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain, and the Master of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven make up the first batch of the Heavenly Mandate Academy's first guest ministers. The Sky River Great Elder will become the Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The hearts of everyone present shook. This arsenal seemed to consist of every top-notch faction in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The masters of the various factions made up the first batch of guest ministers, while the Sky River Great Elder took on the role of Dean. Every one of them was a figure with commanding influence. At this moment, a radiant ray of divine light descended from the skies. One figure floated down from the sky. Countless people looked toward the direction, only to see a terrifying pressure. The pressure had not been released deliberately. It was innate. The Dou clan of the Ziwei realm extends our congratulations, the person in front said with a bright voice. The Dou clan is willing to present 1,000 ancient techniques, 100 Ranhuang-level ritual artifacts, 1,000 saint-level artifacts, 3 relics, 2 elders, 1 guest minister, and 100 disciples. However, the elders, guest ministers, and disciples are willing to accept the tests of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Congratulations on the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The hearts of several people shook. What a generous gesture. The Dou clan of the Ziwei realm was the most influential faction in the Ziwei realm. They had come forward to congratulate Yi Futian and present their gifts. Thank you for your gifts. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. He did not hold back. He intended to accept everything, including the disciples. Another ray of divine light descended from the sky. Another group of figures flew down. The person in front was incredibly beautiful and charismatic. She was a lady with an extraordinary demeanor. She was dressed in a long black robe and looked like a queen. The goddess of the Shao clan from the Central Emperor realm brings along members of the Shao clan to extend our congratulations. A voice rang out. The hearts of many people shook. Was that lady the goddess of the Shao clan from the Central Emperor realm? Your disciple, Shao Muyu, pays her respects. Shao Muyu bowed toward Yi Futian with a smile on her face. A goddess as his disciple. Many people took a deep breath as they looked at Yi Futian. Was Yi Futian already that reputable in the other realms? Chapter 1696 The Overbearing Shen Clan. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. He heard Shao Muyu say, to congratulate the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, I, representing the Shao clan, am giving you 3,000 ancient books, 100 Ranhuang-level ritual implements, 1,000 saint-level ritual implements, and 5 of the ancient relics the Shao clan had obtained in the past. As for the matters regarding the guest minister, elder, and the disciples that would come to learn, I'll discuss it with you later. Thank you for the Shao clan's gifts, Muyu. It's been hard on you. Yi Futian nodded and said, the clan of the 7 Slayers of the Ziwei realm is here to extend our congratulations. Another voice rang out at this moment. The powerful fighters from the clan of the 7 Slayers descended from the sky. The Yuanyang clan of the Central Emperor realm is here to extend our congratulations. The Yuanyang clan had also arrived. Yuan Hong personally led the group here. Yi Futian had hinted at him when the Shao clan was conferring a goddess back then. Now that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had been set up, they were deliberating about whether to join the academy or not. The Shangxiao Divine Palace of the Higher Heavens Realm is here to extend our congratulations. Another batch of powerful fighters arrived. Several people had looks of shock. The Higher Heavens Realm neighbored the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The Shangxiao Divine Palace was a sacred place of cultivation in the Higher Heavens Realm and had remarkable status. They had also come today. The Yue Divine Palace of the Shadow Realm is here to extend our congratulations. A crisp voice rang out. A group of figures appeared in the air. There were not many people in the group, and their faction seemed much weaker than the rest of the powerhouses. The person in front was unbelievably charismatic. Her aura did not pale in comparison to the goddess of the Shao clan, Xiao Muyu. She might even have the upper hand in terms of appearance. She looked like a goddess from the Yue Divine Palace. The goddess of the Yue Divine Palace, Changxi, had come to witness the spectacle. She did not expect that many factions to pay Yi Futian their respects. Since that was the case, she also stepped forward to congratulate Yi Futian. "Thank you, Goddess Changxi." Yi Futian nodded with a smile. At this moment, several powerful fighters were standing in the air in front of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was quite a spectacular scene. Beneath them, the Heavenly Mandate City was engulfed with commotion as they looked up at the figures. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was created today. It was a festive occasion of an unparalleled scale. Factions from all over the 9 realms had come to congratulate Yi Futian. Furthermore, these factions were all powerhouses. How glorious was this scene? Was this the influence that the white-haired teen had? In reality, when Yi Futian brought along the powerful fighters to extinguish the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace, countless people in the Heavenly Mandate realm could not understand why these powerhouses would lend him a helping hand. However, they only realized when they saw the spectacular scene before their eyes that Yi Futian's influence outside the 9 realms had already grown larger than his influence in the Heavenly Mandate realm. What exactly did Yi Futian do when the God's Relic opened last year? "Let's enter the academy," Yi Futian said. The people nodded and stepped forward. All of them entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yi Futian looked at the crowd. He had wanted to say something when he suddenly saw a radiant ray of golden divine light coming from the horizon. The light let out an immense roar. Lord Taixian knitted his brows and raised his hand toward the golden divine light. In that instant, a giant palm appeared in the air and pushed directly toward the golden divine light. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The golden divine light scattered. The giant palm was also shattered. However, even so, a ray of golden light still managed to pierce through the air and drill itself into the ground of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A loud sound accompanied the impact. A hole appeared within the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Who is it? Several people let out an unusual look. Who would dare to mess up this festive occasion? Who would dare to be this insolent? Boom! Rays of golden divine light covered the sky. Countless people looked up at the sky and felt their hearts shake. They saw that a golden throne had appeared in the sky. A figure was sitting on the throne and looking down at everyone. The figure looked like an almighty deity. Many figures appeared behind him. All of the figures were clad in golden armor and looked just like deities. "The golden divine nation of the higher heaven realm," many people exclaimed. The animosity between Yi Futian and the golden divine nation was no longer a secret. Powerful fighters from the Golden Divine Nation had also appeared when Yi Futian and his group were attacking the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. They had wanted to kill Yi Futian. However, they were unable to succeed as the forces Yi Futian had gathered to attack the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were too strong. Now that the Heavenly Mandate Academy was created, the king of the Divine Nation had come personally. He was a true powerhouse, a figure which stood at the very top. He still acted in such an arrogant manner even though many factions had come to congratulate Yi Futian today. He sat alone on the throne in the sky. Other than Lord Taixian, no one who came today could hold their own against the king of the Golden Divine Nation. The king of the Golden Divine Nation sat silently on the throne. He had a piercing gaze as he scanned through the crowd at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He did not speak, but he had terrifying authority just by sitting there. Presently, Everyone in the 9 supreme imperial realms knew about the animosity between Yi Futian and the Golden Divine Nation. 2 of the king's sons had died by Yi Futian's hands. Now that Yi Futian was trying to set up a faction in the Heavenly Mandate realm, was he trying to retaliate against the Golden Divine Nation in the future? These factions who were joining the Heavenly Mandate Academy today seemed to not fear the king at all. Today, the king displayed an attitude just by sitting there. If he did not fear the empty imperial palace, the king would have attacked Yi Futian directly. Yi Futian's gaze swept toward the figure in the air. He had a cold gaze. The king of the Golden Divine Nation was posing a threat by sitting there. Yi Futian had no way to deal with him. Lord Taishian also glanced at the other party. However, the other party did not directly cause trouble. He merely sat in the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Great Elder, now that you left the Sky River Temple, do you intend on setting up a faction of your own? Another voice spread toward them. A group of spirited fighters appeared in the air. Their divine aura enveloped the air. It was incredibly terrifying. Who are these people? Many people from the Heavenly Mandate realm asked. Fighters from the Shen clan of the Central Emperor realm, someone said. It caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. They naturally had heard the name of the Shen clan. They were extremely overbearing. They were a superpower that stood at the top of the 9 supreme imperial realms. It looked like, despite Yi Futian's massive influence, he also had a considerable number of enemies. This Golden Divine Nation and the Shen clan were extremely unhappy about the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, this unhappiness was also a form of fear. In the past, not many people would think much about Yi Futian training in Futian Academy to avoid trouble. They allowed him to train there. However, no one expected him to engage in such terrifying actions after he left Futian Academy. He had become the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The 3 greatest factions of the Heavenly Mandate realm had been exterminated because of him. Even though the top-notch factions like the Golden Divine Nation and the Shen clan did not care about that, it did come across as a bad omen. The creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy directly linked many influential factions together. It felt faintly like an alliance. This, to them, was clearly a bad thing, especially when the Sky River Great Elder was the dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. What would the Shen clan think about that? If the Heavenly Mandate Academy was to become sufficiently strong, would the Sky River Great Elder not make use of the might of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to attack the Shen clan? This posed a direct threat to the Shen clan. Yi Futian had finally been regarded heavily by the Shen clan. The more festive the occasion was today, the worse matters looked to the Shen clan. The saga back then had passed. I came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy today to help my disciple spread his path. The Sky River Great Elder looked up at the powerful fighters of the Shen clan and said, they had come as he expected. The Shen clan had not truly forgiven him. Great Elder, you should return to the Tianhe realm. This place does not suit you, a powerful fighter from the Shen clan said. His tone was calm and collected, but it felt exceptionally forceful. He wanted the Sky River Great Elder to leave. He did not allow him to take up the role of Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They could let the Sky River Great Elder off if he stayed silently at the Tianhe realm. However, they would not allow him to set up another faction. Furthermore, the magnificent parade of today's Heavenly Mandate Academy would pose a direct threat to the Shen clan in the future. Yi Futian was difficult to deal with. However, they would never allow the Sky River Great Elder to stay here. Is the Shen clan trying to control his freedom? Lord Taishian had a cold tone. He had not participated in the saga back then, nor could he have helped. Otherwise, he would also be implicated in the crisis. Today, the Shen clan was still being that overbearing. Yes, the person standing in front of the Shen clan's group replied. He looked toward Lord Taishian and said, Lord, this is a matter between the Shen clan and the Sky River Great Elder. We know that he is your old friend and we do respect you. However, you shouldn't interfere in this matter. Lord Taishian knitted his brows slightly. The Shen clan was as overbearing as always. However, the strength of the Shen clan was real. Even he, as he was today, could not fight against them directly. Furthermore, even if he disregarded the Shen clan, the king of the Golden Divine Nation, who was sitting on the throne in the sky, was also itching for a fight. If they were to erupt into conflict with the Shen clan, the Golden Divine Nation would not be polite and would join the battle. The king of the Golden Divine Nation had an extremely piercing gaze. He had expected the Shen clan to come. That was why he personally made a trip here. This was a threat. He wanted to see how confident the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was. Many top-notch factions had stepped forward to congratulate Futian and would send disciples into the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train. It looked like they were about to form an alliance. However, the king wanted to see how stable the alliance would be. Could they step forward to resist the overbearing Shen clan for this matter? In actuality, several top-notch factions in the crowd had animosity with Futian. For example, the Martial God clan from the Central Emperor Realm, the Celestial Worthy Temple, as well as the Sky-Reaching School. However, they had only come to witness the fanfare. Their animosity with Futian was not deep, and they did not need to step out. With the Shen clan around, all they had to do was witness the spectacle. The atmosphere quickly became suppressed. The vast space felt a little silent. There was no longer the bustle of the past. However, several people were still silently asking about the situation. They had not fully understood the animosity between these factions. A powerful member from the Shao clan took a step forward. He had not spoken a word when a powerful fighter from the Shen clan interrupted him. "I'll repeat myself. This is a matter between the Shen clan and the Sky River Great Elder. It has nothing to do with the other factions. It is best that the rest of the people do not interfere." They only targeted the Sky River Great Elder. However, in actuality, they were instilling fear within the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Chapter 1697 Courage. Overbearing. The members of the Shen clan who have come today were pushy and overbearing. They did not listen to anyone and wanted to get the Sky River Great Elder back to the Tianhe realm. The Shen clan would never allow the Sky River Great Elder to leave the Tianhe realm. Even more so, they would not allow the Sky River Great Elder to nurture his own faction, especially a faction like the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A formless pressure enveloped the Heavenly Mandate Academy. This academy that had just been created was facing pressure from the Golden Divine Nation and the Shen clan. If the Sky River Great Elder was to announce that he would resign from the role of the Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then everything that happened today could only be described as ridiculous. The Heavenly Mandate Academy took its name from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. It would become a symbol of the Heavenly Mandate Realm in the future. Powerful fighters from the Heavenly Mandate Realm had stepped forward to observe the ceremony and congratulate Futian. There were even people from other realms who had come to congratulate him. What would it mean if the dean was forced to resign in the blink of an eye? The reputation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would collapse immediately. The Shen clan claimed that this was animosity between them and the Sky River Great Elder. However, they had stepped forward at this moment to put the Heavenly Mandate Academy on the spot. The Shen clan clearly did not wish to face a powerful Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Sky River Great Elder swept his gaze toward the members of the Shen clan. Indeed, the Shen clan was as overbearing as they were before. He was once an influential figure in the Central Emperor realm. What a joke. After the crisis he encountered in the Tianhe realm, the Shen clan still wanted to establish total control over him and not allow him to have freedom. He was in existence at the peak of Renhuang, yet he did not have any dignity. However, the Sky River Great Elder was extremely calm. It was as though he had grown used to this. He had made it past the war back then. There was nothing he could not tolerate. Compared to the Sky River Great Elder, the rest of the people present had ugly expressions. The powerful fighters of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, as well as the people who had come to celebrate, such as the Shao clan, Dou clan, and the Yuanyang clan, had been in high spirits just now. However, the overbearing Shen clan had directly shattered their celebratory mood. It was as though the Shen clan had not considered their point of view. The Shen clan did not adopt a pacifist approach in dealing with this matter. Instead, they stepped forward directly with an obvious motive. They wanted to suppress the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "Shen clan, you are too much of a bully," a voice rang out at that moment. Lord Taixian stood in the air above the library. He looked toward the powerful fighters of the Shen clan with a cold expression and said, "The Heavenly Mandate Academy has been created today. We would welcome you if you have come to have a drink. Otherwise, please excuse yourselves." The old man's calm voice seemed to harbor a hint of fury. He gave the Shen clan a forceful reply. In the past, Lord Taishian had traveled the realms and discussed the Great Path together with the Sky River Great Elder. He had been powerless during the saga back then and had always blamed himself. How could he tolerate the situation now that he had broken past the bottleneck and saw that the Shen clan was bullying the Shen clan and suppressing the Heavenly Mandate Academy? He had nothing more to ask now that he had cultivated his abilities to this level. This was the end point of his cultivation. Thus, he would rather do as his heart wished and feel better about himself. He did not care if he had to face the Shen clan or the Golden Divine Nation. While he spoke, a formless pressure of the Great Path enveloped an infinite space. The clouds in the sky were dyed golden. Many people looked up to see the radiant, golden clouds. The entire world seemed to have been enveloped by authoritative pressure. Anyone who was below the level of Renhuang found it difficult to breathe. Even though the war had not broken out, the pressuring aura made them feel extremely uncomfortable. The Lord ultimately stepped forward and made his attitude known. At this moment, Futian felt a little guilty. In actuality, he had pulled Lord Taishian over to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to make use of his strength. The Heavenly Mandate Academy required a figure of his level to oversee the place. Only then would the academy be stable. Otherwise, they would still lack a force that stood at the very top even if all of the factions in the Heavenly Mandate realm came together. That was why he pulled the Sky River Great Elder over to be the dean and the Lord to be a guest minister. Before he came, his grandmaster, the Sky River Great Elder, had gone directly to the Taishian Mountain. The Great Elder then came together with the Lord. Futian knew that the two elders understood his plans. They knew of Futian's intentions, yet they were still willing to help him. The powerful fighters of the Shen clan were rather surprised. Lord Taishian had taken the stage and gave a forceful reply. The king of the Golden Divine Nation remained seated on his golden throne. He was authoritative and overbearing. It was as if all of this did not concern him and that he had just come to witness the spectacle. Lord, are you intending to interfere with the matter between the Shen clan and the Sky River Great Elder? The powerful fighter leading the Shen clan's group said coldly. It is the Shen clan that is forcefully interfering with the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Furthermore, what right does the Shen clan have to stop the Sky River Great Elder from being the dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Lord Taishian continued, I'll repeat myself. You can come in to have a drink if you want, but please excuse yourself if you have any other matters. The Shen clan was extremely powerful. They could be said to be one of the most powerful factions in the 9 supreme imperial realms. However, unless a figure who stood at the very top came, what could they do against Lord Taishian? He wanted to see if the Shen clan would attack. The powerful fighter from the Shen clan laughed when they heard Lord Taishuan's words. He lived up to his reputation as an existence who had broken through the limits of cultivation. He was forceful indeed. Though, did he want to fight against the Shen clan? The powerful fighter leading the Shen clan turned around and swept his gaze across the fighters on the ground. He said with a bright voice, How many people in the Tianhe realm lost their lives because of the incident involving the Sky River Great Elder back then? 3,000 disciples. They were almost exterminated. Why does the Heavenly Mandate Academy want to continue implicating the people cultivating in the Heavenly Mandate realm? There was an immense threat in his voice. He continued, If the Sky River Great Elder were to become the dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be regarded as members of the Sky River Great Elders faction. Thus, I wanted to advise all of you from the Heavenly Mandate realm to be cautious. The word cautious spread throughout the surroundings and impacted the ears of everyone who listened. The unbridled threat spread throughout the Heavenly Mandate city. It caused the countless fighters in the city to become silent instantly. Nearly 3,000 of the Sky River Great Elder's disciples had been slaughtered by the Shen clan back then. They were not hiding anything. If the Sky River Great Elder were going to become the dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then the Shen clan would make it such that no one would dare to cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The king of the Golden Divine Nation, who was sitting on the throne, was also an immense threat. It was as though the heads of everyone present was doused with cold water. Countless people who had wanted to enroll in the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train seemed to have become more alert. I am also curious as to how many disciples the Heavenly Mandate Academy can attract. The king of the Golden Divine Nation also said. The Shun clan had first suppressed the Sky River Great Elder. Now, they were interfering with the disciples. Their methods were vicious and forceful. As a place of spreading the Great Path, it would be humiliating if no one dared to enroll into the academy to train. Since the Sky River Great Elder is going to be your dean, then you guys can continue, the powerful fighter of the Shin clan said coldly. He continued standing in the air high above the academy and looked down at everything under him. It was as though he was enjoying the power he wielded. Futian looked toward the powerful fighter from the Shen clan and the king of the Golden Divine Nation. He then looked at the vast crowd under him. He said loudly without hesitation, "The Heavenly Mandate Academy will accept disciples from all over the world. They have to go through a test. Those who pass the test can train in the outer sect of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The core disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy shall be chosen from the outer sect disciples. The selection period for the first batch of outer sect disciples will continue for 3 months. It starts immediately. Those who wish to enter the academy to train can directly enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy and take the test." Futian surveyed the crowd after he spoke. There were countless figures in the vast Heavenly Mandate city, but none of them walked out. Several people whispered to one another. The atmosphere was dull. One could imagine just how bustling the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be if the Shen clan and the Golden Divine Nation was not here. Powerful fighters would have stepped into the Heavenly Mandate Academy one after the other to become the first batch of the Academy's disciples. However, under the threat of the two powerhouses, no one dared to act recklessly. The king of the Golden Divine Nation scanned the area under him. There was a faint look of mockery in his golden eyes. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had created quite the spectacle. They would be reduced to a joke if things ended like this. The Heavenly Mandate realm would remember this ridiculous day. The powerful fighter of the Shin clan did not look down. Instead, he shot his gaze in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. His gaze was ice cold. Did the Sky River Great Elder think that he would be free of the Shin clan if he did this? Or did he plan to use the strength of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to resist the Shin clan in the future? There was a group of people in an unassuming place amidst the endless crowd. A lady stepped forward. "Qianyue," someone shouted. Yun Qianyue turned to look at the members of her family. "I want to go," Yun Qianyue shouted. Her life had been given to her by Futian. She knew that Futian had admitted that she was his disciple only to save her, but in her heart, she forever regarded Futian as her teacher, no matter if her teacher remembered her existence or not. The powerful fighters of the Yun clan were rather hesitant. Those were two powerful factions. The king of the Golden Divine Nation was sitting on his throne. There were also powerful fighters from the Shin clan. No one dared to step out because they were afraid of being the first one. The first person who stepped out would definitely offend the two superpowers. Who knew what would happen to them? Thus, no one dared to be the first to step out. Qianyue, the current clan master of the Yun clan, looked toward Yun Qianyue and said, "Go." If not for Futian back then, his lineage would have been destroyed. He had to repay the kindness. Yu Qianyue nodded with a smile. She then stepped forward and walked to the front. She walked past many figures and traversed through the crowd. Many people looked at her with a weird expression. What was she trying to do? Yun Qianyue's cultivation level was not high, and she was a lady. Did she want to be the first person to step forward? Yun Qianyue walked forward a step at a time and arrived at the perimeter of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. At this moment, countless gazes fell onto Yun Qianyue. Even the gazes of the Golden Divine Nation and the powerful fighters of the Shin clan landed on her. She was trembling slightly. Even though those were gazes, she felt a suffocating pressure. No one could understand what she was feeling right now. However, she continued to walk forward with her head held high. She did not retreat even though her body was trembling slightly. She walked into the Heavenly Mandate Academy and said, "I wish to train in the Heavenly Mandate Academy and take the test." Qianyue. Futian had a look of shock when he saw her. This was the lady he had first met when he entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He had almost forgotten about her existence. He did not expect her to step out at this moment. Yun Qianyue let out a radiant smile when she met Futian's gaze. Her teacher might have forgotten about her, but she would never forget him. Chapter 1698 Strength of the Shin Clan. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yun Qianyue had a radiant smile as she looked up at Yi Futian. She did not know what to call him. Would she embarrass Yi Futian if she called him his teacher? Qianyue, Yi Futian shouted with a smile, come to my side. N. Yun Qianyue nodded seriously. She moved to the area behind Yi Futian. Who else is willing to attend the Heavenly Mandate Academy's test? Yi Futian continued to ask as he looked at the crowd. He saw two other figures step out. Yi Futian let out a shocked expression when he saw the two figures. They were both familiar faces. The Prince of the Crimson Dragon Realm, Qishang, and his wife, Yu Shifei. The two of them walked forward. People from the cast crowd recognized them. Amongst the people who recognized them was an exceptional teen with the light of the divine fire in his eyes. He came from the Crimson Dragon Realm. It was Luo Yang. He had come to the Heavenly Mandate Realm along with Yi Futian back then. He was a little surprised that Qishang and Yu Shifei would step out at this time. The two of them walked into the Heavenly Mandate Academy and smiled at Yi Futian. We'll accept the test of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yi Futian nodded toward them and smiled. All right. The king of the Golden Divine Nation, Gaitsong, and the powerful fighters of the Shen clan looked at the people. They did not expect there to be such courageous people at this time. They wanted to see how many people would display such courage and dared to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train. I am willing to join the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Another person walked out. He had an exceptional demeanor, and his cultivation level was at the peak of the Saint Plane. He was dressed in a long-sleeved shirt and looked free-spirited and unrestrained. Chu Yu. The people in the Heavenly Mandate City let out a look of shock. Chu Yu was reputable within the Heavenly Mandate City and had exceptional potential in terms of cultivation. Even the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty wanted to pull him over to their side. Back then, the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Yi Tianyu, had personally tried to sway Chu Yu and sparred with him. He praised Chu Yu highly and invited him to train together with him. However, Chu Yu had not accepted his invitation. He said that he did not want to join the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty for the moment. Instead, he wanted to focus on proving his path and entering the Renhong Plain. Yi Tianyu did not force him. He said that he would look for Chu Yu after he reached the Renhong Plain. Many people thought that Chu Yu would become a member of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and support Yi Tianyu after he stepped into the Renhong Plain. However, the dynasty had been destroyed before Chu Yu reached the Renhong Plain. I am Chu Yu from Heavenly Mandate City. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy does not mind, I am willing to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train, Chu Yu said as he looked at Yi Futian. He was rather famous in Heavenly Mandate City. If Yi Futian wanted to investigate him after the matter, he would easily be able to find out that he had interacted with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and even Yi Tianyu. Yi Futian knew what the other party meant when he heard that he was Chu Yu from Heavenly Mandate City. He knew that the other party was worried that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would exclude people who have had contact with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate Academy does not care about your background, Yi Futian said. Welcome. Chu Yu nodded and walked forward into the academy. Back then, he had not joined the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, as it had not been a faction purely focused on cultivation and spreading the Great Path. Even though Yi Tianyu thought of him highly, he would have to listen to Yi Tianyu's orders if he entered the dynasty. He would not have entered the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty even if he entered the Renhuang Plain. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was a good fit for him. As for the threat of the Golden Divine Nation and the Shen clan, he would have to face it sooner or later unless he decided never to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Since his fate was tied to that of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and that he had already come to a decision, why not join the academy earlier? This way, with his talent and potential, he might be able to come into contact with the top-notch figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Opportunities were always presented alongside crises. After Chu Yu walked out, several cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate City walked out one after the other and moved toward the Heavenly Mandate Academy. With someone in the lead, the rest of the people felt more courageous. It was most difficult for the people who were the earliest to step out. Many figures wavered in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate City as they walked toward the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, The combined cultivation level of the people gathered around the heavenly mandate city was pathetically low. The situation would not have happened this way if the Golden Divine Nation and the Shen clan was not here. Many of the cultivators had no choice but to consider the future of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was an extreme risk. It would be bad if a war were to break out. They hoped that the academy that had just been set up in the Heavenly Mandate realm would not topple that quickly. This had significance across the generations. If the academy were to crumble, the Heavenly Mandate realm would be forced into a slump and be tossed behind by the top-notch factions of the other realms. Time passed. The vast space was still extremely quiet. Futian, Lord Taishian, and the rest of the powerful fighters looked on at the scene quietly. The Golden Divine Nation and the Shen clan did the same. Finally, the number of people entering the Heavenly Mandate Academy got fewer and fewer before the stream of people stopped. Futian counted the number of people. A little more than 300 people had entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy and were willing to take the test. He also noticed that most of the people were at the Saint Plane. They all had exceptional demeanor. People who had the courage to step out during such a time proved several things. Most of the people in this group would have an exceptional talent for cultivation. We'll stop here today, Futian announced. The first batch of core disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy will have 1,000 people. The people who entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy today will be exempt from the test and will immediately become a core disciple of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. What do you think about that, Lord and Teacher? Sure. Lord Taishian nodded. He did not mind the arrangement. This caused many people to let out a look of shock. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was set up jointly by many influential factions. Undoubtedly, the factions from the Heavenly Mandate realm and the factions who had come here to congratulate Futian would send many people into the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train and occupy the spots for core disciples. That, coupled with the 300-odd people who had entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy today, meant that there might not be much of the 1,000 disciple quota left. This meant that those who wished to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy could only fight for an extremely limited spot. The rest of the people would have to become outer sect disciples. Indeed, the first batch of people who entered the academy would receive special attention. They would be heavily nurtured. Of course, that was logical. Futian knew that if the Heavenly Mandate Academy could exist stably within the Heavenly Mandate realm, it would become a top-notch academy within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the future. He did not have to worry about the issue of the core disciples. Of the people that would be heavily nurtured by the Heavenly Mandate Academy, talent was but one aspect. They also had to have exceptional character. Only then could the academy flourish through the generations. The Heavenly Mandate Academy has been officially created. We'll be accepting disciples for the next 3 months. Today's session will end now. Please do as you see fit, Futian said as he looked at the Golden Divine Nation and the Shen clan. He sent them off. That means to say that the Heavenly Mandate Academy intends to stubbornly go about their matters? The powerful fighter from the Shen clan asked. He naturally referred to the matter of the Sky River Great Elder being the dean of the academy. None of your business, Lord Taishian replied directly. Now that he had trained himself to the level he was at, he had a calm state of mind. However, he felt a little angry at this moment. The Shen clan was meddling in too many things. Lord, you sure have a good amount of free time to be playing along with these cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm. It is just that you have no strength, just relying on the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate realm. You wish to create a fabled land for spreading the Great Path just with this? The powerful fighter from the Shen clan said with a cold laugh. In the 9 realms, only Shintian Academy and the Shangxiao Divine Palace could stand throughout the generations. How long can the Heavenly Mandate Academy last? Several people let out a weird expression. That was a direct threat to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Shen clan would never allow the Heavenly Mandate Academy to prosper. The existence of the Sky River Great Elder and Futian was a threat to the Shen clan. What strength? Futian asked. Everything in this universe starts from zero, as do any faction. Similarly, no matter how strong a faction is, there would come a day when it collapses. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had stood in the Heavenly Mandate realm for countless years, but today, it had been buried under the foot of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. conceited arrogance. The powerful fighter of the Shin clan looked at Yi Futian. Was he threatening the Shin clan? What big words! You are right. However, in the countless years that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had existed, how many factions in the Heavenly Mandate realm rose and collapsed? What can a newly created academy produce to compare itself with a top-notch faction that stands at the top of the 9 realms? The powerful fighter of the Shin clan replied calmly. At least in my generation, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will become stronger than the Shin clan, Yi Futian replied forcefully. You sure do not mince your words. Pressure radiated from the body of the powerful fighter from the Shin clan. It enveloped the surroundings. He was going to become stronger than the Shin clan in his generation. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had produced 3 wielders of the perfect divine wheel in this generation. Was he disregarding the Shin clan because of that? While it is true that only Shun Hao had forged a perfect divine wheel in the Shin clan in this generation, but overall, the Shin clan had countless powerful fighters. How could the Heavenly Mandate Academy compare to the Shin clan? Mince my words? Yi Futian looked at the other party. The powerful fighter of the Shin clan thought too highly of himself. Do you wish to have a go? He had just said that when the entire space became momentarily silent. Yi Futian was asking the Shin clan if they wanted to have a go at it. Was he challenging Shun Hao from the Shin clan? Shin Hao stood within the Shin clan's group. Divine light radiated from his body as he stepped forward. However, the person at the front of the Shin clan's group stopped him and said, Shun Ling, you go. All right. A voice replied. At that moment, a youth with exceptional flair stepped forward. He was a lower-level Renhuang and had a 3rd-tier divine wheel. He had exceptional abilities. He knew that the other party had 3 wielders of the perfect divine wheel and thus would not be so careless as to send a person with a 1st-tier or 2nd-tier divine wheel into battle. Thus, he chose Xinling. Xinling's battle capabilities were extremely strong. He nearly forged a perfect divine wheel in the past. Xinling glanced toward Yi Futian. A terrifying divine light shot out from his eyes. Your opponent is not me. A radiant ray of golden divine light shot out from Yi Futian's eyes when he saw that Xinling was staring at him. He said, Yu Shang. The opponent had an exceptional demeanor and must be extremely powerful. His 3rd senior, Gu Donglu, was the master of the Celestial Gate, and it was not convenient for him to fight. The Swordmaster of Lihan would find it difficult to achieve victory. Thus, Yu Shang was the natural candidate. Boom. A figure stepped forward from within the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The earth shook when he stepped forward. Everyone in the vast surroundings felt the dull thud. Yu Shang's muscular figure stood in front of Xunling. In the academy, Yi Futian said, even though the Shun clan sent out a wielder of a 3rd-tier divine wheel, it's enough that the Heavenly Mandate Academy sent out a disciple with a 1st-tier divine wheel. Today, I hope to witness the strength of the Shun clan. Chapter 1699 Origins. Yu Shang stood before Xinling. They stood some distance apart. The might of the Runhuang Plain enveloped this space. Xinling's eyes changed, becoming a pair of divine eyes. They directly penetrated Yu Shang's eyes. However, he only saw a pair of frightening demonic eyes looking back at him. It was as though a demon was emerging from Yu Shang's eyes. Bang! Yu Shang took a step forward. A loud thud could be heard. In an instant, the space where Yu Shang stood seemed to sink downwards. Behind him, a towering figure appeared. It was hundreds of zhang tall, as though it was a peerless demon. In the instant that the 100 zhang tall demon appeared, illusions of demons seemed to appear everywhere. Tens of thousands of demons immediately covered the entire space. Xinling raised his head and looked around him. The domineering illusions of demons immediately sealed off this part of the sky. The vast might of the demons was everywhere, pressing down from the heavens above. The flawless level. The cultivators of the top forces of the 9 realms stared at Yu Shang. After Yi Futian, the Swordmaster of Lihan, as well as Gu Donglu, was another flawless level presence at the Renhuang Plain. He was a demonic emperor. Rumor has it that Yu Shang was previously one of the 10 cultivators who entered the heavenly palace of God's relic. He had also obtained a divine item. In that case, him forging a flawless divine wheel was not too astonishing. It was still somewhat acceptable. The cultivators of Shun clan had ugly expressions. This was the fourth possessor of a flawless divine wheel in Futian's group. No wonder his tone was so arrogant. At this moment, dazzling divine light burst forth from Shenling's body. It was as though his body was on fire. His blood vessels churned and bellowed. The brilliant light of Renhuang pierced through the demonic aura. Although Yusheng was a possessor of a flawless divine wheel, his plane was still lower than that of Shenling. Clan had naturally considered that his opponent would be a flawless divine will possessor before sending him out to battle. Divine light swept out and cut through the space like sharp golden swords. Rumble. However, at this moment, Yusheng took another step forward and stepped into the sky. At that moment, a truly peerless demon seemed to appear in the world. It stomped down with one foot. Under such immense pressure, Shenling's body actually sank downwards. This was the suppression of the Great Path. Bang! Shenling's aura was still bursting forth when Yusheng took another step forward. Even the divine wheel in Shenling's body trembled. His body was once again pressed down. It was as though this part of the world was a space controlled by the demon. The expression of the cultivators of Shen Clan shifted. They certainly could tell that Shenling was being suppressed. It was not that he did not want to retaliate. He did not dare, or might not have the ability to retaliate. Such a dominant demonic cultivator. Countless cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City looked towards Yusheng's silhouette. His figure had not grown larger, but in the eyes of countless people, he had already merged together with the illusions of demons and had become tall and stalwart. It was as though he was a demon incarnate. Yusheng took another step forward. This time, he traversed the space in one bound, directly stomping on Shenling's body. The illusions of demons around him seemed to all move at the same time. Shenling raised his head, and the sky above him was covered by these illusions of demons. This one stomp contained an unparalleled great path of suppression that immediately penetrated his figure. Rumble. This step descended from the heavens and forcefully stomped down on Shenling. With a huge rumble, Shenling's figure was stomped down into the ground. Cracks appeared, and a huge footprint formed on the ground. What level of power is this? Many thought. The hearts of the crowd were beating furiously. The cracks in the ground extended into the distance and appeared below their feet. Many people lowered their heads and then looked up again at the demonic emperor in midair. He stood there like an eternal demon and was extremely overbearing. A flash of blinding light shone. Shenling appeared from under the ground. He looked extremely pathetic. Although his attack had blocked most of Yusheng's power and caused the power to pass through him and dissipate into the ground, he had still lost terribly. This was the first time he had lost so miserably in his life. It was humiliating. The cultivators of Shen Clan stared at Yusheng. This person's ability was not limited to just having forged a flawless divine wheel. Aside from that, his own demonic power was extremely frightening. It would most likely be difficult for anyone at the lower-level Renhuang plane to phase him. Shen Clan's understanding of cultivation and flawless divine wheels definitely surpassed that of most people. Futian's group made Shen Clan feel very uncomfortable. Shen Clan has rich and strong foundations. Why do you send such weak cultivators out to fight? We invite Shen Clan to not hide and let the world see the powerful foundations of Shen Clan. Futian, who was in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, cried out loudly behind Yusheng, who was standing in midair. He appeared to be holding Shen Clan in high esteem, but it was in mockery. This was the strong foundation of the Shen Clan. It could not even withstand a single blow. It was stomped on by Yusheng with his foot. Shenhao's figure stepped forward. He wanted to step out, but the cultivators of Shen Clan still prevented him from doing so. Shenhao was the symbol of this generation of Shen Clan. There was no meaning even if he defeated this opponent. If Shen Clan had to send Shenhao out to do battle just because the Heavenly Mandate Academy sent out one of its students, they would rather not battle. We hope that you will not regret your decision today, a cultivator from Shen Clan said to Futian. They then turned and walked off. However, they did not leave the place, instead heading in the direction of Heavenly Mandate City. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was recruiting disciples. They would remain here and watch. At the same time, they would send cultivators back to Shen Clan to report on the situation. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had 4 flawless divine will cultivators. adding on to the relationship between their Shun clan and Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had to be restricted. Shin clan could not let the Heavenly Mandate Academy grow stronger and become a threat to them in the future. The ruler of Golden Divine Nation, Gai Tsong, swept a glance at Yi Futian. He then got up from his golden throne and led the cultivators of Golden Divine Nation as he turned and left. He left immediately by ripping apart the very fabric of space. Now, Yi Futian's group had offended the Shin clan again. Golden Divine Nation, on the other hand, had nothing to worry about at the moment. They left. The crowd felt uneasy when they saw the two major forces leaving. Today, they witnessed the grand occasion of the establishment of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. At the same time, they also saw two top forces come over to disturb the Heavenly Mandate Academy. This storm would most likely not settle anytime soon, and could even continue for a very long time. It would most likely be difficult for Heavenly Mandate Academy to solidify their standing in the Heavenly Mandate realm. They would need to first get past Shen clan. The crowd was wondering what would happen if Shen clan actually sent troops to the Heavenly Mandate realm. Although the members of the Heavenly Mandate realm did not know how powerful Shen clan was, they had heard that they were ranked among the top 3 forces of the Central Emperor realm. Although Shen clan was at a disadvantage this time, there were only a few cultivators of Shen clan here. This was merely a warning for Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the next 3 months, how many cultivators would join the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Yu Shang turned and returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yi Futian looked at the crowd and said, "We will stop here for today." As he said this, he also turned and came before the group of cultivators before him and said, "Arrange the newly joined disciples of the academy so that they can settle in." Understood. Someone came forward to make the arrangements. "Step down," Lord Taishian said. Immediately, a group of people descended from the sky and joined the group of cultivators. "For now, I will stay in the Heavenly Mandate Academy," Lord Taishian declared. He had already revealed his stance on the matter. Facing Shin clan was still going to be tough. He naturally would not just leave right now. "Many thanks, Lord Taishian." Yi Futian nodded. If the situation was the same as it was back then in the God's Relic, Shin clan might have made their move. However, right now, Shin clan does not dare to openly attack Heavenly Mandate Academy. Lord Taishian then continued, "If Shin clan wants to declare war against the Heavenly Mandate Academy with so many forces backing it, they will need to bear the consequences. This time, it is different from back in the Tianhe realm. Shin clan will not commit to such an endeavor. If I am unable to assume the position of college chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, why don't you take it?" Sky River Great Elder suggested as he looked at Lord Taishian. In reality, Lord Taishian was more suitable than he was to assume the position of college chief. It was just that it was not appropriate for Yi Futian to be the one to bring it up. After all, Yi Futian and Lord Taishian were not related in any meaningful way, and Lord Taishian was a member of the higher heavens realm who cultivated on Taishian Mountain. He could help out as a guest, but Yi Futian had no standing to ask him to assume the position of college chief. There is no need to do so. If Shin clan refuses to give up, I will accompany you and permanently reside in the academy. Lord Taishian had clearly been angered. His expression was stern. Today, the Shin clan was indeed being overbearing. An academy established by the power of the entire Heavenly Mandate realm is no pushover, Dragon Master said in a cold tone. Today, both Golden Divine Nation and Shen clan had completely looked down on the Heavenly Mandate realm. "Master, I will also train in the Heavenly Mandate Academy for the time being," Xiaomuyu spoke up. Yi Futian looked at her. He naturally knew that Xiaomuyu was doing so for the Heavenly Mandate Academy. That way, the cultivators of Shao clan would also be here. Shin clan would be even more reluctant to act hastily. "We will also report back to the clan. If Shin clan wants to act, they will need to consider it carefully," a cultivator from Shao clan said. The Heavenly Mandate Academy already had 4 possessors of flawless divine wheels. Their potential was too frightening. No wonder even Shin clan could not sit still. "Thank you, seniors, for your assistance." Yi Futian nodded his head slightly. Right now, Heavenly Mandate City was in an uproar. Almost everyone was discussing the events of the day. Information regarding the grudge between Shen Clan and Sky River Great Elder also gradually went around, as well as info on Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian's relationship. After understanding all of this, the crowd began to comprehend Shen Clan's motives. They were afraid of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Right now, in an inn in Heavenly Mandate City, many people were discussing this. A silhouette was sitting quietly in the corner, listening in on the discussions of the crowd. At that moment, a group of figures came up to the second floor of the inn. Immediately, all eyes turned towards them. The inn instantly fell incredibly silent. The group that had arrived were members of Shen Clan. They walked towards a corner and sat down. One of their members said, "Did anyone see which lineage that demonic cultivator was from?" The crowd shook their heads and said, "There are very few incredible demonic cultivators in the world. Rumor has it that he had previously trained in Dragon's Gods. Order some men to investigate their origins. There is certainly more information about them in the Heavenly Mandate realm," the cultivator of Shen Clan continued saying. The might of Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and their group had drawn the attention of the Shen Clan. They were beginning to investigate the origins of Yi Futian. The others nodded their heads. Then, the group fell silent. They remained very quiet, causing the entire inn to feel somewhat depressing. However, at that moment, a silhouette stood next to the cultivators of the Shen Clan. The members of the Shen Clan frowned. They looked towards the youth and asked, "What business do you have with us?" "I believe I know some things about the origins of Yi Futian's group." Chapter 1700 Seeking Someone. Luo Yang quietly stood before the cultivators of Shen Clan. His temperament was extraordinary. After all, he was from the Luo clan, one of the most powerful clans in the Crimson Dragon realm. Ever since he arrived in the Heavenly Mandate realm, even though his training was advancing, he had also encountered training blocks many times. In the Heavenly Mandate realm, his talent was no longer that impressive. It would not be easy for him to want to reach the Renhuang Plain in the future. He needed to have a powerful force backing him. Before the establishment of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, when he saw that both Yi Futian and Yu Shang were already Renhuangs, he felt somewhat jealous. Back then, they had all cultivated in the Crimson Dragon realm. Now, the two of them had already left him far behind. Of course, this jealousy did not brew into hatred. It merely strengthened the longing and sense of urgency he had for his training. He needed an opportunity. Luo Yang had also seen Qishang as well as Yu Shifei. Prior to this, he had also wanted to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy as they had. However, the appearance of the Golden Divine Nation and Shen Clan made him realize that doing so would be accompanied by a huge risk. Also, even if he joined the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian would not necessarily see him. After all, they had fought before during the Crimson Dragon Realm's Peach Banquet. Right now, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had many cultivators. Luo Yang wanted to find an opportunity. Now, there seemed to be an opportunity right in front of him. He was undoubtedly going to seize it. Shen Clan was an ancient clan that stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. "Speak," the cultivators of Shen Clan said as their gazes landed on Luo Yang. "Yi Futian and the others are from the main realm of the Heavenly Mandate Realm's lower world's Crimson Dragon region, the Crimson Dragon Realm." Luo Yang said, "There, he is a city lord of a city that he conquered. Most of the members beside him are also from that place, including Yu Shang. Yu Shang was previously well known in the Crimson Dragon Realm. Was he from the lower worlds?" The cultivators of Shen Clan revealed strange looks. They asked, "How do you know about this?" "Back then, I was in the same line as them. We all crossed over to the Heavenly Mandate Realm from the Crimson Dragon Realm," Luo Yang continued. The cultivators of Shen Clan looked at him. A look of disdain flashed past in their eyes. "Does that mean that you were former companions?" Although cultivators who sold out their friends were useful to them, the cultivators of Shen Clan still looked down upon such people with contempt. "No, we merely trained in the same Crimson Dragon Realm. We relied on the grand spatial matrix in the palace of the Crimson Dragon Realm to come over to this realm together. There is no relationship between us," Luo Yang replied. He had also noticed the disdain in the eyes of the cultivators from Shen Clan. If Yi Futian truly was his good friend, he would not need to sell him out and could immediately join the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "What do you want?" the members of Shen Clan asked. I want an opportunity, Luo Yang responded. An opportunity to join and train in Shin Clan. The members of Shun Clan nodded their heads indifferently. It appeared that he was only doing this in order to seize an opportunity to train further. Follow me then, Shinhao said. What else do you know? For instance, his birthplace, or who his master was. From their perspective, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's backgrounds must be extraordinary. Based on what I know, Yi Futian's rise in the Crimson Dragon realm came out of nowhere. No one knows where he was from. However, prior to his rise, he had a master. However, his master was only at the peak of the Saint Plane and could not be considered to be powerful, Luo Yang said. Based on what he knew, Yi Futian's master was the imperial advisor of Dali, who had previously killed the ninth servant. In the Crimson Dragon realm, Yi Futian's master was considered outstanding. However, before Supreme Forces, he was not worth mentioning at all. Yi Futian seems very diligent in seeking out new masters, Shan Hao commented indifferently. Yi Futian seemed to have also been a disciple of Sky River Great Elder. That meant to say that his previous master could not be compared with Sky River Great Elder at all. His master is at the peak of the Saint Plane, the leading elder of Shun Clan mumbled in a low voice. He seemed to be pondering something. He looked at Luo Yang and asked, "What is his master called?" "I do not know." Luo Yang shook his head. "Transmit his master's appearance to me through your will," the other party continued. "All right." Luo Yang nodded his head. A beam of light then radiated from his glabella and entered into the elder's glabella. After he saw the image from the will clearly, the elder suddenly fell silent for a while. He slowly got up and looked up in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the distance. So that was how it was. No wonder Sky River Great Elder had suddenly gained an additional inheritor. That meant to say that Yi Futian had his eyes on the Shin clan for a long time. "What's the matter?" Shinhao asked. The elder looked at Shinhao with a sharp gaze. He said, Yi Futian should refer to Sky River Great Elder as Grandmaster and not Master. The cultivators of Shun Clan were all stunned. Then, one by one, they stood up. They all had exceptionally serious expressions. Clearly, they had all realized the same thing. Sky River Great Elder had 3,000 disciples. Most of them had fallen during the battle back then. His disciples would naturally also have many of their own disciples. However, Shanhao and the others did not consider any other person except one, Qi Xingang. They never thought that they had actually been tricked all this while. That meant to say that Yi Futian's master was currently being imprisoned in their Shin clan. Then, why did Yi Futian establish the Heavenly Mandate Academy and asked Sky River Great Elder to assume the position of college chief? His target seemed to be their Shun clan. It seems that the Shun clan had not made this trip in vain. Coincidentally, they wanted to investigate Yi Futian's background. They never imagined that they would discover this secret. Yi Futian and Qi Xingang were both from the Crimson Dragon realm. Then, Qi Shuangang's daughter should also be there. After so many years, they actually found more information. Immediately head back to report this to the clan, the leading elder from Shen clan said as he looked at the cultivators beside him. The rest of you follow me. All of them nodded their heads. They naturally understood what the elder meant. They had to go to the Crimson Dragon realm. There was not one moment to lose. Luo Yang revealed a strange look. From Shen clan's response, he could faintly detect that there were still some secrets about Yi Futian. In the palace of the Crimson Dragon realm, Crimson Dragon Emperor was training. His entire body was bathed in divine fire. He suddenly sensed something. He stepped forward and headed up, high into the sky. He raised his head and looked up into the heavens above. He saw a group of silhouettes heading in his direction from far away. They were as fast as lightning. Their wheels swept out and enveloped the entire imperial city. They seemed to have detected the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Their gazes swept over in his direction. Crimson Dragon Emperor crossed gazes with the other party. His heart trembled intensely. What was going on? Why had such powerful existences descended upon the Crimson Dragon realm? Crimson Dragon Emperor was at the middle-level Renhuang plane. His plane was considered very powerful. However, against the mighty existences of Shun clan, he instantly felt the difference in their powers. What matters does Senior have here to have descended upon the Crimson Dragon realm? the Crimson Dragon Emperor said loudly. His voice could be heard across the entire palace. It caused the hearts of countless people to tremble inside. They all raised their heads and looked up into the sky. "It does not concern you," a voice called out. The other party immediately headed off in another direction, towards the outskirts of the imperial city. Across the vast and endless regions, many cultivators could see the dazzling divine light in the sky above. The Crimson Dragon Emperor stepped forward and followed them. What did the Crimson Dragon realm have that could cause such mighty figures to make a trip over here? When the cultivators of Shan Clan arrived in Qinya City, they immediately descended. The present-day Qinya City was already very prosperous and was considered an extremely powerful city. However, before the cultivators of Shan Clan, it was the same as an ant. Pressure descended and immediately enveloped the entire city. Countless people in Qinya City raised their heads and looked up at the sky. The figures in the sky were like deities. "Is this the place?" The cultivators of Shan Clan asked Luo Yang. "Yes." Luo Yang nodded. "I don't see anything," a cultivator of Shan Clan said in a low voice. "Back then, where did Futian stay?" "The City Lord Office." The cultivators of Shan Clan continued forward and descended directly above the City Lord Office of Qinya City. The cultivators in the City Lord Office trembled. The aura of these people was too terrifying. The cultivators of Shan Clan did not say anything. Their divine eyes radiated with unparalleled frightening divine light. Their gazes immediately swept over the cultivators in the City Lord Office. In that instant, the cultivators in the City Lord Office felt their consciousness being invaded, as though they were not in control of their own bodies. They felt like they were floating in midair. They felt helplessness and despair. Such a sensation could not be understood unless experienced personally. They were clearly aware that their consciousness was being invaded. The other party directly pried into their memories. Very quickly, countless images appeared in the minds of the cultivators of Shan Clan. After a short while, the frightening divine light disappeared. The cultivators in Qinya City's City Lord Office felt as though they had experienced a nightmare. They were drenched in a cold sweat. Qi Xiangang was here before, but he has been taken away. The leading cultivator of Shan Clan said, "Search the Crimson Dragon realm. If you find nothing, search the other regions of the Crimson Dragon region." He guessed that Qi Xiangang must have come here before returning to the Tianhe realm. All right. The cultivators of Shan Clan nodded and immediately left. As for the details of Futian's birth, it was no longer that important. Since they knew about Futian's relationship with Qi Xiangang, everything else already did not matter. Right now, finding Qi Xuangang's daughter was their #1 priority. Even if they had to turn the Crimson Dragon region upside down, they had to find her this time. As the cultivators of Qinya City watched them leave, their hearts were still trembling. What level were these intruders? Why had they come to Qinya City? The Crimson Dragon Emperor also arrived above Qinya City. He frowned. The other party seemed to be seeking someone. Also, those people were brought over by Luo Yang. What had Luo Yang done? What had happened in the Heavenly Mandate realm? Crimson Dragon Emperor believed that he should head over to the Heavenly Mandate realm to take a look. In Shan Clan in the Central Emperor realm, within the Shan Clan's sacred hall, a silhouette walked out. The silhouette stood there like a deity. It was as though the entire world lay beneath his feet. Were they about to find the person? After so many years, what initially belonged to Shan Clan should be taken back. A beam of brilliant divine light enveloped his body. The next moment, his figure had disappeared from the spot without a trace. When he appeared once again, he seemed to be above a heavenly palace. There was a grand seal matrix that sealed an entire palace within it. At that moment, the sealed door opened, and he walked right into it. Within the palace, a white-haired woman sat quietly. It seemed that she had no response at the arrival of the other party. "How have you been?" the person who came asked. The woman did not respond and continued to sit there quietly. It was as though she had not heard what the other party had said. "After so many years, have you not let it go? For your sake, I have kept sparing his life. What else do you want me to do as a father?" The person who came continued saying. "Did you come just to talk about feelings?" the woman asked indifferently. Her voice was calm, but it gave off an extremely chilly sensation. There was not a hint of emotion in her voice. After that battle where her daughter was killed by the clan, she no longer had any emotions. Feshua has been found, the person who came said calmly. He had barely uttered his words when the woman slowly got up. She looked at the other party for the first time since he entered the palace. In that instant, the temperature in the entire palace suddenly plummeted. Regardless of whether you can or cannot let it go, this matter should come to a close, the other party said. He then turned and left immediately. Chapter 17:01 The Chief Elder of Shun Clan. The cultivators of Golden Divine Nation and Shun Clan seem to have left Heavenly Mandate City. This caused some people to actually join the Heavenly Mandate Academy to seek their way. Of course, the number was still too few. With the Heavenly Mandate Academy's position and appeal in the Heavenly Mandate realm, it was enough to send the entire Heavenly Mandate realm into an uproar. Countless cultivators should be fighting to get in. However, the current Heavenly Mandate Academy was not experiencing such popularity. It might be said that many people were waiting for this storm to settle. Before that happened, many people would certainly be observing the situation and would not dare to easily commit to joining the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Futian walked out from a matrix in the academy. He then went over to one of the palaces. This place was the training area of the members of Brahma's Pure Sky. Many of them had returned, but there were still some members who had stayed behind to train. Among the Jyotian goddess, Shintian goddess, and Shatian goddess had stayed behind. This showed Hua Jieyu's standing in Brahma's pure sky. Seeing this made Futian acknowledge the fact even more. The Jieyu that he saw might have truly been the incarnation of Brahma's pure sky empress. Young Master Yi. Qin he smiled gently when she saw Futian walking over to her. Goddess Qin, remember to train inside the matrix, Futian reminded her. I know. Qin he nodded. She knew that Futian had set up a path matrix in the core training grounds of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The interior of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was set up as the archive training grounds for the Heavenly Mandate Academy's absolute core figures. After she emerged from the matrix, she has been training to stabilize her plane. Qin he saw Futian's gaze shift over in the direction of a training matrix. Inside, a beautiful silhouette was sitting quietly there. It was Hua Jieyu. The aura that emanated from her body was also the aura of a Ranhuang. Not long ago, Futian had helped Hua Jieyu prove her way. I just dropped by to check in on her, Futian said softly. Qin he did not say anything. Futian walked up close to Hua Jieyu. He gazed quietly at her face. That beautiful face was so familiar, yet right now, it also seemed foreign. He knew that he might currently be used by the Empress. However, he was still willing to be used by her. At the very least, she was truly here. Seemingly sensing Futian's gaze, Hua Jieyu opened her eyes and saw Futian standing there. A strange look flashed past in her eyes, as though she was contemplating something. Then, she saw Futian reveal a bright smile. Is your training progressing all right? Futian asked softly. After remaining silent for a while, Hua Jieyu nodded her head and answered, Be at ease and focus on your training. If there is a chance, I will bring you somewhere far away to take your mind off of things, Futian said as he looked at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu's eyebrows twitched slightly. It was as though she was deciding on whether to agree to Futian's invitation. After a moment of silence and seeing that Futian was still smiling as he looked at her, Hua Jieyu finally nodded her head and replied, All right. I'll leave you to your training then, Futian said as he turned and left. Hua Jieyu watched as he walked off and then closed her eyes again. Qin he looked towards Futian and then Hua Jieyu. She was speechless. Futian headed over to a different training ground. This was the House of Swordsmen established in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which focused on training swordsmanship. The Wang clan oversaw the House of Swordsmen. The leader was the new clan leader of Wang clan, Wang Yambing, who was also training here. Aside from him, the swordmaster of Lihin and Yaya would also teach swordsmanship to the disciples who joined the Heavenly Mandate Academy here. In the center of the House of Swordsmen, a divine sword was inserted. Sword will pierce the heavens. The divine sword contained a frightening aura of sword way. It caused the cultivators in the House of Swordsmen to be constantly bathed in sword will. Right now, in one corner of the House of Swordsmen, A silhouette was quietly meditating. Sword will lingered on his body. The swordmaster of Lihan stood beside the person. His body also emanated sword will, and he seemed to be instructing the person in his training. Swordmaster of Lihan, Wuchen, Yi Futian cried out. The two of them stopped training. Their gazes turned towards Yi Futian. How is it going? Yi Futian asked. Back then, at Lihan Heaven, the swordmaster of Lihan had given him a sword, and they had formed a bond of friendship. The swordmaster of Lihan held Yi Wuchen in high regard. Having an ancient Emperor Jian giving pointers is much more effective than me doing so, the swordmaster of Lihan said as he smiled. On the other hand, Yi Wuchen said, Swordmaster of Lihan has his own unique insights to swordsmanship, which is equally helpful in my training. Yi Futian smiled as he approached them. Yi Wuchen had previously obtained a sword in the demon realm that was the incarnation of the ancient Emperor Jian. Yi Wuchen had always kept it by his side. These past few years, Yi Wuchen had traveled to many places. His current plane was already at the nirvana level. Do you still have fruits of the way? Yi Futian asked. Yes. With so many fruits of the way, it is enough for my training. I do not need any more, Yi Wuchen said. Moreover, I still have a few top-notch divine swords. I had originally set them aside for you. That way, your training can advance quicker, Yi Futian said with a smile. Even if Yi Futian had to exhaust all his resources, he would train another flawless Renhuang. If you have more, why don't you also give me some? A youth to the side said as he walked over. He was the disciple of the swordmaster of Lihan, Wang Chuan. One should not be too greedy, Yi Futian said. He naturally would not treat the disciple of swordmaster of Lihan shabbily. Wang Chuan was also just joking. Currently, he had some understanding of his master's plane. As a Renhuang with a flawless divine wheel, even if Emperor Xiao was around, he might not be able to defeat his master. Futian. Big brother, Yi Futian replied. Crimson Dragon Emperor is here at the academy, Sword Saint informed Yi Futian while walking towards him. Crimson Dragon Emperor? Yi Futian revealed a surprised look. Then, he walked off while saying, let's go over to have a look. Quickly, Yi Futian and the rest headed over and met up with Crimson Dragon Emperor. Qishang and Yu Shifei were around too. They were discussing something with the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Senior, Yi Futian called out while approaching them. The Crimson Dragon Emperor stared at Yi Futian with a serious expression. After Crimson Dragon Emperor had arrived at the Heavenly Mandate Realm, he found out everything Yi Futian had done in the realm. He was extremely shocked. He had not expected that the Crimson Dragon Realm would actually give rise to such a monstrous figure. The intruders the other day might most likely bear ill intention towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian, I am here to tell you something. Crimson Dragon Emperor got straight to the point. A few days ago, a group of Renhuangs came to the Crimson Dragon Realm. They were very powerful. They went to Qinya City, then they left. Yi Futian's facial expression changed in an instant. He guessed the identity of the intruders right away. I will transmit the information to you through my will, the Crimson Dragon Emperor said. Then, he transmitted the images to Yi Futian through his will. As expected, the intruders were the cultivators of Shun clan. Yi Futian's guess was correct. Fortunately, the members of Yi Futian's group who were staying at Qinya City had been relocated here by the celestial gate of vast heaven. Otherwise, Shun clan would surely not let them go. Unfortunately, the relationship among Yi Futian, Master, and Feishue might have been exposed already. Yi Futian knew that Master had already made plans to evacuate Feishue and the rest, but since Shun clan had made a move, they would most likely turn the entire Crimson Dragon realm upside down in order to find her. There was a high possibility that Feishue would not be able to escape. There was a familiar figure in the images, Luoyang. Had everything that Yi Futian planned actually been ruined by someone whom he had never paid attention to before? Yi Futian had even forgotten about this person. He was well aware that Luoyang was most likely here due to the establishment of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Luoyang then formed an alliance with the Shin clan. Most likely the descendant of Luo clan brought them there. However, it was inappropriate for me to meddle in this affair, Crimson Dragon Emperor said to Yi Futian. He could not hinder the alliance between Luoyang and Shin clan. Crimson Dragon Emperor ruled over the Crimson Dragon realm, But he was not the sole ruler. This was clearly not something he could interfere with. Junior understands. Yi Futian nodded. For the Crimson Dragon Emperor to purposely come here and warn him, Yi Futian was more than grateful. Are the members of Luo clan still in the Crimson Dragon realm? Yi Futian asked. Crimson Dragon Emperor nodded and answered, However, this matter should be of Luo Yang's own doing. It has nothing to do with his clan. I understand, Yi Futian replied. However, Luo Yang will need to pay the price. Crimson Dragon Emperor did not say any more. What Luo Yang had done had already involved Yi Futian's loved ones. If Yi Futian had relatives and friends in Qinya City, it was possible that they had also been involved in this. Hence, no matter what Yi Futian did, Crimson Dragon Emperor could understand where he was coming from. Luo Yang's actions were somewhat ruthless. Was this all for his plane? Senior, will you be returning to the Crimson Dragon realm now? Yi Futian asked. Will you return with me? Crimson Dragon Emperor turned towards Qi Shang and Yu Shifei. Before this, he had already roughly understood what had transpired. This storm would most likely escalate into something huge. If Qi Shang remained here, danger would surely come along. This place is very nice. Shifei and I will continue to train here. Father, you should head back first, Qi Shang said. They had already joined the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Since they had made this decision, they would not regret it. They were disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, Crimson Dragon Emperor was not. Hence, Qi Shang did not want Crimson Dragon Emperor to remain and be exposed to this danger. All right. Crimson Dragon Emperor nodded in agreement. Senior, I will let a friend escort you home, Yi Futian said. Crimson Dragon Emperor was well aware that Yi Futian intended to send someone over to the Crimson Dragon Realm to capture Luo Yang. Yi Futian assigned a demonic rock from Sky Demon Court to escort the Crimson Dragon Emperor. The rock would then capture the descendant of Luo clan at the Crimson Dragon Realm. After Crimson Dragon Emperor left, Yi Futian gathered the mighty figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He was wondering whether he still had a chance to locate Fei Xue before the other party found her. However, it was highly possible that Fei Xue had already been captured by the Shin clan. Just as they were having a discussion, suddenly, a terrifying might of the Wei descended from the sky. Endless divine lights poured down from the sky. The entire Heavenly Mandate City was bathed in the divine light. Many people raised their heads to look above. A beam of light flashed, and a godlike silhouette walked out from the light. He appeared in the space above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Lord Taixian, Sky River Great Elder, and many other powerful cultivators leaped up into the sky at the same time. They had all sensed this extremely powerful aura, an aura that was at its peak. Yi Futian also looked over in the direction of the aura. He felt an extremely powerful threat approaching. Beside him, a cold chill emanated from Sky River Great Elder's body as he looked at the silhouette that had appeared. Sky River Great Elder would certainly not forget that silhouette. Back then, during the catastrophe in the Tianhe realm, this person had descended from Shan clan and instigated a terrifying war. Almost all of Sky River Great Elder's 3,000 disciples were killed off. Chief Elder of Shin clan, Shunji, Sky River Great Elder muttered. Everyone who was standing in the air above the Heavenly Mandate Academy revealed serious expressions. This was the first time many of them met Chief Elder of Shin clan. However, they had long heard about him before. Since many years ago, he had been standing head and shoulders above all in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. He had gained his fame long before the rest did. Chapter 1702 Reverse Cultivation. Shunji stood up in the sky, looking down at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. I am taking 2 people away, he said. His tone was extremely calm. It was as if he had said something completely ordinary. The 2 people he was talking about were naturally the Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian. Countless people in Heavenly Mandate City looked up at him. Within his calm tone lurked an unmistakable meaning. It was as if his words were the will of a god, and no one could go against them. There was a cold look in the Sky River Great Elder's eyes, but he slowly calmed down. Today, he would no longer run. This is the Heavenly Mandate Academy, said Lord Taixian, striding forward. He stood in the air above the academy, directly facing Shunji. He had never met Shinji of the Central Imperial Realm before, but he could sense his arrogance in everything that had happened in the Tianhe realm. Now he was experiencing it himself. Shunji looked at Lord Taixian, then passed him to Yi Futian. Qin Xingang is lucky to have a disciple like you. You and your master should come to the Shin clan for a while, said Shunji calmly. When he heard what he had said, Yi Futian realized that the Shun clan knew the truth. The people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy all looked surprised. But at a time like this, they didn't have time to think about it. The Heavenly Mandate Academy has been founded. In addition to the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Shao clan and other clans are here as well. The Shun clan should not be so overbearing in their actions, said an elder of the Shao clan. There were cultivators from many different forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm there. The Shao clan and the Yuanyang clan both came from the Central Imperial Realm and had helped to found the academy. The Shun clan had come here to take away the Sky River Great Elder, the elder of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and Yi Futian, the soul of the academy. They clearly thought themselves better than everyone. We have come to take them, said Shunji in an indifferent voice. Those who are not involved should stand to one side, or suffer the consequences. As he said this, a terrible aura bloomed from him, and brilliant divine light covered a vast area. A divine eye opened on his brow. Endless divine light shone out of it. At that moment, even more divine light fell from the heavens, covering the whole of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Obviously, Shunji knew that the academy would not easily give up their people. So, they could only do this by force. In an instant, divine light swept towards all the cultivators. Careful, that is the divine technique of the Shen clan, the Tianshan Cleave, said the Sky River Great Elder. The moment that he spoke, a booming sound rang out. Everywhere the divine light swept over, the newly built academy buildings were directly cleaved in half and shattered into nothing. Lord Taixian stepped forward, and an invisible light curtain covered Tianshan Academy. Endless Guqin strings appeared. Each one formed out of the great path. The countless strings covered the academy as well, giving off terrifying music. Endless light came from the sky like a divine knife. The strings trembled, and some of them were cut through. The light continued on downward. Crack! A figure lay on the ground within the academy in a daze. He could not withstand the attack power. The divine light swept through the academy, destroying many of the disciples. At that moment, more beams of divine light appeared, forming a second and third layer of protection that covered the rest of the people within. All of the great figures there had gotten involved. But since the light had been so fast, it had still killed many people. The sound of elephants trumpeting filled the air as a mighty, massive elephant image appeared within the academy, looking like it was made of pure gold. It wrapped the academy within itself. The Shintian Cleave of the Shun clan is the ultimate use of the spatial great path. It contains double cleaving power, as it can cleave both body and soul. We can't let its attack power reach the academy, said the Sky River Great Elder. He clearly remembered how Shinji had destroyed the Tianhe realm all those years ago. The divine light covered the area. Everywhere it went, all light was snuffed out. In the space of a single thought, the people were plunged into an abyss of mystery. At that moment, Shunji was still holding back. After all, there were still top figures of the Central Imperial Realm within the academy who he did not dare to directly kill. That would cause trouble for the Shun clan. Divine Elephant Emperor, protect them. The rest of us emperors will fight together, said the Dragon Master. Let's go, said the Golden Raven Demonic Lord of the Sky Demon Court. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had been founded by all the forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, and it represented the whole realm. If the Shin clan wanted to attack them, they would. They did not care about them at all. Shunji had made his name many years ago and had broken many powerful figures, but he was still weaker than another within the Shun clan. He was stronger than any of them, but he was not without equal. Many figures shot up into the air, but they saw the endless divine light transform into a terrible spatial storm that ripped through space itself. Tears in space appeared before them. Boom! Terrible tears in space ripped open all around the Heavenly Mandate Academy, seeking to tear through the academy and swallow it up. The cultivators observing from around the academy turned wildly in order to flee the area. The people of Heavenly Mandate City felt their hearts tremble. But ridiculously, they wanted to get closer to watch. What was happening now truly meant that even the slightest aftershocks could completely destroy them. Let's go. Even the cultivators far away in the Heavenly Mandate City could feel that something was wrong. They turned and scattered. If two powerful figures fought at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the aftershock would affect those in the city. Guqin music filled the air, the lost sound of the Great Path, the song of the lost divine. In addition to the destructive spatial storm, a storm of swords appeared in the air as well. Shinji stood high in the sky, his palms stretched out like the hand of a god. He waved his arms slightly, and a booming sound rang out, sweeping through the Heavenly Mandate Academy and those inside. The divine Elephant Emperor stood within, trying to block it, but the power of the hand up in the sky pressed down, ripping through space. Everyone felt their bodies float up along with the academy. All the cultivators of the great forces looked surprised. The Shun clan was truly powerful. Even though the cultivators of the great forces were all there, they still acted so forcefully, not showing any mercy. The endless strings shook together. As the lost sound of the Great Path rang out, the Great Path flowed backward in the sky, seeming to forcibly destroy the spatial Great Path that Shanji controlled. It made the floating academy fall back down. It landed on the ground with a boom. Lord Taishian stretched out his hand, using the Great Path as his strings. Endless divine swords flew out, slamming into the spatial light. Millions of swords appeared in the sky and swept out towards Shanji. However, Shanji's body melded with the air itself, as if he had disappeared in an instant. Whoosh! In a flash, a terrible wave appeared in front of Lord Taishian, followed by Shanji. He pointed at Lord Taishian. An endless spatial light ripped through the air. Dark cracks appeared, seeking to swallow up Lord Taishian. At the moment that he appeared, Lord Taishian acted it well. He raised his sword, making the Great Path flow backward. This was the fleeting divine sword. Their attacks slammed into each other, making a destructive spatial storm sweep out through the sky. In an instant, the storm swept through Heavenly Mandate City, destroying many people. Countless buildings disappeared. No, someone called out in shock. They saw their friends and family turn to dust as if they had never existed. Shunji and Lord Taishian broke apart. Shunji appeared high up in the air, bathed in endless divine light that made him look like a god. Shunji, let us fight higher up in the sky, said Lord Taishian. The people of Heavenly Mandate City would not be able to withstand it if they fought there. You did not hand them over. Shunji stood there in the sky, endless divine light falling upon him. The storm covered Heavenly Mandate City. At that moment, a figure appeared in the air. Lord Taishuan's gaze froze as he looked at the newcomer. It was the Sky River Great Elder. The Sky River Great Elder looked at the storm raging through the city. This scene was very similar to what had happened in the Tianhe realm all those years ago. I will return to the Tianhe realm, then go with you to the Shun clan to bring an end to this matter, he said, looking up at Shanji. There is one more person, said Shanji. He will not go. If you do not accept, we will keep fighting, said the Sky River Great Elder. Shinji thought for a moment. He had come here alone, so he would not necessarily be able to defeat all of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Since the Sky River Great Elder was willing to compromise, he could leave Futian for another time. All right, said Shinji with a nod. Let's go, said the Sky River Great Elder. I will go with you, said Lord Taishian. No need, said the Sky River Great Elder, shaking his head. I leave the Heavenly Mandate Academy to you. Lord Taishian looked him in the eye. Were these words of farewell? I will take up the post of Elder of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, said Lord Taishian. Excellent, said the Sky River Great Elder with a nod. We have known each other for a while, and you have always been so good to me. From now on, you will not know me anymore. Lord Taishian did not understand. What did that mean? The Sky River Great Elder did not say anything more to him. Let's go, he said to Shanji. On saying this, he turned and walked away into the distance. Shunji had not thought that his opponent would be so accommodating. He looked down at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then followed the Sky River Great Elder. He would bring him back to the Shen clan, then he would finish this matter. Everything needed to be brought to a thorough end. He had not directly captured him. He knew that he was much stronger than the Sky River Great Elder, and he could not escape him. "Why do you want to go to the Tianhe realm first?" he asked. "I want to bring some things with me when I see her," said the Sky River Great Elder. Shinji looked at him, then nodded and said, "All right." The Sky River Great Elder had once been a member of the Shen clan. He would fulfill his wish. After they left, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was a scene of tragedy. Futian stood high up in the air, watching the disappearing figures. What had his master meant by what he said before he left? The deed of thorough cultivation could cultivate backward. Chapter 1703 Destruction. Two figures descended into the sky above the mountains in the Tianhe realm. They were Shanji and the Sky River Great Elder, who had come from the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Sky River Great Elder descended into the mountains. Everything here was so familiar, but after today, he would never live here again. "Get whatever it is you need quickly," said Shanji coldly. Him allowing the Sky River Great Elder to come here was already the height of kindness. He was doing it because of past friendship. In the past, the Sky River Great Elder had swept away all the other top figures. If he had not wanted to leave the Shen clan and come here to the Tianhe realm to teach, then none of these things would have happened. The Sky River Great Elder would even have had the chance to inherit Shanji's position and become a great elder of the Shen clan. But unfortunately, after the things that had happened, he had been unable to recover. He had spent his days here in the mountains like a living dead man. "All right," said the Sky River Great Elder with a nod. He walked into a cavern residence. Shinji's thoughts were locked onto him. In his perception, the Sky River Great Elder walked deeper in, surprising Shanji. Enchantments and matrices. In Shanji's perception, he could see a path through the mountains. The mountains seemed to have been forged with enchantments and matrices on the inside. Cold light shone from his eyes, and divine light flashed from his body. He reached out, and suddenly booming sounds rang out without ending. The mountains collapsed. Several of the mountains were directly shattered, but his attacks seemed to be blocked. He discovered there were many overlapping enchantments. He frowned. The Sky River Great Elder seemed to be hiding something. He descended until he stepped directly onto the mountain range. Suddenly, the vast, endless mountains collapsed wildly and were flattened. The ground below collapsed as well. At that moment, he could sense that there was an empty space below ground that was covered by the enchantments. He descended even further until he touched down on the ground with a boom. A hole opened up in the ground as the vast expanse of land began to collapse. Beneath, Shunji could see the Sky River Great Elder. He stood there alone amid a massive matrix. The matrix stretched out incredibly far. He had not thought that he had underestimated the Sky River Great Elder. He thought he had given up. He would never have thought that he would have set up a giant matrix. But what could this matrix change? "What is the point of this?" Shunji asked coldly. His voice was still arrogant and powerful. It was as if he never considered the Sky River Great Elder worthy of attention. "I spent years making the Shen clan let down their guard towards me, and even more years creating this matrix," said the Sky River Great Elder. "There are many things I still do not understand. I originally wanted to wait, but it seems that you are not willing to." "Can a matrix make up the difference in power between us?" said Shanji, looking down at him, speaking with a cold voice. Why was the Sky River Great Elder that confident? "Are we really that different in terms of power?" said the Sky River Great Elder, looking up at Shanji. "The heavenly path is flawed, and you cannot escape your fate. Do you know what this is?" A look of surprise came over Shanji's face. He finally noticed that the Sky River Great Elder was standing right in the middle of the matrix. There seemed to be a stone tablet there with many words on it. The characters seemed to be incredibly ancient. Under the light of the matrix, it was hard to make them out. But when he sensed it carefully, he could feel a shocking aura coming off it. This is a divine item, the one the Shen clan has always wanted to find. In the past, we actually got two. One was given to Nongyu, which Feishuan now has. We did not dare reveal the other one because it was too powerful. Instead, we carefully hid it. Only the two of us know about it. I have carefully forged it over several decades, and even now, I have only completed part of it. The Sky River Great Elder looked up at Shanji, speaking as if he was explaining something normal. As he spoke, his aura gradually changed. Lines of blood-colored dark light appeared around him. A suffocating aura spread out from him. A divine item. Shanji's face fell. The aura was growing stronger and stronger. The matrix on the ground stretched out further as it grew. The endless blood-colored dark light filled the sky, transforming into an infinite flow that sped through the air. The aura was extremely violent, overpowering, bloodthirsty, and emotionless. This was the aura of the great path of destruction. I wanted to spend more time trying to understand it. If I knew more about it, I could control it better. I never thought that things would come to this, that I would have to use it so early, continued the Sky River Great Elder. So, the reason you brought your heir to the Central Imperial Realm to seek out old friends was just to create a false appearance. You found a true heir and gave everything to him, paving the way for him, and even not hesitating to lose face on his behalf? Said Shunji. You did all this to fool us? Yes. The Sky River Great Elder looked up. Terrible blood-red dark light flowed in his eyes as well, making them terrible and frightening. The lines of light made people feel wild. It was as if they could not control themselves. What was even more frightening was that the matrix and the divine item were connected. A terrible flow of the great path stretched out, making a destructive storm sweep out over a vast area. The Sky Rive Great Elder was right in the center of the storm. The Shun clan knows all about your hatred. Thus, we have never stopped watching you. But we never thought you would spend decades trying to make us relax, then spend decades underground hiding. Just how much do you hate us? A divine eye appeared on Shunji's brow, and a cutting storm swept out. Divine light destroyed everything around him. However, even if you have a divine item, can you really hope to face me? He said loudly. Light cut through the air towards the Sky River Great Elder. Who says I have not reached the next level? The Sky River Great Elder's voice came out slowly. As he said this, the formation began to flow backward, covering the sky. Endless destructive blood-colored light shot into the clouds. Endless characters flew through the storm. He seemed to be using heaven and earth as a furnace to forge the great path of destruction and refine the sky. Boom! A terrible, apocalyptic thunderclap rang out as the skies changed. The endless, dark, destructive storm contained blood-red catastrophe light. The whole sky seems like it would be refined. Shunji was swallowed up by the storm. All around him was transformed into a world of destruction. And it was not only there, but the vast mountain range, and even far away in the imperial city of the Tianhe realm were also covered by the storm. Everyone looked up into the sky and trembled with terror. Many figures stood up, and some of them rose into the sky, their bodies shaking. What happened? That is Sky River Temple over there. Bang! There was a loud noise as destructive light swept out. Let's go, someone yelled. As he said this, the destructive light surged towards them and swept over them. Many buildings were cut through, and many figures were destroyed and swallowed up in an instant. Some cultivators were also killed by the destructive airflow. Boom! A low roar rang out. It seemed as if a terrible battle had broken out in Sky River Temple. Everyone fled wildly from that place, not daring to stay and watch. If they stayed, they would surely die. At that moment, the Sky River Great Elder stood in the sky, the divine item having already melded into his body. At that moment, he seemed to have completely changed. He seemed to have regained his vigor, becoming much more youthful. His black hair flew in the wind, and his face was full of murderous intent. His eyes were even more terrible as blood-red light suffused them. A blood-red seal appeared on his forehead, like the seal of a god. All around him, the deed of thorough comprehension formed a closed circle. The breath of the great path flowed through his body. Then, it flowed out into the world. You are feeding the great path with your body. This is only false power. Shunji's aura surged as he gazed at the Sky River Great Elder. Cold, blood-red light shone out of the Sky River Great Elder's eyes. He did not reply but stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, the great path of destruction surged. It seemed as if massive, invisible, destructive seals formed, wrapping around everything. Endless divine light shot out of Shanji's eyes, cutting through the air and the divine seals as it raced towards the Sky River Great Elder. The Sky River Great Elder thrust out his fist. Suddenly, thousands of destructive seals shot out. The Tiantian cleave bloomed into life, ripping holes in the fabric of space and cutting through the seals. At the same time, it pierced through the Sky River Great Elder's mind, trying to cut his very soul. Crack! The Tiantian cleave passed by, and incomparably brilliant divine light shone from Shanji's eyes. He tried to destroy the Sky River Great Elder's soul, but to his surprise, he discovered that as the cleave passed through, it was not able to kill him. In the next instant, endless destructive seals filled the air and began to descend. Divine light blazed as a destructive spatial storm whipped up around Shanji. But the endless destructive seals continued to descend. Boom! Shanji was knocked backward. The great path of destruction infected his body. A dark expression came over his face. Suddenly, countless images of the Sky River Great Elder seemed to appear around him. They were everywhere. The Sky River Great Elder was using his body to feed the great path. Had he also mended his soul into the world itself? Thus, he had not been able to completely cut through his soul. Boom! Destructive light shot up into the clouds, trying to mold the very sky and make it flow into Shanji. The endless characters whirled through the air, enveloping Shanji. Shanji sensed the Sky River Great Elder's aura and suddenly felt that he should flee. He formed a seal with both hands, drawing a line in the air. He turned into a beam of spatial light that cut through the storm, splitting the air as he fled. The Sky River Great Elder stared at him. It was difficult to hold Shanji in one place. He looked up into the sky and stepped forward. Suddenly, he disappeared. Soon, he came to the imperial palace of the Tianhe realm. Many cultivators appeared there, including the emperor. He looked at the Sky River Great Elder, who had turned young and trembled on the inside. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder." The Sky River Great Elder stood high up in the air. He reached out, and suddenly, the entire building was covered in destructive power. In a flash, all the figures rose up into the air, giving off plaintive cries. "Please spare us, Elder," begged the emperor, bowing. At this moment, the Sky River Great Elder was terrifying. His eyes were like those of a god of death. Chapter 1704, Shake the Nine Realms. The Sky River Great Elder stretched out his hand, slamming it towards the emperor of the Tianhe realm as it streamed with lines of dark, blood-red light. There was a loud boom, and the emperor's expression twisted. His aura surged in response. However, he found that the blood-red characters swirling around him had melded into his own will and had begun to mold his body. His own aura was pulled out of him. The will of the great path of destruction destroyed his flesh and spirit. No! The emperor's voice was shaking. Even though he was an upper-level Renhuang, he was still filled with deep fear. It had been a long, difficult road to reach his current position as the lord of an entire realm. But now he had encountered his greatest difficulty. "Your Highness!" The other people in the hall watched this scene in shock. Fear spread through them, and their hearts trembled. "Go!" Someone shouted. Many figures tried to flee. The Sky River Great Elder had become a demon, a true demon. A terrible seal of demonic destruction had appeared on his forehead. Go? Where would they go? The vast palace was filled with the airflow from the great path of destruction. Blood-red light wrapped around everything. The endless red characters were full of destructive power. Everyone was covered as they fled. At that moment, the whole palace transformed into a blood-red furnace. Outside the palace, everyone trembled as they beheld this scene. They did not dare go back in to look. They simply turned and fled. The Sky River Great Elder had become a demon. After so many years of forbearance, suppressing his desire for vengeance deep within his heart, he had finally exploded, becoming a demon with a single thought. "I have offended you, Elder. Please spare my life." The Emperor's face twisted. He could feel his aura growing weaker. His will had completely collapsed. He knelt on the ground, though he seemed to have difficulty doing so. "Savior, please, for the souls of the dead." The Sky River Great Elder's voice seemed to come from the abyss. In the past, He had taught here in the Tianhe realm with no desire to conquer it. The palace had even sent the prince to Sky River Temple to cultivate. But in the end, the palace had sold them out, letting their 3,000 disciples die at the hands of the Shen clan. Almost all of them had died. Forgiveness? How could he forgive them? A blood debt could only be repaid by blood. At that moment, the Sky River Great Elder's blood-red eyes became even more demonic. His whole self seemed to be infected by negative emotions, making him violent and bloodthirsty. He could not control the overpowering divine item he had taken, which was the reason he had not used it before. Anyone who took it would bring disaster with them. But he had never thought he would be the one to use it. Boom! There was a loud noise as the people in the city looked back towards the palace. They saw a blood-red storm of destruction filling the palace. The destructive storm rose up into the clouds, dyeing the sky red. Its power rolled through the heavens. It began to spread out from its center point in the palace until the only thing in the sky above the city was destructive power. Had he broken through to the next level? He was refining the sky itself. Terrible dark cracks appeared all around the storm, ripping through the air. A beam of blood-red light shot up into the clouds, and the people seemed to be able to see a line of light shoot through it and disappear. Did he leave? Everyone's hearts were beating fiercely. The clouds of destruction were still rolling outward, though they gradually calmed down. The people in the city stopped fleeing. They stared up into the sky in shock. Had the Sky River Great Elder, the man who had once dominated and taught the Tianhe realm, and been admired by everyone, started on the path of vengeance? He's gone, someone whispered. Yes, he has probably gone to the higher heavens. Now that the palace had been destroyed, his next target for vengeance would probably be the Shen clan. They were all thinking that the all-powerful Sky River Great Elder, who had been patient for so many years, a man who had cultivated up to the peak of the Runhuang Plain, had been burdened with his humiliation for so many years due to the disaster he had faced. He had endured so much for so long. They could understand why he had become a demon. Anyone who had experienced so much over the years would probably go crazy, but he had not been crazy before. He had borne it patiently until today when he had erupted. He had repressed his emotions until his anger, his desire for vengeance, and his ferocity had erupted. Has he broken through to the next level? Of course. He is the Sky River Great Elder, and he should have done so earlier. The reason he didn't was just that the Shen clan had paralyzed him. Everyone was discussing what had just happened. But even if he did reach the next level, can he withstand the Shen clan? Many people doubted it, but they were not sure. At the very least, he had defeated a powerful figure from the Shen clan, forcing him to retreat in humiliation. Did this mean that now that the Sky River Great Elder was a demon, he had become even more powerful? This was fated to be an interesting day. The palace had been destroyed, the Sky River Great Elder had become a demon, and he had attacked the Central Emperor realm. On this day, corpses were piled up in the Shen clan city, and countless people lost their lives. On this day, many of the branches of the Shen clan were destroyed. The Sky River Great Elder had been an in-law of the Shen clan at one time, so he was very familiar with them. On this day, many of the members of the Shen bloodline were killed. What was terrifying was that the Shen clan did not help them, because they were afraid that if they did, the Sky River Great Elder would attack them. And what they feared came true. The Sky River Great Elder attacked the Shen clan. Blood stained the ground all around the Shen clan as a huge battle broke out there. In the end, the Sky River Great Elder was wounded and fled, but in order to accomplish this, both the clan lord of the Shen clan and Shunji were wounded as well. In that battle, it was said that the heavens had collapsed and the earth had split. The two great figures of the Shen clan had both had to resist the Sky River Great Elder and protect the other members of the Shen clan. Now that he had become a demon, the Sky River Great Elder did not show any mercy. The blood that flowed from his kills became a river. In the end, he had not stayed but had fled in pain. No one knew if he would be able to make a comeback. An oppressive atmosphere hung over the Shen clan. They would never have even dreamed that this disaster would come about due to something that had happened years ago. This battle was the most terrible battle that had taken place in the Central Imperial Realm in many years. One man had attacked the Shen clan. The battle shook the whole Central Imperial Realm. After all the top figures received news of this, their hearts were in turmoil. The Sky River Great Elder had become a demon and had attacked the Shen clan. The Shen clan, who had once launched a war to destroy a realm, had paid a terrible price for what they had done years ago. It was what they had done to him and the Tianhe realm that had made the Sky River Great Elder so crazy. He had thoroughly become a demon and killed the members of the Shen clan indiscriminately. This news did not only shock the Central Imperial realm, it made its way to the other realms very quickly. Soon, all the top forces of the 9 Supreme Realms heard about it. This affair had great effects. When Gu Tianqing of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had attacked the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, it had attracted the attention of all the 9 realms. Moreover, today's events had taken place in the Shen clan of the Central Imperial Realm. In addition, the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which had already attracted the attention of the 9 realms, was involved. The storm had been caused by the Shen clan trying to deal with them and take the Sky River Great Elder away. The news came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy as well. The cultivators of the Shao clan brought the news to the Heavenly Mandate realm, telling them of what had happened in the Tianhe realm and the Shen clan. Everyone at the academy was shocked. Lord Taixian now understood the words that his old friend had said to him before he had left. After this, you won't know me. Apparently, he already knew what path he had started down. A road of vengeance with corpses piled high upon it. His old friend had seen through him too clearly. Now that he had become a demon, what would they do? All the people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were gathered together as Lord Taixian had summoned them. Now, Lord Taixian had taken the Sky River Great Elder's place and become the headmaster of the academy instead of just an honored guest. Previously, he would not have done that. He liked peace and quiet and would rather spend his time calmly cultivating. But now his attitude had changed. He suddenly wanted to do things and be wild with the young people one more time. Everyone was there, including the Shao clan. The Dou tribe, the Yuanyang clan, and the cultivators of other realms were there as well, looking at Lord Taixian. Everyone knows about what happened in the Shen clan, said Lord Taixian to everyone. Everyone nodded. They had heard the news. Futian, you may speak, said Lord Taixian to the man beside him. Yi Futian nodded, then looked out at everyone. He bowed slightly and said, I must apologize to everyone. It was selfish of me to found this academy and invite people from all the top forces here. I knew that I had offended people in the God's Relic, and so I hoped that having so many powerful people here would act as a deterrent. Thus, my master and Lord Taixian have been drawn into this matter. Everyone listened quietly. They naturally knew this, but they had come here on their own free will. There was nothing for him to apologize for. Moreover, there is something that I have not told any of you. The Sky River Great Elder is my master, and he was taken away by the Shen clan for my sake, continued Yi Futian. However, despite that, everything is still the same as I said before. I founded this academy in order to teach. My selfishness is not for now, but for the future. Once the academy became strong enough, I would have handled this matter myself. But obviously, I was wrong. I underestimated how forceful the Shen clan would be. Even though we had so much power here, they still dared to come here in force. Their elder, Shunji, attacked the academy. The reason he dared be so wanton was that he had absolute confidence in himself, and that no one would dare stand up to the Shen clan, even the other forces that had come here to cultivate. This was not him being arrogant. It was him being realistic. If the Shen clan dares to do this, in the future, the ruler of the Golden Divine Nation will dare it as well. But if they knew that someone like our master was here, would they have dared? Of course, they would not have. He had been so forceful because of his absolute confidence. If someone else like the Sky River Great Elder had been there, someone who was willing to directly attack the Shen clan and kill so many of them that their blood flowed in rivers, would he have attacked? The Shen clan knew that the Shao clan and the Dou tribe would not dare to go to war with them just because they attacked Heavenly Mandate Academy. There are two paths for the Academy's future. We can either scatter and be destroyed, or become the foremost academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, said Yi Futian. The Shen clan will come at us with force. If we do nothing, we can only flee. If we want to become the greatest academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, I don't think that even all the forces of the heavenly mandate realm are enough to bring about this future. So, today I ask all of you, do you want to go to the Shin clan with me? The foremost academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Go to the Shun clan with him. Everyone sat there in silence. A brilliant aura swept out from Futian, making them all look surprised. Incomparably brilliant divine light shone in the sky as the aura of a perfect divine will stretched out. Yusheng walked to Futian's side, his demonic power rolling out from him. His perfect divine will erupted as well. Then Gu Donglu stepped forward. The swordmaster of Lihan came over as well, followed by Yaya. All of them had perfect divine wheels. One more. Everyone looked at Yaya. More people stepped out of the crowd. Long Chun, Jun, and Gao Huang came out one by one and stood by Yi Futian's side. Their wheels of the great path shone brightly with radiant light, lighting up the heavens. Everyone's hearts beat faster. Even the most powerful figures among them felt their hearts shake. The foremost academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. This was not just empty talk. If the Shin clan came to us to find some of our people, so we will go there and find some of theirs. We will announce to the world that they cannot bully the Heavenly Mandate Academy, said Lord Taixian as he got to his feet. If no one else is willing, Futian and I will go, and the academy will be dissolved. Chapter 17 5 City Under Siege. The ancient Shen clan in the City of the Gods in the Central Emperor Realm was known as one of the top 3 forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It was said that there were 3 top figures in the Shen clan. Among them, 2 of them guarded the clan itself. One of them was the current patriarch of the clan, and the other was a clan elder, Shanji, who had attacked the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, this force that stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had encountered a disaster not long ago. The Sky River Great Elder had slaughtered them, killing many cultivators in the City of the Gods, then attacking the Shun clan itself where he had buried many more. Only when the Patriarch and the Elder had acted was he wounded and driven away. No one had thought that the ancient Sky River Great Elder would one day become a demon. If they could have imagined that, they would not have left him alive. At that moment in the divine hall of the Shun clan, a young woman was floating helplessly in the air in the midst of a brilliant matrix like a rootless plant. She looked weak and pitiful. She was covered by countless rays of divine light that seemed like they wanted to cut into her. Beams of terrible light flowed off of her. Almost all the great figures of the Shen clan stood around her, including the current patriarch. And these powerful people had used their strength against this woman. Behind the matrix was another prison in the air with 3 people in it, imprisoned by interlocking bars of spatial light. They watched the scene before them with red eyes, as if they were about to go mad. But they had no power. They could only watch what was happening. These 3 were Qi Xingang, Yin Yuan, and Nanzhai. As for the floating woman, it was naturally Fei Xue. These days, the Shun clan was constantly healing Qi Xingang, trying to recover his erased memories in order to find Fei Xue. However, before he had recovered his memories, they had sent people out to find her, and they had seen her and Yin Yuan. They had also gotten some thoughts from Qi Xingang from time to time. Despite this, he had never thought that the Shen clan would get him. At this time, he cursed himself for his powerlessness. He could not protect his own daughter. Yin Yuan and Nanzhai also looked quite bitter. Their red eyes were filled with endless guilt. Before their teacher had left, he had asked them to protect Fei Xue, but they had not. Now, seeing her current situation, they felt like knives were piercing their hearts. "There is no way to refine it," said one of the Shun clan cultivators to his elder, ignoring the prisoner's mood. "It's already inside her." "Of course there is no way," said Shanji. The patriarch of the Shun clan was silent for a while. "We will have to take it out of her by force," said another elder, his voice cold. The patriarch of the Shin clan naturally knew what that meant. They would have to cut open this woman in front of them. If it had been anyone else, they already would have done so. But what could not be denied was that the woman before them was related to him. Her grandmother was his own daughter. "Elder, we need the divine item," said someone. The patriarch thought of the battle that had happened before. The Sky River Great Elder had fought his way into the Shun clan all by himself, staining the land with blood. If the Sky River Great Elder had only broken through to the next level and had not done all the other things, he would be no match for the Patriarch. But he had activated the power of the divine item and become terrifyingly powerful. This made the Shin clan want divine items to bring back to their clan even more. Boom! A dull roar rang out in the distance. Everyone in the Shin clan could feel a terrifying shaking. The cultivators all frowned. More dull roars rang out. They knew where they were coming from. The Sky River Great Elder had gone crazy and used his body to feed the Great Path. He had turned from a man into a demon. She was crazy as well as she wildly attacked the matrix that held her, trying to break free. If it wasn't for how strong the giant matrix was, she would have broken it. "All right," said the Patriarch. He had finally made his decision. Hearing his words, Futian seemed to understand her fate as she floated there powerlessly. Tears flowed from her eyes. She was not afraid of death. It was just that this was not how she wanted to die. No one would want to leave the world in such a casual fashion, and she knew that if the Shin clan killed her, her father, brother Yin Yuan, and brother Nanjai would all die as well. Her heart hurt to think of it. As the tears fell, a figure appeared in her mind. He healed her eyes, allowing her to see light again and letting her body accept the ominous thing within her so that it became part of her flesh. After he had left the Crimson Dragon realm, she had often wondered when she would see him again. She had never thought they'd be parted forever. "Elder," came a voice from outside. The Patriarch frowned and said, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb us?" The person outside felt his heart tremble, but he said, "Elder, several top figures have suddenly descended upon the city of the gods." The Patriarch of the Shin clan frowned. First, it had been the Sky River Great Elder. Now who was coming to make trouble? "Who is it?" he asked coldly. "The Shao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and another one from the Ziwei realm, the Do tribe," said the man outside, trembling. "3 people from these 3 great powers have come. Their clan leaders have come personally." The Patriarch of the Shin clan's expression finally changed, and he was not the only one. All of the great figures of the Shin clan looked shocked. If they had been outside, they would have sensed this, but they were busy with Futian. The elders of 3 powerful forces had come. What did this mean? The Sky River Great Elder's attack had shaken the Shin clan. Had these people come to kick them while they were down? Although these were the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm, in normal times, they would not even be worthy of the Shin clan's attention. Each of them only had 1 top-level figure, and the Shin clan had 3. Even if one of them was gone, he and Shanji could still protect them. Who in the vast world would dare disturb them? But today was different. The affair with the Sky River Great Elder was not yet finished, and the Shin clan had experienced great turmoil. Now, 3 great figures had come here together. If they had come to attack, the Shin clan could not stop them. Looking away from Futian, the Patriarch said coldly, "We will leave this place first." On saying so, he turned and walked out of the hall. A dark look came over the faces of the cultivators of the Shin clan as they followed him out. On the steps to the hall, the Patriarch looked off into the distance. His thoughts swept out, spreading far away in an instant. Soon, he a figure standing on top of a building with his hair dancing in the wind. He recognized him. It was Xiao Dingtian of the Shao clan. It was said that he had not appeared in the outside world for many years. The Patriarch's thoughts continued to sweep out until he saw 2 more people. One of them was carefree and unrestrained, sitting there peacefully, while the other was eating and drinking in a pavilion. This one had a husky figure. Everyone in the pavilion where he was eating had evacuated, and no one dared come near. His aura was too frightening. It seemed as if it would be impossible to breathe if one sat beside him. The 3 of them were all in different places in the city of the gods. They had not appeared together, and they were not coming towards the Shin clan. However, since they had all appeared at the same time, no one would think that was a coincidence. This was the homeland of the Shin clan. How stupid would one have to be to think that it was an accident that 3 great figures had appeared there at the same time? There was a cold look on the Patriarch of the Shin clan's face. These 3 top figures would not normally cooperate. There was only one reason for them to make common cause. Their descendants were all very close to Futian of the Heavenly Mandate realm. All of this was because of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They dared attack the Shin clan because of that academy. At that moment, he seemed to sense something. He looked through endless space, off into the distance. There, a terrifying aura seemed to be approaching, getting closer and closer. The city of the gods was one of the greatest cities in the Central Emperor realm. Now, a mighty aura was spreading through the sky above the city. It was the aura of a mighty army that was traveling through the air. Countless people looked up at it. It was made up of renhuangs. A low roar rang out from the mouths of terrifying dragons. The sun was blotted out as kunpings flapped their wings. Overpowering elephants charged through the clouds. An army of renhuangs rode on the backs of the dragons, elephants, and kunpings. They were descending upon the city of the gods. There were two people at their head, one old, one young. The old one had an incredible aura, and the young one was heroic and had hair as white as snow. The forces of the heavenly mandate realm. The people of the city of gods soon guessed who they were. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had been founded not long ago, shaking the 9 realms. It was said that a cultivator of the Shin clan had gone there in force seeking someone. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had refused him, after which Shanji had attacked the academy. Why had the academy come here now? First, it had been the Sky River Great Elder, who had turned into a demon. Now it was the army of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Moreover, it seemed like 3 powerful figures had come here before them. When had such a powerful storm ever befallen the city of the gods? When had the Shin clan ever been in this much trouble? This is too much, said someone, looking up at the army in the sky and trembling. The people involuntarily followed the army towards the Shin clan. Of course, only Runhuang-level people dared follow them closely. In the pavilion, the mighty and powerful figure put down his cup and stood up. He looked out towards the Shin clan, and an oppressive aura swept out all around him. Countless people looked at him. He stood there in the pavilion like a god of war, facing the Shin clan. The elder of the Yuanyang clan and the Xiao Dingtian of the Xiao clan let their auras spread out as well. They stood atop buildings, and as they let their auras out, the people in the area around them began to tremble. These were top-level people. 3 powerful auras were descending upon the Shin clan at once. And at the same time, a powerful army had appeared as well. Chapter 1706 Greetings to the Master. The Shun clan was vast and boundless. Its interior was akin to an ancient city with an unknown number of cultivators. At this time, many figures levitated into the sky from the Shin clan. They focused on the outer sky, at the great army that had descended. There were still those who had no qualms about attacking the Shin clan. Last time it was the Sky River Great Elder, and this time it was the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Lord Taishian levitated into the sky alone, heading toward the direction of Shin clan. He took a step into the void. Bang! Loud sounds were heard, and buildings inside the Shin clan collapsed and shattered. A terrible storm of sword chi blew through the Shin clan, and some from the Shin clan perished immediately under the sword. Shunji's body rose into the air. He opened his divine eyes, and the divine light reaching toward Lord Taishian. He said in a chilling tone, "Lord Taishian, do you know what you are doing?" Naturally, Lord Taishian responded, "When Shun clan slaughtered countless cultivators in the attack of Tianhe realm, have you ever thought that the Sky River Great Elder would one day come to avenge them? Likewise, when you forced your way into the Heavenly Mandate Academy, you never expected that one day the Heavenly Mandate Academy would dare to come to the Shin clan. Everything that was done by the Shun clan must be repaid." Lord Taishian stepped out again, and the sword will set off a terrifying storm, as many ancient temples of the Shin clan were flattened by the sword chi, just like what Shinji did to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. How could the Shin clan be so self-assured, thinking that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would not fight back? Just because the Shin clan was strong and powerful, Shunji was bold enough to be so aggressive as to uproot the newly established Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, at this moment, Lord Taishian was telling him that whatever Shun clan dared to do, they would also. The clan lord of Shun clan was still standing below, as his divine spirit swept toward the top figures in the other 3 directions. The 3 of them were at different locations outside the Shin clan and observing from afar. It was as if they were not here to fight, but merely to observe. "How about you guys? asked the clan lord of Shin Clan. He could hardly believe that the three top peak forces would also dare to go to war with them. If they started a war, both sides would suffer. Those who were at the pinnacle of power perhaps would not perish, but their young ones would most certainly be decimated. Who could afford to pay such a price? It didn't seem that they were at the point where they need to all perish together. Xiao Muyu, the goddess of Xiao Clan, and some of our youngsters had entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. When we heard that the Shun clan had come in force and slaughtered indiscriminately, completely ignoring their existence, our youngsters were quite incensed and demand an explanation. "That's why we are here today," said Xiao Dingtian, the clan lord of the Xiao clan. His tone was extremely calm, without any emotion, as if he was just stating a casual matter. Clearly, they would not perish together, nor do they really wish a full-blown war. It was a price that no one could afford. But it was true that the Shun clan was the instigator in this conflict, and it was hard for all the principalities here to act without prejudice. After all, who could overlook such blatant offense? By coincidence, Sky River Great Elder invaded the Shin clan, with Lord Taixian and Yi Futian following closely behind. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to come along. Since the Shin clan thought that they didn't dare to go to war, they wanted to see if the Shin clan dared to start a war all by themselves. And now, they were inside the Shin clan. In this world, no one lacked courage, especially those who had cultivated to the level that they were in. By daring to come here with prominent figures of all top forces, Yi Futian displayed fearless courage. Lord Taixian and Yi Futian were right. If this humiliation was tolerated, then the newly established Heavenly Mandate Academy would never be able to stand up in the Heavenly Mandate realm. So here they were. The young ones couldn't let go such slight, so us old ones had to come over and keep an eye on them. Or else, it may be like last time in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, getting killed off by Chief Elder Shinji. The clan lord of Yuanyang clan piped up. His tone, though nonchalant, was clearly full of strong resentment. Today, all three great cultivators came to protect their young. They stood here and watched to see whether or not the Shin clan would dare to make a move. If the Shin clan did make a move, then they would have no choice but to oblige. The wager for today's gamble between both sides was the entire Shin clan. If the Shun clan dared to play the game, it could possibly be annihilated. For mighty figures plus the top forces from Heavenly Mandate realm, no one had any doubts that they could very well destroy everyone except the two major figures of the Shin clan. Of course, this was not a step anyone wished to take. However, it would be impossible to spare the two major figures of the Shin clan, so this was a poison pill they had to take. Once, Shunji had wagered that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would not retaliate. Today they bet that Shin clan dared not make a move, which was also a strong response to the Shin clan. A divine dragon was moving forward, with Yi Futian standing on top of it. Behind him, there were some who traveled with him, and they were very young. Every one of them was the top figure of their generation. On both sides, people from the top forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm were standing guard for them. "Bring them," Yi Futian said. A divine dragon came forward, and several men were clasped within its sharp claws. In one direction within Shin clan, Shunhao was there. Behind him, Luo Yang paled. Seeing the situation right now, he knew that everything had gone wrong. He had thought that facing the powerful Shin clan, the Heavenly Mandate Academy lacked the power to fight back and would not risk any sudden moves. But the Heavenly Mandate Academy had unleashed swiftly upon the Shin clan. "Luo Yang," Yi Futian called to him, but Luo Yang stood there without moving. Bastard! Luo Yang's father was imprisoned by the sharp claws of the divine dragon, and his eyes were bloody red. He definitely did not expect that Luo Yang to cause such a grievous disaster in the upper worlds. He participated in this kind of power play intending to benefit from it, but he didn't know he was, in fact, playing with fire. "Father, I'm sorry." Luo Yang's face was pale, but he couldn't die now. Shinhao had already agreed to take him in cultivation. If he stepped out now, everything would be over. If he could stay alive, then there was still hope. Yi Futian stared coldly at Luo Yang in the distance. Did he think he could survive this? The divine dragon continued moving forward. Yi Futian put out his hand, and the spatial will of the way swept out, as a giant hand pressed down through the void. This golden giant hand from the space caught Luo Yang and slowly lifted him up. "Save me!" Luo Yang had a look of terror on his face. But when he looked at the cultivators behind him, no one paid any attention to him. To the Xin clan, Luo Yang was but a nobody. No one cared about whether he lived or died. Luo Yang saw those indifferent eyes looking at him, and he felt cold all over. The giant palm imprisoned him and moved him in front of Futian. Boom! Flames descended, engulfing Luo Yang's body. "Let me die quickly." Luo Yang's face was distorted. He looked terribly wretched. Futian stared at him indifferently, ignoring the miserable howls let out by Luo Yang, who was also well-versed in the art of flames. However, under the flames of the way, his body disappeared little by little until there was nothing left but ashes. All the cultivators watched what was happening in front of them and remarked on its ruthlessness. Luo Yang's family members looked on with bloody red eyes, but who could they blame at this moment? All of this was Luo Yang's own doing. People from Luo clan will never be allowed to leave Crimson Dragon City, or else the entire clan will be eradicated. "You may go back now," Futian said. Divine Dragon loosened its claws, and people of the Luo clan left with their lives, but their hearts were cold. They would not be allowed to leave Crimson Dragon City for as long as they were alive, never mind about Crimson Dragon Realm. This was how Futian forbade their clan to even contemplate revenge for generations to come. Crimson Dragon Emperor would be keeping close tabs on them. Luo Yang's death was just an aside. The fact was that not many people here cared much about whether Luo Yang lived or died. But if it weren't for Luo Yang, none of this mess would have happened. It was because of the news that Luo Yang gave to the Xin clan that started the chain of events. Even as Luo Yang was unimportant, Futian had to be killed. He looked in the direction of the Xin clan and said loud and clear, "Futian from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, come to bring back my master Qi Xiangang, senior brother, and Fei Xue." This voice rolled like thunder, resounding through heaven and earth, heard throughout the entire Xin clan. His master Qi Xiangang had been trapped for many days. Now the senior brother and Fei Xue had also been brought here by the Xin clan. Today, he came to bring them home. Sky River Great Elder was not successful, so he could not fail today. In the distance, the clan lord of the Xin clan looked at Futian from afar. This was the first time he saw this white-haired young man. Before this, he had only heard people below talking about him a few times. Qi Shuanggong's own talent was not spectacular. Back then, the Shun clan opposed his marriage to Nongyue, causing a series of bad events. No one could anticipate that Qi Shuanggong's disciple was so outstanding. He knew clearly that today's siege on Shen clan by the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the three top figures was because of this disciple of his. To be able to do all of this, even he, as one of the pinnacle figures of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, had to admit that it was truly amazing. Xin clan stood on the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and had never been so passive and overwhelmed by an opponent like they were today. No wonder he was able to create the Heavenly Mandate Academy by himself. It seemed that they had underestimated him. "Bring Qi Xiangang and the other two," the clan lord said. Someone stepped into the temple and soon, three figures emerged. It was Qi Xiangang, Yin Yuan, and Nanzhai. Fei Xue was not one of them. Obviously, to the Xin clan, different values were placed on Fei Xue, Qi Xiangang, and the others. Qi Xiangang, Yin Yuan, and Nanzhai looked into the distance and saw the white-haired man who came on the Divine Dragon. Qi Xiangang renounced his relationship with Futian years ago and suffered alone, precisely because he wished to spare Futian. He never thought that there would be a day when Futian would lead an army to the Shen clan and came for him. Unfit disciple Futian now, come to bring the master home. Looking at the frail Qi Xiangang at this moment, Futian felt a deep sorrow. He was a most incompetent disciple. Once, he had watched his master being taken away by the Shen clan, while he didn't dare to make their relationships known. After such a long time, he was finally here. Fortunately, the master was still safe and sound. Do Zhao from the Do clan in Ziwei realm greets the master and two senior brothers. At this time, Do Zhao also took a step forward, bowing in the direction where Qi Xiangang was. This was the first time he met his master since Yi Futian accepted him as his junior brother, and he had to pay his respect. Qi Xiangang was taken aback, unaware since when was Do Zhao a disciple of his? Long Chun from the Dragon Gods in Heavenly Mandate Realm. Greetings to the Grandmaster. June from the Sky Demon Court in Heavenly Mandate Realm. Greetings to the Grandmaster. Gao Huang from the 10,000 Divine Mountain in Heavenly Mandate Realm Mountain. Greetings to the Grandmaster. Xiao Muyu from the Xiao Clan in the Imperial Realm. Greetings to the Grandmaster. Many emerged, saluting Qi Xiangang in the distance. At this moment, Qi Xiangang was a little confused. Chapter 1707 The Gods Have Spoken. The clan lord of the Xin clan showed a look of surprise. Were all these people Qi Xuanggang's disciples? Every one of them represented a mighty principality to be reckoned with. What a genius was this white-haired disciple of Qi Xuanggang's master. My fellow junior brothers and Muyu have cultivated in the deed of thorough comprehension before breaking through the realm, as it was greatly helpful to prove the Renhuang realm. I taught them on behalf of the master, so they are now master's disciples, Yi Futian said, speaking loudly. My junior brothers and I have come to take the master home. Qi Xiangang was silent. He knew this was Yi Futian's design to help set him free, accepting disciples on his behalf, all for today's showdown. How are you planning on bringing them home? The clan lord of the Shun clan spoke from the sky. Their rival had come in an alliance so that the Shin clan would not dare to act rashly. However, would these people really dare to start a war with the Shin clan? Were they not afraid of angering the Shin clan and causing mutual destruction? Put it bluntly, in this game, though they were in a passive position, it was still the resolve on both sides that were tested. Except this time, they did not have the upper hand. Yi Futian glanced into the distance. The massive body of the divine dragon moved forward, drove into the sky above the Shin clan. All his people were standing with him on both sides. Behind him, the great army moved forward, along with him. In the void, as well as the city of the gods, the four great figures shrouded the Shun clan with their spiritual will. It was as if the war of mutual destruction could explode at any moment. I came here today with no plan on retreating. If I can't get out of here alive, I will take down the entire Shun clan to be buried with me, or I will take my people back, Yi Futian replied. The divine dragon continued moving forward, not fast, but with an extremely firm attitude. There was no mistaking the great determination in his calm voice. No one in the Shun clan doubted his determination. The moment Yi Futian stepped into the Shin clan, he risked death at any moment, because he was facing the entire Shun clan plus two major figures. But still, he came with a great army. Now that they were here, clearly, he had prepared for all eventualities. They either fight and everyone dies, or the Shun clan releases their people to them. There was no third option. Inside the Shin clan, many cultivators rose into the sky, and within the vast Shin clan, a terrifying aura of Renhuang swept toward that great army. Even the cultivators of the Shin clan could felt great pressure at this moment. This army was not just a single principality, but was a conglomeration of all the elite powers from the Heavenly Mandate realm. But the fact was that as long as it had less Renhuang at the peak level, then the Heavenly Mandate realm was still unlikely to compete against the Shin clan. This was also the reason why Shinji dared to move against the Heavenly Mandate Academy with aggression. However, today, Yi Futian only had 4 people at the peak level on his side. I'll give you a chance. At this time, the clan lord of the Shen clan outside the temple said to Yi Futian and the others, since you want to take your master back, I will allow it. Anyone who is related to Qi Xiangang, as long as someone could get to them, I will let you take that person with you. Only the lower Renhuang of the Shun clan will defend. He could see that those who called Qi Xiangang master were all of the lower Renhuang realm. The realm of Renhuang was divided into 9 order of the divine wheel, but, in fact, there were only 3 major realms. Therefore, it was appropriate that he would send the lower Renhuang to battle. But even so, how many cultivators did Shin clan have? Many of them were at the top level of lower Renhuang, so they were still at a great advantage. This was his compromise to give the other a way out. It was meaningless to keep Qi Xiangang and the others any longer, but today's battle was about the dignity of the Shin clan. He couldn't just let them go, but it seemed difficult to not let them go either. Futian would not give up until he got what he came for. You feel it is justified for the few of them to fight against the entire lower Renhuang of the Shin clan, said Xiao Dingtian in the distance. A bit of sarcasm could be detected in his indifferent tone. How brave was the Shin clan? Futian knew that the attitude of the Shin clan was not as aggressive as they were before with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They did not dare to gamble. If the two sides clashed, the Shin clan would definitely be the first one to be destroyed, because this fight was on their territory. He smiled sarcastically while looking at the clan lord of the Shin clan from afar and said, "Although I will take my people home no matter what, I will take this opportunity to expose just how easily the Shin clan can be crushed. The profound heritage that you are so proud of is, in fact, nothing and won't stand up to our strike." As his voice faded, he stepped forward and dismounted the divine dragon. Next to him, Yusheng, Yaya, the swordmaster of Lihan, Gu Donglu, Xiao Muyu, and other powerful cultivators stepped out at the same time, standing shoulder to shoulder with Futian in the sky. Every single one of them was outstanding in their own way. This battle would be the first battle where all of Qi Shuanggong's disciples fight together. After having proved the way, in this first battle, we will trample the Shun clan Renhuang, Futian said, and stepped forward. Dou Zhao, descendant of the fighting god, will overpower the Shen clan today. Dou Zhao let out a howl, feeling inexplicably emotional as blood boiled inside of him. Multiple marks of the fighting god appeared around his brow chakra. In an instant, his aura increased wildly by leaps and bounds. A giant towering shadow of the fighting god appeared, and the light of the divine will swept out. He clenched his fists as his hulking torso merged into the shadow of the fighting god. As soon as he took the first step, endless divine light penetrated his body. Its bright dazzle was incomparable. Will of the fighting god, open sevenfolds. With a loud roar, the fighting god walked across the sky, and when he saw the Shun clan cultivators ahead, he raised a fist and punched through the void. The aura of that Shin clan Renhuang swept out, but before he was fully ready, he saw Dou Zhao's fist blasting through the air toward him. Bang! A golden divine light pierced through the space, and an explosive sound was heard. That Renhuang from the Shun clan looked down at his own chest and abdomen. He saw that a gaping hole in the shape of a fist there, where it had punched through. This sudden and dominant display shook many to their core. Dou Zhao of the Dou clan, with his perfect divine wheel, had just executed a Renhuang of the Shin clan, completely without mercy. Dou Zhao didn't care so much about that. This was sanctioned by the clan lord of the Shin clan, so he didn't need to hold back. He had permission to kill. Perfect divine wheel, the cultivators of the Shen clan secretly remarked. Dou Zhao of the Dou clan in the Ziwei realm had cast the perfect divine wheel. The rest of the lower Renhuang of the Shen clan finally came to and released an explosively tyrannical breath, not giving their opponent another chance to attack them at will. A mighty destructive force swept out. The cultivators of the Shen clan cultivators were many. Could these few really think that they could shake every one of the lower Renhuang of the Shen clan? Somewhere else at this time, a Shun clan cultivator reached forward, and suddenly an incomparably radiant golden pattern bloomed, rotating between heaven and earth as the pattern was getting larger and larger. In front of the pattern, a golden spatial sword appeared. Hundreds and thousands of divine swords rotated, and a rain of golden swords in the sky slew toward Futian and the others. The whistling will of the great path was tearing up everything. Thump! At this moment, the earth boomed in a roar, and an overbearing dark figure strode forward and walked directly into the sword rain. His hulking and dominant torso moved under the sword will, and the sword rain that was full of terrifying power to slaughter was unable to shake him. The massive dark figure moved its arms backward, clenched the fists, and then smashed them forward, blasting on the pattern that contained hundreds and thousands of divine swords. You asked for it. That Renhuang spun his hands, then slapped them forward, as countless divine swords penetrated the void, eradicating everything in front of him. Yusheng answered with a blast of his fists and created an absolute space in the falling sword rain. All the swords had to detour around it, or they would be pulverized and shattered. Boom! When the fists landed, the pattern was punched through, and with it, the falling sword rain shattered. The fist then blasted on the opponent's head, and as it exploded, its soul and spirit also scattered. There were several other Renhuang standing high above the sky together. Their divine eyes opened at their brow chakra and swept down at the few people beneath. As the divine light fell, the divine eyes intruded the others' consciousness. However, several figures levitated into the air at the same time. Xiao Mu's divine wheel exploded forth, and it was equally perfect as the others. Her beautiful eyes shot toward the others, as a yin-yang image of life and death appeared in her eyes. Yaya summoned up the sword matrix of the void, and as she stood upon it, that massive sword matrix was the divine wheel which she had cast. Buzz. The sword matrix of the void bloomed brilliantly, and a sword light engulfed the sky, slaughtered a Renhuang in its wake. June and Long Chen acted at the same time. While June morphed into the golden raven, the divine solar light shot out and went through the opponent's eyes, so that even the flames now appeared in those divine eyes. He spread his wings as the divine solar light traversed the void. Not to be outdone, Long Chen raised his hands, and a purple blood storm appeared. Standing high above in the sky, Gu Donglu unleashed the divine picture of heavenly mandate, which summoned the gods and demons of all heavens. In a blink of an eye, every Renhuang from the Shen clan who had made their moves fell one by one. By contrast, perfect divine wheels bloomed one after another. The sky where they were at was already submerged by a glowing light, and the vision of heaven and earth attracted endless divine light. All of them were perfect. Cultivators of the Shen clan watched in complete horror. How could this be possible? All of them were perfect, without exception. Even the clan lord of the Shen clan and the great elder Shenji were mesmerized by what they saw. Their eyes fixed on the gorgeous display in front of them, and their hearts were troubled. In this generation, besides them, were there really so many geniuses who had cast the perfect divine wheel in the 9 realms? It seemed, almost. This was almost like something from a dream. How could it be? All the Shen clan Renhuang looked on blankly. It was the goal of every cultivator who had proved Renhuang to cast the perfect divine wheel. But in this generation of Shen clan, Shunhao was the only one who had achieved it. However, at this moment, there was a whole group of cultivators that had apparently done it. The battlefield that had just exploded seemed to be quieted again. But in the hearts of the Shen clan cultivators, the silence was especially terrifying. They slowly turned their gazes at the white-haired man in the crowd. At this time, he walked forward in the void, facing countless stares. How did you do it? The clan lord of the Shen clan looked at Futian, and intuition told him that this shocking reality had everything to do with Futian. Futian looked at him across the air, continued to move forward, and said slowly, "I have witnessed the awakening of the great emperor, which resonated with me. The great emperor had given me his inheritance, and I have felt the calling of the gods and listened to their will. And the gods had spoken that the Shen clan should be eradicated." Chapter 1708 Opportunity. The deities had decreed that the Shen clan had to be eliminated. Right now, Futian's white hair fluttered in the wind. Brilliant divine light appeared on his body. Divine signs appeared and reverberated with the great path. This scene caused other people to hallucinate. It was as though he was truly inheriting the will of the deities. Many people were familiar with this saying. Futian had also said such words before in the God's Relic when the other cultivators questioned him. It was just that back then, many people believed that he was joking and spouting nonsense. However, the halo over Futian's body was glowing brighter and brighter. Was that truly a joke? He witnessed the awakening of the great emperor and heard the will of the deities. Right now, many people could not help but believe that what Futian had said was true. In the God's Relic, he had witnessed the awakening of the great emperor and received the teachings of the great emperor. Hence, he had been changing rapidly. Even the people around him were forging flawless divine wheels. Shen clan had always wanted to obtain divine items. There might be such divine items, or the teachings of the great emperor on Futian. Shenhao also looked at Futian. He remembered the dazzling divine light that radiated at the last moment in the heavenly palace in the God's Relic back then. The light was blinding and caused the crowd to be unable to open their eyes. They could not even release their will. At that time, had Yi Futian received the teachings of the great emperor? Did Yi Futian turn out to be the biggest winner of the god's relic? As for Yi Futian's last sentence, it was completely ignored by Shin Clan. The deities did not know Shin Clan and would not concern themselves with Shin Clan. Shin Clan had to be eliminated, was just the arrogant nonsense spouted by Yi Futian. If Shin Clan was eliminated, Yi Futian, the giant figures, as well as all the members at lower planes, would be buried here. However, the cultivators with flawless divine wheels still gave the cultivators of Shin Clan a huge sense of astonishment. They roughly understood why the three top forces of Shao Clan, Yuanyang Clan, as well as Do Tribe had come over. It might be that they wanted to rely on Yi Futian to completely reshuffle the forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. That way, they could completely surpass some forces that they could not surpass in the past, such as their Shin Clan. Today their battle with Shin Clan would be a very significant battle for them. Coincidentally, Sky River Great Elder, who had slaughtered his way into Shin Clan, had provided them with an opportunity. It was as though that was how things were playing out to be. So, you all want to step over Shin Clan and rise in rank? The major figures of Shin Clan thought to themselves. Before they attacked Heavenly Mandate Academy, they had never imagined that these people would dare try to step over their Shin Clan to ascend. They did not say anything. It was not easy to reach the Renhuang Plain. The Renhuangs of Shin Clan might have underestimated their opponents before this. However, right now, seeing that all of them were possessors of flawless divine wheels, how could they not understand that this was going to be a truly vicious battle? When the clan leader ordered the lower-level Renhuangs of Shin Clan to hold off these few Renhuangs, many members of Shin Clan were full of disdain. In the end, they had paid the price for doing so with their blood. There were a number of Renhuangs who were instantly cut down when they exchanged blows with Heavenly Mandate Academy. The destructive power of the possessors of flawless divine wheels was extremely frightening. Right now, the Renhuangs who had advanced alone began to retreat. The Renhuangs in the distance also advanced forward to regroup with them. In a short while, the group of Renhuangs stood before the crowd. Might of Renhuang instantly burst forth from their bodies. The divine wheels in their bodies burst forth with a brilliant glow. Even though their individual divine wheels were all different, the same scene played out on their glabellas. They all opened their divine eyes. This was the talent of their Shin Clan. In the sky above, brilliant divine light suddenly shone. The power of the great path in the world actually resonated with their divine eyes. Yi Futian's group felt an unparalleled majestic pressure of the great path pressing down on them. They stopped in their tracks as the terrifying force stood before them. At that moment, there were many Renhuangs of Shin Clan joining forces, forming a large formation in this part of the space. It was as though the heavens were separated. Their movements seemed to have been slowed down. There was a frightening spatial great path flow that was everywhere. Around Yi Futian's group, illusions of deities appeared. When the divine eyes of Shin Clan gazed at Yi Futian's group, they clearly felt as though they were being brought into an independent spatial world. In that world, deities appeared in the sky above, as though they had been summoned. As one of the top clans in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the Renhuangs of Shin Clan naturally were not pushovers. Even against a group of possessors of flawless divine wheels, they still possessed an advantage in terms of plane and numbers. Yi Futian naturally also sensed the majestic force. When the cultivators of Shin Clan released the same ability, it created a resonance. It was as though they had become the masters of this part of the world and completely controlled this space. In that instant, the cultivators of Shin Clan had turned the tables to suppress them. "Kill them!" an extremely solemn voice ordered. Their opponent had already tried to kill them. The Renhuangs of Shin Clan naturally would not be merciful. Regardless of the consequences, since their opponents dared to take them on, their Shin Clan would also do the same. His order had just been issued when endless divine light directly ripped the space apart. This was Shin Clan's grand massacre technique, Tianshin Cleave. All of their opponents would be buried under this technique. Rumble. The auras of Yi Futian's group frenziedly exploded outwards. Their flawless divine wheels of the Great Path formed an independent space of the Great Path around them, blocking the Tianshin Cleave technique. At the same time, they also felt a soul-cleaving power. Yi Futian raised his head. His eyes became very strange. In a loud voice, he asked, "Do you know what flawless divine wheels signify?" Pairs of divine eyes swept towards Futian. At the exact same instance, Futian's eyes also became extremely frightening. His eyes directly penetrated their gazes and imprisoned them in an ice sorcery zone. It means that we have absolute control over Wei. In terms of the Great Path, we have absolute suppression. Futian's figure gradually rose into the sky. He stood at the center of the endless massacre divine light, but the frightening divine light went around his body when it came in contact with it. Lower-level Renhuangs, before me, you are unqualified to release the might of your Wei. As Futian spoke, his body kept floating upwards. He stood unaffected amidst the endless massacre of divine light. At the same time, around his body, streaks of divine light of the Great Path extended outwards. They directly penetrated the opponent's space of the Great Path, breaking through the layers of protection and enveloping the endless space. Many people seemed to hear the sound of a guqin of the Great Path. The streaks of divine light of the Great Path became guqin strings of the Great Path. Sword will also emanated from them. Inside Futian's body, unparalleled divine light exploded from his guqin divine wheel. Even the illusions of the deities in the sky above could not suppress him. Futian pointed a finger at the heavens. He drew his finger across the sky, and divine swords slashed across the sky. Shatter! A crisp voice sounded everywhere. As this word was uttered, the crowd sensed the Great Path shattering. The spatial Great Path that suppressed this part of the world was destroyed by sword will in that instance. Beams of light from the divine swords ripped apart the heavens. In the end, they formed a stream of swords that shot directly over in the direction of the cultivators of Shen clan. With a huge rumble, divine light exploded, and the formation of the Renhuangs of Shen clan instantly collapsed. Bang! The heavens shook. In the instant that their formation collapsed, the crowd saw two silhouettes appear at the same time. They seemed to be intrinsically linked. These two silhouettes were both overbearing and were full of endless power. One of them had illusions of demons behind him, while the other had the illusion of the fighting god behind him. At that moment, the two war god-level figures seemed to be astonishingly in sync. They sent out a punch towards the Renhuangs at the same time. There was another intense vibration. A loud rumble could be heard in the sky. It was as though those two punches had shattered the space. As the punches traversed the space, countless afterimages that contained unparalleled power also penetrated the space. The figures of the Renhuangs of Shen clan were sent flying outwards at the same time. Cracks appeared on some of their divine wheels. Some of them coughed up blood, while others had ruptured internal organs. In an instant, the attack had negated the terrifying formation that was set up by many Renhuangs from Shen clan. The cultivators in the sky could all see this battle. Their hearts began to waver. Even the top figures of Shao clan, Yuanyang clan, as well as Dou tribe could not keep calm. This was the perfection that cultivators sought. Although they had broken through to the shackles of their planes, one reality was clearly being displayed before them. Those who had flawed great paths could not become emperor. They could only be called false emperors. They also knew that true perfection was at the peak of the Renhuang plane. Even those who had broken through the shackles of the Great Path were no match against someone with a 9th-tier divine wheel. This was a flaw that they could never compensate for. Hence, when they knew that Futian had a group of possessors of flawless divine wheels around him, they had decided to come out and stand with Heavenly Mandate Academy. Or rather, they came out to stand with Futian against Shen clan. They also dreamt that one day, their descendants could obtain what they could not achieve. If there were such a day, they would have no regrets. It might be said that it was what the leader of Shen clan had imagined. Them standing against Shen clan today was a fate of circumstance. This battle would most likely be one for the history books. It would cause a huge shift in the hierarchy of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the future. They clearly knew that although they were all top forces, in reality, the hierarchy of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was already set in stone, and it was extremely difficult to ascend. Ascending their ranks required the continuous effort of generations of people and needed the appearance of peerless monstrous figures who did not die in the process of advancing their cultivation. Wishing for change in this hierarchy was too difficult. Yi Futian's appearance might have been an opportunity. An opportunity for a complete reshuffle of the top forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. However, they also understood that there would be powerful resistance to such a change. When they were standing here, they had already thought it through. Since such an opportunity had appeared before them, no matter what happened, they would fight for it at all costs. Chapter 1709 Battle Between Two. Amidst the cultivators of Shen Clan, after Yi Futian's three-man team pushed back the Renwangs, they continued advancing in the direction of the Sacred Hall. Yi Futian's group was not afraid of the top figures of Shen Clan there. They did not fear those figures attacking them. Since they had come here, they had already thought things through clearly. It was either they perished and brought Shen Clan down with them, or they succeeded in rescuing their target. Yi Futian believed that the dominant and powerful Shen Clan would not dare to take such a risk when faced with the true danger of their clan being eradicated. Shen Clan would rather preserve their own lives. Yi Futian's figure accelerated as he advanced. Dou Zhao and Yu Shang cleared a path in front of him to his left and right. There were no fancy attacks. If they encountered any Renwangs, they merely attacked them in close quarters directly. Dou Zhao immediately activated the will of the sevenfold fighting god. Based on his battle against Yu Shang and the god's relic, Dou Zhao was not much weaker than Yu Shang with his current condition. Hence, the cultivators of Shen Clan merely saw the silhouettes of Renwangs directly sent flying from their attacks. No one could stand against them. On Yi Futian's left and right, the swords of Yaya and the swordmaster of Lihan also opened a path across the space. High above and behind Yi Futian, Juetian diagram appeared on Gu Donglio's body. It was as though he had summoned deities and demons. Among Shen Clan, no one at the lower-level Renhuang plane could stand against this assault. The lower-level Renhuangs of Shen Clan in all directions began to retreat. They knew that facing such an attack was almost guaranteed to fail. They had no chance of winning at all. Renhuangs with flawless divine wheels were far more powerful than ordinary Renhuangs. The former could ignore the small difference between planes. Although Yi Futian had only attacked once, he had shattered the formation established by the combined might of the Renhuangs of Shen Clan. It was just as he had said. Before him, lower-level Renhuangs did not stand a chance. Among Shen Clan, there was most likely only one person of the same plane that could do battle against Yi Futian. He was the most powerful monstrous figure of this generation of Shen Clan, who similarly possessed a flawless divine wheel, Shun Hao. Those with first and second-tier divine wheels, stand down, Shun Hao ordered. His body gradually rose into the air. As he stood in mid-air, behind him were all the cultivators of Shen Clan who had third-tier divine wheels. There weren't many of them, and they were all elite figures. The wars of the cultivation world were never won with sheer numbers. Numbers only claimed an advantage when both sides were more or less equal in terms of plane and combatability. However, before absolute power, having superior numbers was merely sending cultivators off to their deaths. What meaning was there to sending troops who could not even take one hit? Many Renhuangs had downcast expressions. Although they were reluctant, they still descended to the ground and landed among the cultivators of Shen Clan. Right now, the spatial power of the Great Path permeated the sky above the entire Shen Clan. This power separated Shen Clan from the rest. That way, the people below would not be dragged into the ferocity of the battle. Shen Hao stood in mid-air. Brilliant divine light emanated from his body. Behind him, a group of lower-level Renhuangs with third-tier divine wheels similarly unleashed extremely powerful auras of the Great Path. Endless divine light gathered together. In front of them, a spatial divine wall that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared. There seemed to be countless spatial runes shining on the wall as it separated this part of the sky. Bang! Two loud crashes could be heard. Yu Shang and Dou Zhao directly collided with the spatial divine wall. In that instant, cracks appeared on the dazzling golden divine wall. Soon after, two brilliant blades of light swept out and crashed into the cracks. It was quickly followed by the sound of the space shattering. The divine wall was blown apart into dust. However, Yu Shang and the others also slowed down and then stopped in their tracks. They looked towards Shun Hao and the other cultivators before them. Dou Zhao seemed somewhat excited. The person before him was Shun Hao, the top figure in this generation of Shen Clan. In the entire Central Emperor realm, Shun Hao was definitely considered one of the top figures of this generation. Even among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, it was still the same. Battle intent lingered on Dou Zhao's body. He wanted to charge forward and battle it out with Shun Hao. This top figure cultivated by Shen clan would certainly be extremely powerful. Nevertheless, Dou Zhao did not mind. Even if he lost, wasn't there still Yi Futian and Yu Shang? Buzz. Just thinking about this made Dou Zhao somewhat unable to hold himself back. His figure flashed past and traversed the space. He directly charged in Shun Hao's direction. The cultivators of Dou tribe were born with a love for combat. Dou Zhao had inherited the bloodline of the fighting god. The desire for battle flowed within the blood in his veins. How could he let such an opportunity slip past him? Rumble. As he advanced, his entire person became that of a war god. The will of the sevenfold fighting god was completely unleashed. His power burst out to its limit. The entire sky seemed to be crushed by his will. Yi Futian did not stop Dou Zhao when he saw him charging forward. He naturally knew that Dou Zhao loved to fight. With Dou Zhao's ability, even if Shun Hao was extremely powerful, it would be impossible for him to instantly kill Dou Zhao. Even Yi Futian and Yu Shang could not do so. Dou Zhao's resistance to take hits was also very high. His defense was astonishing. Shun Hao's divine eyes looked towards Dou Zhao. He only glanced at Dou Zhao. Shun Hao was as arrogant as a deity that had descended upon the mortal plane. From Dou Zhao's perspective, Shun Hao's silhouette was as tall as a mountain. It was as though he was a deity that was covered in endless divine light. This made Dou Zhao feel dissatisfied. This dazzling figure was shining more brilliantly than he was. Rumble. Dou Zhao raised his arms and sent out a punch. The punch of the fighting god seemed to cause even the space itself to collapse. A dull thud could be heard in the space. Shun Hao's gaze was unbelievably calm. It was as though he was unmoved when he saw Dou Zhao's overbearing punch. Shun Hao's figure that floated there remained uninhibited. The divine light in his deep gaze was frightening. The aura from his flawless divine wheel of the great path burst forth from his body. He opened his arms and slowly rose up. In that instant, a spatial storm swept up in that vast and endless space. Countless spatial divine lights swept out. The spatial storm raged frenziedly, emitting a high-pitched sound. Although it was a storm, there was no wind. There was only destructive power that tore apart everything. In a mere instant, Dou Zhao's lofty and domineering figure was swept into the countless divine lights. The spatial storm swallowed up the sky and buried him within itself. Within the storm, each beam of spatial divine light contained extremely potent power. When countless beams of divine light burst forth at the same time, its might was astonishing. Dou Zhao's excited expression suddenly changed. It wasn't because Shan Hao was powerful, but rather than this type of ability was somewhat of a counter to him. Rumble. His war god-like silhouette adorned dazzling golden armor. The fighting god sent a punch crashing out. It immediately penetrated the space, piercing through the storm. The storm that engulfed him ravaged his body. At the same time, it also surged into his mind and attacked his will. Sharp cracking sounds could be heard. The armor on Dou Zhao's body was torn apart. The storm wanted to turn his entire person to dust. Dou Zhao's body penetrated the storm and continued to crash towards Shun Hao's figure. However, he did look somewhat pathetic. His imposing manner had been knocked down a few notches. Shun Hao took a step forward and pushed his arms forward. The endless spatial storm circled in front of him and consumed Dou Zhao's figure. Dou Zhao did not retreat. He would not retreat. He merely advanced. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying sound of collisions kept sounding. Dou Zhao finally made it through the storm. Unfortunately, under the effects of the storm's frightening might, his body had also finally come to a halt. Streaks of blood appeared on his arms. His defense had been torn apart, and in the end, he still could not reach Shun Hao. Shun Hao was proficient in using the way of space. He also had a flawless divine wheel of the great path like Dou Zhao. It was very difficult for Dou Zhao to have an advantage over him. This attack left Dou Zhao somewhat dissatisfied. Shun Hao did not give Dou Zhao the chance to take on him face-to-face at all. Shun Hao swept a glance at Dou Zhao. His gaze then shifted and landed on Yi Futian. When Xian Hao met Yi Futian in the God's Relic and had heard that he was the inheritor of Sky River Great Elder, he still had not properly looked at Yi Futian. At that time, Shun Hao's attitude was arrogant. What was an inheritor of Sky River Great Elder compared to himself? In fact, Yi Futian could only be considered the grand disciple of Sky River Great Elder. However, now that Sky River Great Elder had slaughtered his way into Shun Clan alone and killed many cultivators of Shun Clan, Yi Futian had descended on Shun Clan with cultivators from various forces. With the forces at Shun Clan's gates, they threatened the existence of Shun Clan. Yi Futian's party even killed the Renwangs of Shun Clan. All this felt like a dream. This youth, who was now renowned in the Nine Realms, also established Heavenly Mandate Academy and helped the people at his side forge flawless divine wheels. Most likely, after today, Yi Futian's fame would resound in the Nine Realms and surpass that of their Shin clan. Yi Futian might even become the most brilliant existence of this generation in one fell swoop. Be it Shun Hao himself, Nan Luotian, or Jin Qingzhu, all of them had never caused such sensational events like Yi Futian had. Yi Futian was leading a large army to slaughter their way to Shun clan. Shun Hao had to strike down Yi Futian today and defeat him here. Otherwise, Yi Futian would step over him and Shun clan to become famous everywhere. Yi Futian also looked at Shun Hao. Of course, he knew that Shun Hao had not considered him a threat at all back then. It was not just Shun Hao. None of the other cultivators of Shen clan had ever looked at him properly. Of course, Yi Futian did not need their attention. On the day that Yi Futian's master had been taken away by Shen clan, he knew that one day, he would certainly come face to face with them. It was just that he had never imagined that that day would come so soon. All of you, step down, Shun Hao commanded. The other members of Shun clan looked at him with strange looks on their faces, but they still obeyed Shin Hao's order and stepped down. In Shin clan, Shun Hao's position was extremely high. It was especially so after he emerged from the God's Relic. You all have already killed many of my Shin clan's Renwangs. Since you have come here today, I believe that you only wish to take your master away and do not wish to die here. For the remainder of this battle, the both of us will suffice, Shun Hao said as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian knew that what Shun Hao had said was not wrong. It was impossible for Yi Futian to truly start a massacre. This time, they were here to take his master away. Currently, his group was not yet a powerful force. If they truly angered Shin clan completely, both sides would end up perishing together. This was not the ending he wanted. Yi Futian extended his hand, and the others understood what he meant. They similarly backed down. Yu Sheng also stepped down. Do Zhao felt somewhat depressed. However, he still headed in another direction and left the battlefield. At this moment, in the sky above Shen clan, there were only two people left standing across from each other on the battlefield. The top figure of Shen clan's current generation, as well as the future leader of Shen clan, Shen Hao. The grand disciple of Sky River Great Elder, who established Heavenly Mandate Academy, a genius figure who shook the Nine Realms with his emergence, Yi Futian. This battle would be the pinnacle battle of their generation. Chapter 17:10 Weaker than expected. Among the Shin clan, countless gazes landed on these two silhouettes. If it was said that Yi Futian leading a large force into Shen clan was significant and could change the situation with the forces of the Nine Realms, then Yi Futian and Shun Hao's battle could determine who would be the hero of the next generation. Yi Futian had already reached this stage. He had to win. It was the same for Shen Hao. If he lost, Shun clan would be completely crushed. The two of them stood across from each other and had yet to attack. Around them, an unparalleled frightening storm of the great path swept up. Divine light shone down all across the sky. It was as though endless divine halos were being created. Shun Hao's divine eye opened on his glabella. It directly penetrated Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian also similarly released his eye sorcery. Both of them wanted to directly invade each other's consciousness. Faint illusions of deities could be seen. Right now, Shun Hao was insufferably arrogant. Yi Futian's eyes were similarly extraordinary. He had forged eyes of the divine wheel. Shen Hao saw overlapping spatial prisons wanting to rush into his mind and imprison his consciousness. How could Shen Hao possibly let Yi Futian do as he wished? Under his divine eye, a frightening spatial storm swept up. Both of them collided in midair. Coincidentally, both of them were using the spatial power of the Great Path. Yi Futian's sorcery divine wheel was extremely overbearing. It kept attacking Shen Hao. Shen Hao revealed a sinister look. An even more frightening aura radiated from his body. In an instant, the divine halos that covered the sky showered down. It was like a divine sign. Tianshan Divine Halo was also a natural-born ability of Shen clan. Rumor has it that it could suppress all powers of the Great Path. Only members of the direct bloodline of Shen clan possessed this ability. When the divine halos showered down, Yi Futian also sensed his way being suppressed. He felt a miraculous sensation. This power was similar to the halos of deities. From the looks of it, a great emperor-level existence might have appeared before in Shen clan's history. All around them, a spatial storm was also brewing. Countless divine light ravaged their surroundings and enveloped the space around Yi Futian's figure within it. Under the effects of the storm divine wheel in Shen Hao's body, this space was consumed by the spatial storm. The Guqin divine wheel in Yi Futian's body similarly burst forth. Astonishing rays of light shot out, and the sound of a Guqin was created involuntarily with the Great Path as its strings. A storm of sword chi enveloped the sky and interweaved with the spatial storm. Buzz. Countless divine lights came garroting their way towards Yi Futian. Under the effects of the spatial storm, each beam of divine light contained the power of Tianshan Cleave. They slashed towards the space where Yi Futian was at, wanting to slice his body to pieces. However, around Yi Futian's body, a countering flow of swordsmanship appeared. The storm of sword chi cleaved everything and resisted the power of the spatial storm. An extremely high-pitched sound could be heard. Both of their figures remained motionless, both standing on their spots. It was just the confrontation of powers of the Great Path, but it was already extremely fierce and frightening. If either one of them were weaker than the other, they would most likely be vaporized under the will of the Great Path. The space where they were was already swallowed up by the raging storm of the Great Path. Both of them were within the endless destructive storm and appeared somewhat blurry. At this moment, the crowd was blinded by a bright light. Countless divine halos shone down on Shen Hao. It was like a pair of God's wings had appeared on his body. Illusions of deities appeared, as though they had been summoned from ancient times. Then, Shen Hao finally moved. He took a step forward. The next moment, his figure disappeared without a trace into the spatial storm. Yi Futian watched as Shen Hao's silhouette vanished. His expression remained the same. He immediately extended his arm and pointed a finger forwards. In that instant, a beam of brilliant divine light appeared where Yi Futian's finger pointed to. This beam of light was extremely sharp until it sliced the very fabric of space apart. A divine sword formed at the tip of his finger and became a divine sword that clashed with Shen Hao's attack. It caused a high-pitched sound to explode in the space. The light of the divine sword ripped apart the space as it kept advancing. However, that destructive power of Shen Hao also disappeared in an instant along with his body. Sizzle. Behind Yi Futian, another beam of extremely dazzling light radiated. This time, Yi Futian did not dodge it. Brilliant golden divine light instantly burst forth from his body and flooded the sky. A towering golden divine elephant appeared, and the divine elephant divine wheel in his body burst forth. A third divine wheel. The cultivators of Shen clan, observing the battle, were astonished. All of his divine wheels were flawless. Even Shen Hao had only forged 2 flawless divine wheels. Bang! The sound of a terrifying explosion reverberated in the space. The golden divine elephant trampled the sky. Divine halos became sharp blades that slashed at the body of the golden divine elephant, cleaving it apart. One could imagine how powerful the attack power of the blades was. However, Yi Futian turned around and immediately sent out a punch. 10,000 elephants stampeded across the sky. Divine elephants ripped apart the space, and the collapsing Great Path shattered everything. Shen Hao's silhouette wanted to become ethereal once again. This time, the spatial storm in front of him was directly blown apart, causing his silhouette to be forced to appear as he was sent flying from the shockwave. Divine Elephant Void-Splitting Fist contained the power to split apart space itself and collapse the Great Path. It could shatter space and counter Shen Hao's powers. Yi Futian's gaze was locked on Shen Hao. He said, "Is that all that the top figure of this generation of Shen clan has to show?" Shen Hao's gaze was as sharp as daggers. He extended both of his arms, and tens of thousands of divine halos descended at the same time. In his body, another divine wheel burst forth. In the sky above, endless golden illusions of spatial divine spears appeared. The blood vessels in Shen Hao's body churned and roared. His divine blood was boiling. Right now, Shen Hao was bathed in endless divine halos and had become a true deity. The divine halos directly merged with his body. At the same time, a divine spear appeared from inside his body. It appeared amongst the divine halos that covered the sky. Shen Hao extended his hand and wielded the spear divine wheel in his hand. He pointed it towards Futian. The divine halos showered down on where the divine spear was pointed to. Illusions of spears covered the sky and rained down on Futian. Buzz. Shen Hao's figure moved again. This time, he charged straight towards Futian like a deity descending upon the mortal plane. His divine spear stabbed out and was followed by the divine halos in the heavens above, as well as the astonishing spatial storm. His attack immediately suppressed the great path in this part of the sky completely. It was as though only this spear existed within this space. Yi Futian discovered that Shen Hao's temperament had changed. Yi Futian stepped into the air. Divine elephants also followed suit, their trumpeting shaking the world around them. He sent the divine elephant void-splitting fist crashing out, shattering the spatial storm. Shen Hao's spear descended and penetrated the power of Yi Futian's fist. The spear landed directly on the body of the gigantic divine elephant. Kacha! A crisp crack sounded. Cracks appeared on the illusion of the elephant. The spear attempted to break the divine elephant into pieces. Bang! Yi Futian's body was pushed back due to the shockwave. Shen Hao stood high above in the sky. His divine spear was bathed in endless divine halos. The halos enveloped the sky, suppressing all the will of the Great Path. The Great Path in this territory was all under the command of Shen Hao. With divine halos surrounding him, Shen Hao attacked once again. Yi Futian remained calm. Divine sound was played, and illusory figures of the deities appeared one by one in the space. This time, they were not summoned by Shen Hao, but Yi Futian. It was the magnum opus of golden divine nation, the sigh of the divine god. The divine elephant divine wheel was activated. Yi Futian strode upwards and ascended into the clouds. A terrifying rumbling sound could be heard. 10,000 elephants rushed across the space and covered up half of the sky. Yi Futian sensed that his divine wheel could definitely suppress Shen Hao, but the latter had activated the natural-born ability of Shen clan to make up for the difference in power between them. However, even if they were competing in terms of attack power, Yi Futian was not afraid of Shen Hao. When faced with Shen Hao's attack, Yi Futian sent out a punch. 10,000 divine elephants broke loose at the same time. The heavens and earth shook. It was as though the great path had collapsed. The same technique would unleash different powers depending on the strength of the users. Right now, the top figures of divine elephants had to admit that even they could not master the magnum opus of their clan, as well as Yi Futian had. Regardless of its law power or its strength, Yi Futian had the absolute advantage. Rumble. A shockingly loud bang sounded. Shen Hao's body was sent flying into the air. Countless divine elephants were still stomping towards him, attempting to bury him beneath them. Shen Hao's facial expression was ugly. Did he still lose even after he had used his natural-born ability? He stared at Yi Futian, who was beneath him. An even more terrifying aura burst forth from within him. An ancient aura seemed to be emanating from Shen Hao's body. It was the power of the divine item. Spatial doors appeared in the space and engulfed the stampeding divine elephants. The elephants disappeared behind the doors. Huh. Yi Futian frowned as he looked at Shen Hao. Was this the divine item Shen Hao got from the god's relic? Back when they were at the god's relic, all of them who stood beneath the heavenly palace had each gotten a divine item. Yi Futian had given his to Yaya. You have lost, Lord Taixian said coldly. His voice was being transmitted through the space. Lord Taixian, it's okay. Yi Futian responded, even with the divine item, he is no match for me. When Shan Hao heard Yi Futian's words, his face turned pale green from anger. Today's battle was a humiliation for him. All his techniques were useless on Yi Futian. Right now, he even needed to use the divine item he got from the god's relic to aid him in battle. This item has already been refined by me. It is already a part of me, Shan Hao said. The spatial storm divine will burst forth, this time. A spatial door that consumed everything seemed to appear within the spatial storm. It swallowed up the space that Yi Futian was in. Yi Futian sensed the space that he was in change. It had transformed into an enclosed spatial world. Shan Hao stood in the sky as he looked down at Yi Futian. The former was still bathed in divine halos. He said, "In here, I am the master of the great path." Yi Futian checked his surroundings and noticed that he was in a similar situation when a normal divine Wu Renhuang was faced with a flawless divine Wu Renhuang. He experienced absolute suppression in terms of control over the great path. Buzz. Shan Hao's figure dove downwards. The divine spear pierced through the sky and crashed straight towards Yi Futian. This time, Yi Futian was sent flying from the shockwave of the divine spear. It was as though his opponent suppressed his power of the great path. "Are these all your trump cards?" Yi Futian asked as he raised his head and looked towards Shan Hao. Shan Hao scowled. From the look in Yi Futian's eyes, it was as if Yi Futian believed that nobody on earth could beat him. It was as though he was still unconcerned about his current situation. Such a look made Shan Hao very unhappy. If Shan Hao wasn't already at his limit, why would he be relying on a divine item to fight? This naturally was his trump card. The number 1 proud son of heaven of Shen clan is much weaker than I expected, Yi Futian said softly. I thought I would at least be pressured a little. When Shan Hao heard Yi Futian's words, his expression turned ashen. Did Yi Futian mean to say that against him, Yi Futian did not feel pressured at all? Chapter 17:11, Let Them Go. Countless people were watching the battlefield at the Shen clan. The two figures there seemed to have disappeared as they were covered by the great path of space. Shan Hao and Yi Futian were gone. He used an item to engage the domain of the Wei. Lord Taixian and the others could naturally see that Shan Hao had used an incredibly powerful divine item, but Yi Futian had asked him not to intervene. Even so, Lord Taixian believed Yi Futian could deal with him. The fierce will of the great path of space raged as endless divine light descended from the sky and entered into everything. Within, Shan Hao's body shone with brilliant radiance as he stared at Yi Futian below him. Yi Futian was arrogant beyond words. He was even weaker than he had imagined. "This is my world," he said to Yi Futian coldly. "Your world?" Yi Futian looked back at him, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "We'll see." As he said this, the area changed yet again. The sun and the moon appeared in the sky, surrounded by stars. They seemed to be in another world. Divine flames descended from the sun, while the lonely moon seemed filled with cold will. Each of the stars that surrounded them contained majestic power. It was as if everything was acting on its own volition. The fourth divine wheel, thought Shan Hao, his heart trembling fiercely. Yi Futian was using his fourth divine wheel, and this wheel stood alone in the world in that it could open up a world of its own, like a miniature realm. He felt his power come under pressure. But how was this possible? He could only do this by using the divine item he had taken in the god's relic. Could it be that Yi Futian was just like him? "This is my world," said Yi Futian coldly. Thousands of stars swirled around Shan Hao, moving faster and faster. There was a shrieking sound up in the sky as the whole area was covered in a suffocating force. Boom! The stars fell towards Shan Hao, each one seeming incomparably huge. Divine radiance bloomed from him, and beams of spatial light swept out, transforming into a terrible storm that swallowed up all the stars. But all the stars fell at once, pressing down on the spatial storm, shattering it and continuing on towards Shan Hao. Shan Hao lashed out with his spear, and endless afterimages bloomed from it. They slammed into each of the oncoming stars. This showed just how much attacking power he had. But at that moment, there was a roar in the sky, and Shan Hao felt immense pressure. It was as if the air itself was about to collapse. He looked up and saw a godlike figure descending, possessed by the divine elephants, and holding a long staff. He was coming towards him. The staff was formed by thousands of elephants combined. A sky full of stars swirled around it. It could both defend against and slay gods. Shunhao felt that his radiance had been suppressed. The long staff swept out, smashing into his spear, which cracked. Boom! There was a low roar, and Shunhao was sent flying backward. His great path collapsed as he was swept away by the staff. Futian continued forward, his eyes incredibly cold. The people outside their little world were still staring at that area. They could faintly hear terrible, fierce roars. Bang! There was a breaking sound, and they saw a figure swept away, flying powerlessly off into the distance and leaving a trail of blood behind him in the air. Shunhao. The cultivators of the Shen clan looked gloomy. The one who had been swept away was Shunhao, the foremost member of their clan in his generation, who had a perfect divine wheel, had been directly swept away. This was extremely embarrassing. His tattered clothes were stained with blood. His aura was growing weak. He had nowhere near the energetic will he had before. The people from the heavenly mandate realm did not get too strong a sensation from this, as if they had always known it would be like this. Everything that Futian had done had given them absolute confidence in him. Even when a proud son of heaven, like Shunhao, was standing before him, they still believed that Futian could win. When the three top forces, the Shao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and the Dou tribe, beheld this scene, their hearts trembled. They knew what this battle meant. Shunhao had fallen. From now on, the white-haired youth standing in the sky above the Shen clan would become the most glorious figure of the age, second to none. Although he had never fought with Jian Qingzhu, Nan Luotian, or a few others, everything he had done today could not be done by anyone else of his generation. There was no one who could repeat his deeds. The great figures of the heavenly mandate realm were also a bit disturbed. The will of heaven had changed. It had not only changed, but it was now influencing the situation in the 9 realms. Futian was a man who could change the history of the heavenly mandate. It was just as the mountain master of 10,000 divine mountain. In the past, Gu Tianxing had not been an epic-making man, but Futian was this kind of person. That was why he had been willing to intervene on his behalf. Futian retracted his aura and took several steps forward. Yu Shang and the others followed behind. They all stood in the air above the Shen clan, with countless cultivators of the Shen clan looking up at them. They strode to the highest part of the Shen clan, where the divine hall was. No one stopped them. Lower-level Renwangs could not stop them. The cultivators of the Shen clan brought Shunhao down. He watched Futian pass over them, then spat up another mouthful of blood. He had clearly lost this battle. Futian had crushed him, the Shang clan, and their reputation. Futian strode to the front of the divine hall. A powerful figure of the Shen clan was standing there, watching him closely. At that moment, they had one move that could easily kill him. It would completely destroy this man with the perfect divine wheel. But if they did this, it would be meaningless. If they killed Futian and the others, they would no longer threaten the Shen clan's future. This was because the Shun clan would disappear. But both sides understood that Futian coming here still required great amounts of courage and daring. He was gambling his life against the survival of the Shen clan. "Teacher, brothers," said Futian, looking at Qi Xiangang, Yin Yuan, and Nanzhai. Everything that had happened all those years ago played before his eyes. In the Crimson Dragon realm, his teacher had ignored his own safety. He had always said, "As the heavens' movement is ever so vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive." Big Brother had accompanied him for a long way, facing the royal family of the Dali dynasty, finally sending him away from them. "Master, we have come to bring you back." Dou Zhao did not think this was the least bit strange, and he smiled as he spoke. They turned their gaze to the cultivators of the Shen clan behind Qi Xiangang. "Let them go," they said, and stepped back in compliance with their agreement to let Futian take Qi Xiangang. "There is one more," said Futian, looking at the cultivators of the Shen clan. Fei Xue was not there. He knew that Fei Xue was the Shen clan's target. She had the divine item that they wanted within her. "You have already got what you came for. We only promised to release 3 people," said the elder of the Shen clan. Those 3 were of no further use to them. Fei Xue had the divine item within her, so they could not let her go. "I will take them all," said Futian coldly. The elder of the Shen clan swept his cold gaze over Futian and said, "Fine. Once we have taken our divine item out of her, you can have her." "It is not yours, it is my teacher's," said Qi Xiangang coldly. "Don't forget who your sister is," the elder said, glancing at him. "I am going to take her away from here intact," said Futian. The elder of the Shen clan did not look at Futian but at Lord Taixian and the others. "You have all come here to the Shen clan together today, and we have been most accommodating. But if you give an inch," said the elder, looking to the sky, "it's war then." Futian was not the only bold one. Shunji had attacked the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so it was only natural that they would retaliate. But they had gambled that the Shun clan would not go to war over this. Were the great powers of the Heavenly Mandate realm prepared for that? All but the greatest figures of the great powers and Shen clan would probably die as soon as the war started. Who could bear that? A suffocating pressure descended upon the Shen clan. Lord Taixian and the three top figures' aura covered the area. For a time, the silence was frightening. The only thing that anyone could feel was tension. Boom! At that moment, a blood-red storm appeared in the air above the city of the gods. The elder of the Shen clan looked over there and saw the storm growing stronger and stronger. A terrible vortex appeared within the storm. It was as if someone had opened up the ancient road of space. Lord Taixian, Futian, and the others all looked over there as well. The aura was terrifying, and the storm grew fiercer and fiercer, covering an endless area as it spread out towards the Shen clan. Red light fell from the sky like streaks of blood. "Everyone, go back down," said the elder coldly. Suddenly, all the cultivators of the Shen clan descended from the air. At that moment, he could clearly see the deep fear in their eyes. Futian suddenly guessed who it was. Before they had come, the Sky River Great Elder had attacked the Shen clan by himself, killing many cultivators. Moreover, he had completely wiped the Imperial Palace away from the Tianhe realm. He did not know what his teacher had experienced to become so powerful. His aura was completely different from before. Of course, he did not blame his teacher for anything he had done. It was a monstrous blood feud. They could not live under the same sky as each other. It was hard to imagine that the normally peaceful Sky River Great Elder had so much strength within him and had been patient for so long. The vortex that seemed to have opened up from the ancient road of space within the storm spread out, and everyone could faintly see a dark figure within, like a god of blood. The Shun clan elder's gaze pierced through the storm. The Sky River Great Elder had been wounded in their battle. If there had not been 4 great enemies here, he would have directly gone into the storm to seek him out. But now, he did not dare. "Let them go." A voice pierced through the blood-red storm and came from the distance. A gloomy look came over the faces of the cultivators of the Shen clan. If there was someone who would dare to go to war no matter the consequences, that person was without a doubt the Sky River Great Elder. He had become a demon. Chapter 17:12 The Shun Clan Compromises. The sky turned into a blood-red storm. Within this powerful vortex, destructive red light fell from the sky, descending upon the Shen clan. At that moment, all the cultivators of the Shen clan looked up and stared into the sky. It was oppressive. So oppressive. The Sky River Great Elder had entered the situation, and things had changed. A madman had been added to the equation. He had slaughtered the cultivators of the Shen clan when he had attacked them all by himself. There was nothing that he would not do. The Shen clan needed to consider the possibility that if they did not let the people go, the Sky River Great Elder would attack them. If he did, would the other 4 top figures take part or just sit and watch? If they got involved, it would be a huge battle. If this battle broke out, the Shun clan would be at a massive disadvantage. What would happen then? No one knew. They could only imagine. The elder of the Shen clan was silent for a time, as were all of the top figures. Ever since the Divine Prefecture had been conquered, the Shun clan had not experienced a situation like this. They were a force that stood at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Now a single man had attacked them, they were being interrogated, and they were being forced to release their prisoners. Whoosh! The blood-red storm descended from the sky towards the Shen clan. Shunji stepped out, standing beneath the storm. Endless spatial light bloomed from him, pressing against the oncoming storm. But on the other side of the storm, an overpowering demonic image stepped forth, seeming like it could reach them at any time. Lord Taishin might have scruples, the Shao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and the Dou tribe might have scruples, but the Sky River Great Elder had none. He had experienced terrible war in the past. Perhaps he wanted to bring another such war to life. Would he even care? When he had named Futian his heir, he seemed to have used that to lull the Shun clan into a false sense of security. They thought he had found a heir so that he could give his knowledge to him, but that he himself had accepted the cruelty of fate. But what was the reality? Did he care if Futian lived or died? Did he care if Qi Xingying lived or died? Who knew? Bring them out. A voice broke the silence. It was the elder of the Shen clan. Suddenly, several cultivators appeared from within the sacred hall, bringing a figure with them. It was a woman wearing blue robes. She looked very frail, and her hair was disheveled, but a clear light shone in her eyes. She looked at Futian and smiled brightly, but as she smiled, tears ran down her face. She was finally able to see his face. It turned out it was just like she had imagined it would be. Futian looked at Feishue, his gaze freezing on her. Feishue. Yes, she said, nodding. She already knew what he was going to ask. I have cultivated to a higher level, so I can see again. In the past, Futian had fixed the problems within her body. Afterward, she had melded the divine item into herself, cultivating at an astonishing speed. The divine item had naturally contained the power of the Great Path, and now she was already a Nirvana-level saint. Her eyes had been gravely wounded, but once she reached the Nirvana level, her dead eyes were once again filled with light. She had always wondered when she would see Futian again. She had thought it would never happen. She had never thought that, at the most hopeless moment, when the Shun clan was about to act against her, he would arrive. You're just like I imagined. So beautiful, said Futian with a bright smile. He had faced many unknown threats at the Shen clan. Now, the two of them were standing there, smiling at each other. This smile seemed to come from the depths of Feishue's heart. Although she had gone through so many hardships, life was so beautiful. Even in the depths of despair, there was light. What a wonderful feeling. You can get out of here, said the Shun clan elder coldly. No one could guess what he was feeling now. As one of the top figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, he had still been forced into this position. He had no choice but to hand her over. There is one more person, came a cold voice from the sky. The elder of the Shun clan looked up into the sky, his eyes going extremely cold. He naturally knew whom the Sky River Great Elder was talking about. Futian looked there as well. He had not thought of it before, but the Sky River Great Elder and him were different. He naturally wanted to save his wife. The heroic and powerful daughter of the Shen clan was Futian's master's wife. Was she still in the Shen clan? Boom! Deep within the Shun clan, there was a dull yet fierce roar. Futian and the others looked over there. Terrible divine light was blooming from there. It was as if someone was attacking. An attack on the innermost part of the Shen clan. At that moment, everyone guessed what was happening. You have everything you want, and you still won't go? The elder of the Shun clan swept his gaze over Futian and Lord Taishin. The one who was imprisoned within the Shun clan was his daughter. She was a member of the Shen clan. There is one more person, said Lord Taishin. Obviously, he had decided to aid the Sky River Great Elder. If they left now, the Sky River Great Elder would not be able to save his wife on his own. This is a family affair. The elder of the Shun clan looked coldly at Lord Taishin. Do the three of you want to get involved? Let her go, said Futian, looking at the elder of the Shen clan. The one who was imprisoned was the Sky River Great Elder's wife, his master's mistress, and Shuefei's grandmother. Since things had already reached this point, where they had already offended the Shen clan as much as possible, he did not care if they went a bit further. A dark look came over the elder of the Shen clan's face. He stared at Futian, then said coldly, You truly do not fear death. When I came here, I had already put life and death out of my mind, said Futian. The elder of the Shen clan could destroy him just by lifting his hand, but he still stood there in front of him. Did he dare destroy him? He didn't. He would let her go. When Shunji came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, I never would have thought they would drag in all the other powers. Since the Shin clan dared to do it, they can only accept what is happening now, said the elder of the Do tribe, his voice ringing throughout the city. How could Shunji have known that his assault on the academy would have stirred up such great waves, making the Shin clan face this desperate situation? If they had known, they would not have made enemies of the Heavenly Mandate Academy so carelessly. But who could have imagined this? Let her go, said the elder of the Shin clan, his voice ringing out loudly. At that moment, the people of the Shen clan were speechless. Were they finally compromising? Many of the top figures of the Shen clan left, walking towards the great matrix. Soon, bright light pierced everyone's eyes. In the distance, a powerful aura came towards them. A figure strode through the sky. In a flash, she reached them. Even for many of the members, this was their first time seeing her. After all, those events had happened many years ago. Some of the saint level and below people had not even been born yet. They just knew that the head of the clan had a daughter and that she was imprisoned. Futian looked at the figure. Her white hair danced in the wind, looking disheveled, some of it even falling down over her face. She was very thin, as she had been imprisoned for so long, but her eyes still burned with fearsome brilliance. The wind blew her hair, revealing a weathered face. But it was clear that behind that, she was very beautiful. She had once been the treasure of the Shen clan. She was very famous in the Central Emperor realm, and many famous people had pursued her. Masteress, said Qi Xiangang. Tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. Men do not cry easily, especially one as powerful as him. But when he saw her, he felt weak in the depths of his heart. He felt very guilty towards his master and masteress. If it had not been for him, those things would not have happened. Nongyue would have found someone more talented, and the master and masteress would have maintained their place at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The once brilliant masteress was now so haggard. You were not so weak in the past, said the woman, casting her gaze over Qi Xiangang, her voice cold. There was very little emotion in her deep eyes. Qi Xiangang wiped away his tears. He knew how powerful the masteress was. Otherwise, she would not have dared to resist her own clan and go to war with them. But at this moment, his emotions ran so deep. The woman looked at the elder of the Shen clan, her father. Then she looked up into the storm, seeming to see right through it to the figure on the other side. But at that moment, the storm gradually disappeared. The woman stepped into it, but it closed itself off. She froze, watching it disappear into the sky. Why couldn't she see him? Where is he? The woman asked Lord Taishian. Naturally, she knew him. Lord Taishian shook his head and said, Come back with me to the Heavenly Mandate realm first. I am going to find him. The woman stepped into the air to leave. Grandmother. A soft voice rang out, making the woman stop. She slowly turned and looked down. Her gaze fell upon Feishue. Her movements seemed to have become incredibly slow as she walked towards Feishue. She placed a trembling hand on her face. You are Feishue, said the woman, staring at her. At that moment, it seemed like she was seeing her own daughter. She looked just like her. Yes, said Feishue with a bright smile. She looked at the face hidden behind white hair, and tears fell from her eyes. This strong woman had scolded Qi Xiangang and faced her own father, the elder of the Shen clan, without any problem. But seeing her, she began to cry. Child. The woman softly hugged Feishue. Feishue leaned up against her quietly. At that moment, she seemed to feel her mother's warmth. Her mother must have been just like her grandmother. Futian was very moved by this scene. Masteress, let's go back to the Heavenly Mandate realm. We will find the master, said Qi Xiangang, walking up to them. The woman nodded softly. This time she did not refuse. She took Feishue's hand and said, Let's go. Futian smiled. This was excellent. Let's go back, said Lord Taishian. Suddenly, the great army began to leave. When they left, so did the three great figures within the city of the gods. Within the Shun clan, a powerful aura still pressed down on them. It was as silent as the grave. The elder of the Shun clan watched the disappearing figures. His daughter had not said a single word to him as she left. Chapter 1713 Postpone. The battle at the Shun clan shook the Nine Realms. The central imperial realm seethed at the news. No one could have imagined that the incomparably powerful Shun clan would be invaded twice in just a few short days. After beating back the Sky River Great Elder, Futian had led an army of cultivators to their city. And this time, the great army of the Heavenly Mandate Academy contained Lord Taixian, the Shao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and the Dou tribe. When added to the Sky River Great Elder, these four giants had descended upon the Shin clan, saving the people they had come to save and killing many Renwangs. Although they could not damage the base of the Shin clan, this still had great implications. How much of an effect would it have on the rest of the world for the Shin clan, one of the top forces in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, to be invaded? And in that battle, many cultivators with perfect divine wheels had emerged. These were people who would rewrite the history of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Futian had defeated Shun Hao in single combat. There were too many things to talk about in that battle, and the news spread at a frightening speed. Even the greatest forces of the Central Imperial Realm trembled when they heard the news. Many of them even gathered their top figures to discuss the matter. This would probably affect the war for the future of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They could not ignore it. However, none of that had anything to do with Futian. Once they had freed the captives, they returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. When they arrived, the news had naturally not reached the academy yet. The people of Heavenly Mandate City thought it was a bit strange. The army of the academy had gone out and then returned. Where had they gone? Now that they were back, it probably meant that a battle had broken out someplace. Many people guessed that. However, none of them were bold enough to think that the battle had taken place at the Shin clan in the Central Emperor realm. They did not dare imagine it. After all, the Shun clan was a true top power. Shun Ji had come alone and shaken the entire Heavenly Mandate Academy. Even with Lord Taixian there, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was nowhere near powerful enough to face him. But if they had not gone to the Shun clan, then where? Many cultivators had gathered together in a large restaurant in Heavenly Mandate City. One of them said, "The Heavenly Mandate Academy's army is back. I wonder who they fought. They did not suffer great losses. It's like they didn't run into too much trouble." "Is the Heavenly Mandate Academy still accepting disciples?" asked the young man. "Yes," nodded the man beside him. "Are you planning to go and try to join?" "Wait a little bit. Given the current situation, it's not safe to enter the academy," said a beautiful, white-robed woman sitting at their table. There was something about her that made her look very powerful. "That's right. Otherwise, there would have been no trouble for you to join them, and you would already be a core disciple," said the young man with a smile. "Right now, not many people are joining the academy, although most of the places were taken up by people who joined the academy on the first day. Since then, there has been little competitions. It is not difficult to become a core disciple now," chuckled the man beside them. "Saint Lan is a woman of great influence in the Heavenly Mandate City. I say that the academy should invite her personally to show their sincerity." Everyone around them smiled, but these were words of high praise. Although the Heavenly Mandate Academy had run into trouble and no one was joining them now, they were still a place for teaching the way. If someone was not incredibly talented, there was basically no way that the academy would personally invite them to come and train. At that moment, a group of figures entered the restaurant, looking around at the crowd. "There is news from the academy," said one of the ones who had come. "They are temporarily not accepting disciples. The selection process is postponed for a month." As he said this, a look of surprise came over everyone's face. What did this mean? The Heavenly Mandate Academy had already said that they would be accepting disciples for 3 months. Now they had announced that they were stopping for a month. Could it be that they were facing a great threat? Everyone in the restaurant was whispering to each other, guessing what had happened and why the academy had announced this. This restaurant epitomized what was going on all over Heavenly Mandate City. Everyone was confused and discussing this matter. What had happened? Was the Heavenly Mandate Academy really in such dire straits? But at that moment, some disciples who had already been accepted into the academy rushed back to their families with great excitement. Not long before, Futian and the others had returned, and the people at the academy had received some shocking news. Many of the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were from families in Heavenly Mandate City. They rushed to their families to tell them the news, for no other reason than that they were so shocked by it. Soon, the news had spread throughout the city. Yi Futian and Lord Taishian had led an army, allied with 3 other great figures, and descended upon the Shen clan, taking back Yi Futian's master and the Sky River Great Elder's wife. This simple news had implications that were simply astonishing. In the restaurant, the host personally came forward and looked at the people discussing this, then took a deep breath and said, "I have news for everyone." The army of the Heavenly Mandate Academy went to the Shen clan and rescued some people there, including Yi Futian's master and the Sky River Great Elder's wife. Boom! This voice seemed to resonate in everyone's minds. Many of them stood up, their hearts trembling fiercely. They looked at the host and said, "Is this true? How could the Heavenly Mandate Academy attack the Shen clan?" Someone asked. "It was simply impossible." "It's completely true." The news came from the academy itself, from the disciples. They saw Yi Futian bring those people back with their own eyes. It is said that in addition to the academy, the elders of the Shao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and the Dou tribe of the Ziwei realm went as well, continued the host. His heart was beating wildly at that moment as well. Even saint-level cultivators could not stop their hearts from trembling. This information was absolutely shocking. Moreover, Yi Futian fought Shen Hao in this battle, and few could have guessed the outcome. In addition to that, it is said that the Heavenly Mandate realm has many cultivators with perfect divine wheels, he continued. Every new piece of information was like a lightning bolt, shocking everyone that heard it. Now they thought about why the Heavenly Mandate Academy was postponing its acceptance of new disciples. When news of this battle got out, it was easy to imagine that the academy would become far more prestigious. And for a time, people from not just the Heavenly Mandate realm, but all of the 9 realms would gather there. At that point, how much competition would people who wanted to enter the academy face? Becoming a core disciple? Becoming an ordinary disciple would be hard enough. The woman known as Saint Lan's face went white. She looked at the young man who had praised her before. A core disciple? The academy would personally invite her? "I'm going back to cultivate." She rose and walked out of the restaurant. As she rose into the air, the wind buffeted her, making her robes flutter. Her thoughts were in disarray. She seemed to have missed something, and it was not only her. On that day, countless people in Heavenly Mandate City had the same thought. They seemed to have missed their chance. The disciples who had already entered the academy would very likely surpass them. Yi Futian and the others naturally did not care about what people on the outside thought. To postpone for a month was Lord Taishuan's decision. Since he was now the headmaster of the academy, he naturally had the right to decide this. Moreover, Yi Futian was very happy that he had done this. This meant that Lord Taishian was truly accepted his role. In addition, he was taking actions in his capacity as headmaster. As for the reason Lord Taishian had made that decision, it was extremely simple. After the battle, anyone could tell that the academy would grow extremely prestigious. In that case, why not summon the most excellent disciples there to cultivate? The people of Heavenly Mandate City and the Heavenly Mandate Realm had already had a chance to enter the academy first, but they had not dared to due to the danger. Thus, they would now have to compete with the cultivators of all the 9 realms. On the Great Path, there were no realms. The Heavenly Mandate Academy taught the people of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, but they did not only accept disciples from there. Within the academy, everyone had settled in. Only Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Qi Xiangang, and some others were left outside. It was only now that Xin Luoxue was able to figure out the relationships between these people and how this affair had begun and ended. Her eyes fell upon Yi Futian, then on Qi Xiangang. "You yourself are not that great, but you have a good disciple," she said. Qi Xiangang smiled, not the least bit angry at her comment. This was the first time Yi Futian had seen this side of his master. But the one he was talking to was his master's masteress, so, of course, she could take him to task. "Do you know how the Sky River Great Elder is?" Xin Luoxue asked Yi Futian. After he left, he told me that the deed of thorough comprehension could help you cultivate backward. If it can, then one must use one's own body to guide it and use heaven and earth as the forge, said Yi Futian. My master changed when he broke through to the next level. He probably paid a heavy price. Shin Luoxue was silent for a moment, then said, he had a divine item that he got at the same time as the one that was within Feishue, but it was much too powerful, so he never brought it out. Yi Futian thought back to the scene when the Sky River Great Elder had appeared at the Shin clan. It had been horrifying. Don't worry too much. He will learn to control it, said Yi Futian. You should stay here and get some rest. Shin Luoxue was silent for a while. Grandfather will be back sooner or later, said Feishue softly. You should stay here so that I can take care of you. Shin Luoxue looked at her, then nodded softly. I will teach you how to cultivate. On saying this, she turned to the others and said, You may all leave. All right, said Yi Futian, nodding. The Sky River Great Elder's wife must have been just as powerful as her husband in the past. Although she had been imprisoned for many years, she had probably not stopped cultivating. Shuefei, take care of your grandmother while she rests, said Qi Xiangang. Then they all left. When they exited, Do Zhao called out to Qi Xiangang, Master, Teacher. The others all called out. Qi Xiangang smiled bitterly, then looked at Yi Futian beside him. Teacher, I will teach them the deed of thorough comprehension for you. You can set your mind at ease about that, said Yi Futian with a smile. Now, this was all in the past. He looked off into the distance. Due to the influence of that battle, no one would dare take the Heavenly Mandate Academy lightly again. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had been busy in recent days. Many powerful cultivators from the Shao clan, Yuanyang clan, and the Dou clan from Ziwei realm all converged there. They had brought with them many resources and invited several powerful figures known for their spatial skills in the Central Imperial Realm to help cast a spatial teleportation Grand Matrix at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the battle with the Shin clan, although the three top figures took no action and were there strictly as observers, the meaning behind their action was extraordinary in itself, relegating them on the same side as the Heavenly Mandate Academy. This matrix that was currently being cast at the Heavenly Mandate Academy would connect the Heavenly Mandate Academy with the three superpowers, as well as other peak principalities in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Therefore, should any troubles arose, the teleportation matrix could be initiated immediately and mutual assistance could be rendered instantly. This way, the position of the Heavenly Mandate Academy could be secured, and no other force would dare to provoke it with impunity. Aside from that, the three major forces were also in discussion with Lord Taixian and Yi Futian for more cultivators to come and cultivate at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Their future generations would come to see the Heavenly Mandate Academy as their main place of cultivation, a place for emerging excellence. Naturally, Yi Futian was in agreement with this proposal. His purpose for building the Heavenly Mandate Academy was also in the hopes that it would become a holy land for spreading the way and exert influence on the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In addition, they were also building some other grand matrices for cultivation purposes, as well as defensive matrices. However, this type of matrices had no practical purposes, as no great powers would take the risk to provoke the Heavenly Mandate Academy, given its current strength. But for now, no one in the 9 realms had been able to set up a super matrix that could transcend the realm of Renhuang. If such a matrix was possible, then this person could traverse the 3,000 realms of the Great Path at will. After all, anyone who could set up this kind of matrix probably was already at the top of his power. Besides, an ancient tree for seeking the way had appeared in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was planted by Do Zhao. He planted the sacred tree taken from the God's relic in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, the expansion of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was inevitable. After all, the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm could already be foreseen. The news of the battle at the Shen clan finally spread throughout the 9 realms and became a topic of conversation among all the 9 supreme imperial realms. After this battle, all the major principalities quieted down, and there were no more conflicts. As powerful as the Shen clan, they could only swallow this shame for now, for they could do nothing for the time being. Unless the situation was truly desperate, no one would choose mutual destruction. These days, many had come to pay their respect at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Naturally, they were all from the top principalities, such as the cultivators from the Shangxiao Divine Palace. Other powers in the higher heavens realm, such as the Divine Swordly family and Yue Divine Palace in the Shadow Realm that had once come to congratulate them, were here once again. This time, even the goddess Changxi was in attendance in addition to other prominent figures from Yue Divine Palace. This also demonstrated the status of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, from being the attention of the public to its imminent weakening when facing the crisis of its survival to enjoying its fame in the 9 realms once again, its light brightening the whole world. It was hard to imagine that all this happened in just a month's time. A month later, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was recruiting disciples again. This time, the entire Heavenly Mandate City was filled with cultivators. Countless many had come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy for assessment. As the details of that battle came to light, many people knew that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had produced many who possessed perfect divine wheels, and it created a great sensation. At this time, Lord Taixian, Yi Futian, and many other prominent figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy stood in a great hall at the Academy, looking at the mighty figures in front of them, a grand occasion. There, countless people looked up at Yi Futian, this unique and outstanding commander who had led the Heavenly Mandate Academy into the Shen clan, with several Renhuang in possession of the perfect divine wheels, decimated the lower Renhuang of the Shen clan, while he himself had crushed Shen Hao. Today, many people proclaimed that within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Yi Futian was the #1 among his generation. His fame had surpassed that of Jin Qingzhu and Nan Luotian of the Nantian Divine Kingdom. He became the idol of countless young people, a legendary figure who came into his own without relying on familial influences and created a prosperous dynasty based solely on his own power. Since the unification of the world by the twin great emperors, Yi Futian was the only other person who had done so. To name him as the most dazzling talent after the unification of the divine prefecture would not be an overstatement. In the time of little over 300 years, there had not been many genius talents. After all, the time was too short, and many of them had already achieved fame from before. In terms of influence, it was true that no one had quite achieved it to the level as Yi Futian had. The appraisal of the disciples was done by others at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and it was no something for Yi Futian to worry about. But now, many of the cultivators from other forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm had also come to offer their help. At this moment, a bright divine light descended from the void, and many looked up at the sky and saw a group of people appearing in the sky above. Everyone beneath the sky was astounded. The cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation and the Shun clan had arrived, and everything that had happened afterward made many people a little afraid. It wouldn't be people from these two forces again, would it? Yi Futian looked up at the sky above, and when he saw those who were coming, he revealed a look of surprise. Greetings to the divine priests. Yi Futian bowed slightly and saluted the guests. No need for formality, Emperor Yi. We didn't come to congratulate you on the opening of the Heavenly Mandate Academy last time, so we are coming to take a look this time. The old man in the lead said with a smile. This group of people actually came from empty Imperial Palace. Yi Futian had seen them outside the God's Relic. Thank you, divine priests. This way, please. Yi Futian extended his hand and pointed the way. The figure in the void nodded, and the group descended upon the hall where Yi Futian and the others were. Lord Taixian and the people of other major powers were disquieted in their hearts. As a general rule, the empty Imperial Palace did not participate in outside affairs, and it was even rarer to appear at the location of other principalities. But now, they had descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The meaning behind this action was extraordinary. Divine priests, Lord Taixian, and the others nodded slightly to the visitors with respect. After all, the person who commanded the divine priests of the empty Imperial Palace was none other than Donghuang the Great. No need to pay attention to me, just treat me as if I am one of the spectators, said the old man with a smile. He turned and looked at the figure in the distance and continued. The great emperor, after the unification, also dedicated setting up academies as places of preaching martial arts in the hopes that martial arts would flourish. Emperor Yi and Lord Taixian now established the Heavenly Mandate Academy to preach in the Heavenly Mandate realm is a great undertaking for a noble cause. If it were ordinary forces engaged in preaching, he would not have cared so much. But the Heavenly Mandate Academy had caused such a sensation in the Nine Realms, and its influence now was close to that of the Tiantian Academy. The elder praised us too much. We are just doing whatever within our power to do, Futian said politely, but he could feel that the other party was being genuine. And strictly speaking, they had helped him out last time at the City of the Ruins. The old man smiled. Emperor Yi is much too humble. Not many in this world could achieve such a grand endeavor. It is indeed great merit. The cultivators from Shangxiao Divine Palace also smiled and added. Shangxiao Divine Palace held the same philosophy about preaching to the world. Futian smiled and didn't say anything more. He couldn't very well agree with them in complimenting himself. You have traveled a long way. Allow me to prepare a banquet so we can drink and celebrate, said Futian. Emperor Yi need not trouble. We'll be leaving as soon as we have a chance to check everything out. The old man smiled and shook his head, saying, I heard that Emperor Yi received the great emperor's inheritance in the god's relic. Futian looked at the divine priest, then nodded in silent admission. It could hardly be considered receiving the great emperor's inheritance, but this was something that he wanted to reveal deliberately. After all, this was observed by everyone in the god's relic. On the other hand, the secret of the world's ancient tree was something that could not be revealed, and it had to be camouflaged as an inheritance. I have witnessed the awakening of the great emperor, which resonated with me. The emperor had given me the inheritance, and I have felt the calling of the gods and listened to their will. The old man murmured. His voice was ethereal. He smiled and said, Emperor Ye's talent and courage deserve our admiration. If you can accomplish such a great feat at your age, your future achievements are immeasurable. The praise of the elder makes me speechless. Futian smiled in resignation. Well, I'm just here to take a look at the situation in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Now, I shall take my leave, the old man replied. Elder, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean anything by it, Futian explained. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed heartily as he got up to leave. If chance allows, we will meet again in the future. After that, he took the group and left, coming and going like a shadow. Futian smiled and shook his head. He didn't mind, and he knew that the other party's action had nothing to do with what he said. The visit of the divine priests from empty imperial palace meant that the Heavenly Mandate Academy will have no trouble for a long time, Lord Taixian said, which stunned Futian. However, looking at Lord Taixian and pondering on the significance of the visit, it all made sense, and he was relieved. Indeed, the visit of the divine priests from empty imperial palace could very well be instructed by powers from above. Although the visit was brief, merely a few moments standing inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy to exchange a few words, but it was enough for the Heavenly Mandate Academy to stand firmly in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Shin Clan, Golden Divine Nation, or any other forces who might want to make a move on the Heavenly Mandate Academy would have more angles to consider. So, I owe the divine priests a favor, Futian said with a smile. I'm going now, Futian said as he walked down the Great Hall and heading toward the Heavenly Mandate Academy. His heart was at peace. Many matters had been settled gradually, and finally, he could really relax for a while. At least for now, there didn't seem to be any imminent threats. Mindlessly, he wandered once again to the place of cultivation for Brahma's pure sky. Goddess Qin. Futian found Qin He at a palace where Brahma's pure sky was located. Fancy seeing Master Yi here, Qin He said with a smile. What is the lady up to now in Brahma's pure sky? Futian asked. When Jieyu was sent down from the mountain, that's when the lady began her retreat, and she probably won't come out for a while, Qin He replied. Retreat? Futian nodded. I'll go see Jieyu. With that said, he continued to walk inward and came to the place where Hua Jieyu was cultivating. Hua Jieyu looked at Futian. Is the realm stabilized after these few days of cultivation? Futian asked. Hua Jieyu looked at him and nodded gently. Futian walked up to her with a bright smile. I want to go and visit some old friends. Do you want to come with me? Hua Jieyu looked stunned, and her eyes were searching his for the meaning behind his suggestion. After a moment of silence, she then gently nodded. Sure. Okay, I'll pick you up then, Futian said with a smile, then turned to leave. Chapter 17-15 Unreal. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was a picture of great prosperity. Cultivators from the 9 supreme imperial realms were still arriving at the Heavenly Mandate realm just to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate. What happened at the Shen clan made them realize that Futian's original intention of creating the Heavenly Mandate Academy was to preach. His intention was not selfish, and he would hold nothing back, or else there wouldn't be over a dozen of cultivators who possessed the perfect divine wheels. This could only mean that Futian did not mind helping others to create the perfect divine wheels. Of course, the premise was that one had to be able to get in touch with him, and with a strong enough talent of one's own. Therefore, the only way was to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy and become a core disciple. However, currently, it was extremely difficult to become a core disciple because there were not many spaces left. Countless people in the Heavenly Mandate realm regretted that they had missed their best opportunity. Just as the Heavenly Mandate Academy was immersed in its prosperity, Futian and his group left quietly one by one, without alerting too many people or causing too much attention. Only a few key members of the Academy were aware because all eyes of the 9 supreme imperial realms were now focused on him. He must be careful while traveling, especially if he was to go to the lower worlds on this trip. If he were followed by those who meant him harm, it would put him in danger. Though the Shen clan and the Golden Divine Nation dared not attack him outright, if they were to learn of the routes of his departure, it was not above them to plot a secret assassination. A few days later, at Crimson Dragon Realm in Emperor Xia's realm. In Emperor Xia's palace, Emperor Xia was reprimanding several princes, and the eldest prince, Xiaorong, was among them. Xiaorong is about to attain nirvana? How much faster can he speed up his cultivation? Next to him, Queen Xiao smiled and interceded. Since Emperor Xia returned from the Supreme Region, his personality had changed. He was more severe in his attitude, and none of his heirs were able to please him. Queen Xiao knew that Emperor Xia wanted to pass on his throne as soon as possible so that he could be free to either travel wherever he pleased or go to the Supreme Region. However, his several heirs were still too far away from achieving Renhuang realm. It's a pity that Qingyuan is not here. Otherwise, she would be able to take over in a few years, Emperor Xia lamented. I miss our little girl too. It's been so many years since she's visited us. Queen Zhao's voice was gentle. She did miss her daughter. Since father intends to pass the throne to Qingyuan, why not call her back? Xiaorong said. He had always enjoyed a good relationship with Xia Qingyuan and had taken care of this little sister of his since childhood. However, an incident that happened long ago had caused a rift between the two. Now, upon hearing their father's intention to have Xia Qingyuan take over the throne, the princes found the idea somewhat unbearable. Do you think she cares? Emperor Xia glanced at Xiaorong casually. If Qingyuan was willing to come back, I wouldn't have to look to you guys. Why won't she return? Is it because of him? Xiaorong asked. Would father allow Qingyuan to follow him around just like this? Naturally, he was referring to Futian. Emperor Xia looked at Xiaorong deeply. He hadn't talked to everyone about what happened at the Supreme Region, nor had he mentioned Futian's current state. The gap was far too great between them, so it would make no sense to even mention it. It would only cause needless disruptions in their minds. He sighed silently in his heart. If things didn't happen the way they did back then, he could probably have Xiaorong follow Futian to the upper worlds. But now, it was clearly impossible. Although Futian wouldn't pursue the matter further, some things, once done, could never be undone. Perhaps, not even Xiaorong himself would know just what he had missed. At this moment, there was a golden brilliance sprinkled from above the sky. Emperor Xia was taken aback, raising his head to look up in the sky. Not only Emperor Xia, but at this moment, the people of the entire Emperor Xia city were looking up. They saw that from outside the sky, an extremely sacred divine bird had come and torn through the firmament, covering the endless space with a brilliant glow. Divine bird? What brilliance! What kind of divine bird is this? The people of Emperor Xia's city exclaimed. At this moment, all the demonic beasts in the city prostrated on the ground, shivering. Their eyes focused on the divine bird that came from the sky, as worshipping it. Likewise, all the demonic beasts inside Emperor Xia's palace prostrated also. Outside the palace, Xiaorong's mount made a low groan, then laid down. When Xiaorong took notice of this, he was extremely shocked. What kind of divine bird was this? And who was it exactly that descended to Emperor Xia's realm? Your Majesty. A voice came from atop the divine bird, and Emperor Xia stood up with a smile on his face. He didn't expect that the one he was thinking about was coming at this precise moment. The divine bird stopped in the sky above Emperor Xia's palace, and Emperor Xia slowly levitated into the sky to meet them. Below them, Queen Xiao and the others looked at the figure on the divine bird, and their eyes fixed there. The one in the lead was Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan was there, too. Father, mother. Xia Qingyuan called out. She walked toward the sky below. There were many others next to Yi Futian, and they were of the older generation from the lower worlds, and Emperor Xia recognized them. In addition, Jiang Chengzi was there also, whose duty was to ensure Yi Futian's safety. If there was a real emergency, they could deal with it efficiently. That divine bird now turned into its human form, clad in golden divine armor with a sharp look about him. It was an extremely powerful demon emperor. The pressure of might that was inadvertently released from his body alone terrified Emperor Xia. Greetings to the elders, Emperor Xia bowed slightly and said. For such characters, he still had to maintain certain etiquette. Just because they came with Yi Futian, it did not mean that he was exempt from showing his respect. No need for formality, Jiang Qingzi responded. The demon emperor nodded slightly. What was played out in front of them shocked many present. Elders. Their father had to respectfully address that demonic beast as elder, and Yi Futian was riding on the back of the demon emperor. This Xiaorong watched all this, feeling a little shocked. Moreover, Yi Futian's breath was unfathomable. As he stood there casually without releasing any breath, he still felt like he was facing his father. Was this how Renhuang felt? But how was this possible? They all agreed that Yi Futian's talent was outstanding. He might even be the best in all of Emperor Xia's realm, but it was only a matter of a few years that had passed. Your Majesty left in a hurry last time, so I came back this time to see you. It just so happened that Qingyuan also wanted to come home. She would like to see if Your Majesty is willing to go to the Supreme Region to cultivate, said Yi Futian. To go to the Supreme Region? Of course. Emperor Xia wanted to. He had the idea since last time, but there was no one to take over Emperor Xia's realm. Therefore, he ended up here, reprimanding these few heirs of his, which could not be compared with Yi Futian. Without comparison, there were no hurt feelings. I have built an academy in Heavenly Mandate Realm. Now, there are many people cultivating there. The Swordmaster and the others are there also. If Your Majesty agrees, we can go back together, and Qingyuan could be looked after. Perhaps, Your Majesty could also ask those elders who participated in the Battle of the Crimson Dragon Realm, and see if they are willing to go to the Heavenly Mandate Realm with me on my return trip, Yi Futian proposed. It was a way to return the favor of the past. In the Battle of the Crimson Dragon Realm, in addition to the Swordmaster of Lihan, many people, including the Great Shaman, had all participated. You mean to siphon from my realm, Emperor Xia said. Your Majesty understands my meaning, Yi Futian said with a smile. It all depended on personal desires. One would be hard-pressed for the opportunity to rise by staying in Emperor Xia's realm, but one could grow firm roots here. Venturing to the Heavenly Mandate Realm was taking a risk that could end up with them realizing just how big the world truly was. Depending on the choice that was made, he would not force the issue. Even if they chose not to go, he would leave something here for everyone. Father, the Heavenly Mandate Academy he founded is now recruiting disciples, and it will become a symbolic place in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In it, there are top figures acting as deans, and there are also many upper Renhuang. You should tell them and let them make their own decisions, Xia Qingyuan added. She was worried that her father and the others would not understand what Yi Futian's invitation meant and would miss out on something valuable. Emperor Xia's heart palpitated. He had witnessed a war of the top figures at the God's Relic, which started because of Yi Futian. This man, in a blink of an eye, had created another terrifying turn of events again. I understand, Emperor Xia nodded. Then, Your Majesty, I will go to the 9 states first, and come for Your Majesty on my way back. Yi Futian smiled and asked, Qingyuan, you are staying here, right? Xia Qingyuan had not come back for a while. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian, then at Hua Jieyu behind him, and nodded gently. Emperor Xia also took notice. He looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Are you leaving?" "I have to come back on my way back anyway, so I'll let Qingyuan spend some time with your majesty and the queen without further disturbance," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Your majesty, I'll take my leave now." With that, the divine bird shape-shifted as Yi Futian stepped onto it, and the group departed. "He's not going to use the palace matrix?" Queen Xiao asked in a low voice. Emperor Xia glanced at her and whispered, "The old man next to him is an upper Renhuang. That divine bird demon emperor is probably also an upper demon emperor. At this level, they can reach the 9 states in just a few moments, probably faster than using the matrix." Queen Xiao was speechless when she heard what Emperor Xia had told her. "What realm is Yi Futian?" "Renhuang. He's much stronger than I am. Even Li Hin no longer heeds me much. Just now, I saw Yu Shang and the others in the void, and they also seem—" Emperor Xia trailed off while looking toward Xia Qing. "They are all emperors now." Xia Qingyuan nodded. Queen Xiao was stunned, feeling a little unreal. "It took just one to bring up the others," remarked Emperor Xia. "Now, do you understand why I reprimanded them? Yi Futian may become the one we all have to reckon with in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and they are nowhere near Renhuang realm. Not long ago, he launched a battle in the Central Imperial Realm, which established the position of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Now, he is known throughout the 9 realms," Xia Qingyuan whispered beside him. Emperor Xia blinked, not knowing what else to say. "Qingyuan, the woman behind him," Emperor Xia asked suddenly. "Yeah." Xia Qingyuan's eyes darkened a little, and then she nodded gently. "His wife?" Emperor Xia looked at Xia Qingyuan's eyes and sighed secretly in his heart. Could she really be alive still? Initially, they had thought there was only a glimmer of hope. Xia Rong and the others looked on all this quietly, feeling a little numb inside. Renhuang. Yi Futian. Since the moment he arrived, Yi Futian didn't even bother looking at him. When the subject was breached on taking various people to the upper worlds to cultivate, he made no mention of Emperor Xia's heirs. Wasn't this obvious? Yi Futian respected his father and was willing to help his father, but it had nothing to do with him. 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The pinnacle. Why did this all feel like a dream? Chapter 1716 Investigating Background. Before Yi Futian arrived in Emperor Xia's realm, a group of cultivators had arrived before him. However, they had not alerted Emperor Xia's palace. This was because they had found useful information among the memories of commoners in Emperor Xia's city. They naturally did not need to disturb Emperor Xia anymore and draw attention to themselves. After Yi Futian and his army descended upon the Shen clan, the Heavenly Mandate Academy became known throughout the 9 realms, and they began to accept disciples. However, the Shen clan had come up with another plan. They decided to investigate Yi Futian's background and origins. Although, currently, they could not do anything to Yi Futian, they might accidentally stumble upon something by doing so. In the future, when they truly win a war against Yi Futian, they might have some trump cards up their sleeve. Hence, this time, they did not plan to alert Yi Futian. They decided to carry out all of this in secret. Otherwise, they would cause Yi Futian to be cautious. Only by acting in absolute secrecy and clearly investigating Yi Futian's background could they use the information during a critical moment in the future. Being the proud Shen clan, they initially weren't bothered to do things in such a manner. However, the Shen clan's battle with Yi Futian was the first time they felt such a sense of danger. Out of curiosity about Yi Futian's background, as well as in preparation for the future, the Shen clan decided to descend to this realm. As they continued descending past Emperor Xia's realm, they arrived at the lowest level of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, the mortal world of the 9 states. Here, figures at the Saint Plane were already legendary figures that stood at the top. By surpassing the mortal planes, one would become a saint. All planes below that of the Saint Plane were considered mortal planes. From the perspective of the Shen clan, a place like the 9 states was weak and pathetic. Yi Futian had emerged from such a place. However, they were not too surprised. After all, rumor has it that the twin great emperors had also trained in the mortal world. There were even rumors that the homelands of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing were in the lower worlds. Such rumors were usually unreliable and were just embellishments to their legends in some places. Members of ordinary forces might not be aware of such rumors. However, the Shun clan was a force that stood at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They knew far more than most people did. The life of Donghuang the Great was extraordinary. Donghuang the Great had descended upon the lower worlds, but only to experience the cruel reality of the world. After all, back in that era, Donghuang the Great had yet to unite the divine prefectures. Compared to the current day, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path back then were still in a state of long periods of turmoil. The Shin clan was only afraid of one thing. Was Yi Futian also such an existence? If Yi Futian were such an existence, that would spell trouble for the Shin clan. However, amongst the various memories that they had investigated up until now, it was highly likely that Yi Futian was truly born and raised in the 9 states. It seemed that he had been here since he was very young and very weak. Even if huge figures were to send their descendants here to train, would they begin to do so at such a young age? In the barren state of the 9 states, in the Zhongzhou City region's crouching Dragon Mountain, the Zhuge family was extremely lively. Today, it was the birthday celebration feast of the Crouching Dragon Mountain Master and the head of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qingfeng. Members from all 9 states had come to celebrate and congratulate him. Ever since many Saint Plain figures appeared in the barren state, the position of the barren state could not be compared to what it once was before. Multiple large holy lands appeared in the barren state. Crouching Dragon Mountain was one of them. Also, due to the relationship between Zhuge Qingfeng and Yi Futian, who in the 9 states would not show him some respect. Even the most powerful Saint Xia from Summer State would regularly mingle around with the various saints in the barren state. Before, this would have been impossible. However, the saints of the barren state were now held in high esteem because of their relationship with Yi Futian. There was the Dojan of Sage Hall, Yi Futian's master, as well as Zhuge Qingfeng, Yi Futian's uncle, his second elder sister's father. There was also Yu Qi of Alchemy City, Yi Futian's older brother's father-in-law, and Yuan Hong from Taihang Mountain, who was a sworn brother of Yi Futian. Each and every one of their backgrounds was extraordinary. Saint Xia occasionally visited Emperor Xia's realm to find Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia would personally instruct him to take good care of the saints in the barren state. What sort of position were they in to receive such treatment? Currently, the planes and abilities of the saints of the barren state were no weaker than his own. There was still very strong competition between the younger generation of the 9 states. However, the figures at the very top instead had a much closer relationship. The major figures of the 9 states had all arrived for Zhuge Qingfeng's birthday feast. Crouching Dragon Mountain was a lively place. Many people were reminiscing about the good old days, laughing and chatting away. Occasionally, they would bring up Yi Futian and the others, wondering how their cultivation was now. The city at the foot of Crouching Dragon Mountain was also very lively. Many people had come to join in the fun. In an inn, many people were discussing Zhuge Qingfeng's birthday feast. Right now, on top of Crouching Dragon Mountain, have the various saints of Summer State also arrived. Naturally, Saint Xia has also come. Crouching Dragon Mountain is held in high regard in the 9 states. It is one of the training holy lands in the barren state. Lord Zhuge is also a great figure. Back then, he joined Yi Futian in many wars and survived through countless perils. The young mistress of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Mingyue, Yi Futian's second elder brother, Zhuge family son-in-law Gu Donglu, and Yi Futian's third elder brother all became famous after the battle on Crouching Dragon Mountain. Are you referring to the battle with Bai Luli? Until now, people still talk about it. Someone to the side said as they reminisced about the past. Is Yi Futian that incredible? At that moment, in a corner of the inn, a few youths dressed in fancy clothes were sitting quietly and drinking wine. When they heard the people in the inn discussing this, they could not help but speak up. These youths had deep gazes, but their auras were restrained. Their cultivation auras could not be detected at all. Nevertheless, from their temperament, it was clear that they were not ordinary people. Do you not know of Yi Futian? The person to the side asked. He revealed a strange look. Yi Futian was a famous figure in the barren state, even in the 9 states. He had long become an existence of legend. There were still people who did not know of him. I have heard of him, but I do not know how incredible he is. Could you share a bit about him, good sir? One of the youths asked with a smile. Not long ago, they had already searched the memories of some people. They roughly knew about Futian's exploits, but still did not know the core issues. They wanted to know more. Sure. The person to the side was somewhat excited as he began. I remember back then. The person began to tell his tale. The members of the lower worlds had ordinary levels of cultivation. Hence, they were even more passionate about the stories of these legendary figures. As he began to speak exultantly, the youths all fell silent and listened intently. Although they looked down on this mortal world in disdain, Futian had proven how outstanding he was in the 9 supreme realms. Hence, they also listened attentively. They lamented inside. They never imagined that Futian had actually come from the mortal world and reached the upper worlds through bloodbaths and battles. Here in the land of the 9 states, Futian had already experienced life and death battles. In the mortal world, this story would not lose to the story of Futian leading an army to attack their Shen clan in the 9 supreme realms. Since you mentioned that Futian was small and weak, then where did Futian come to the 9 states from? A member of the Shen clan asked. I believe he came from the Barren State. As for specifically which area in the Barren State he was from, I'm not sure. The person pressed on. Why? Are you starting to show interest in him too? I want to pay tribute to his place of birth, the member of the Shun clan replied with a smile. I am wondering, did he manage to achieve his current achievements because he was someone with an extraordinary background to begin with? Of course not. A pretty maiden joined the conversation. She was young and beautiful, seemingly a girl from a respectable family. He came here from Eastern Barren Territory. When he was in Eastern Barren Territory, he studied at Book Mountain, a popular place for training, the maiden said softly. Moreover, he only entered Book Mountain when he was 18. The disciple of College Cottage went to meet him personally to bring him into the college. Prior to that, he grew up in an even more isolated place. He moved his way up slowly and relied only on his own ability. He was a bona fide legend. When she mentioned the name of College Cottage, one could hear the pride in her tone. Futian's enrollment into College Cottage was not a secret. Many people in the Barren State knew about it. It was just that she knew slightly more than the others. After all, the man was her Uncle Yi. However, it had been a very long time since she last met Uncle Yi. Miss, you seem to know quite a lot, the youth said to her with a smile. The young maiden glanced at the other party and nodded her head as she revealed a faint smile. She did not say any more after that. After all, she was not familiar with them and would not talk too much with them. Everyone was up on Crouching Dragon Mountain. She got bored staying up there, so she came down the mountain. By chance, she encountered people discussing Uncle Yi in the inn, so she couldn't help but comment. Eastern Barren Territory? The youth muttered under his breath. Miss, you said Futian went to study in Eastern Barren Territory from an even more isolated place. Where's that place? Is it Futian's birthplace? The young maiden wanted to reply, but the elder beside her cast a glance at her. Then, she said nothing and just smiled. Young mistress, let's head back, the elder beside the maiden urged gently. He sensed that the few youths were not simple. Their temperament was too extraordinary. Their gazes were not that of youths as well. It was as though they could pierce through the others with just their gazes. Miss, can we talk to you in private? One of the youth asked. They could get the information they needed by searching this maiden's memory. After that, they would have no more business with her. Sir, our young mistress still has matters to attend to. Farewell, the elder said as he dragged her off. The young maiden also got up and prepared to leave. However, they realized that they were surrounded by a golden divine halo. They couldn't move as they wished. What's happening? The people in the inn were shocked. The few youths were still sipping their wine without a care in the world. Then, they put down their glasses and made a grab in the air, leaving the inn with the maiden. The maiden was seized by them even though they were not touching her. She was forced to move with them. She couldn't resist them at all. So powerful. The crowd was astonished. What plane were they at? Were they at the high-level sage plane? They directly stepped out of the inn with a single step. they saw a tall, burly silhouette already standing in the air ahead of them. The silhouette walked over towards them and shouted, "Presumptuous." His voice was as loud as thunder. Powerful Saint Plain aura descended upon the youths. The elder was actually a figure at the Saint Plain. It was the city lord of Alchemy City. The surrounding people were astonished when they saw the silhouette that had appeared in mid-air. It was the city lord of Alchemy City, Yuchi. Yuchi's expression was sullen. The maiden who was captured was his granddaughter, the daughter of Shui Yi and Yushi, who was Yuchi's daughter. Yuchi came to check on her since she left the mountain. To his surprise, someone would actually act so brazenly in the territory of Barren State. However, he noticed that the few youths were unaffected by his aura. From afar, powerful auras approached one by one. On crouching Dragon Mountain, the Saint Plain figures detected the abnormality happening here, and they traversed the space to come here. They appeared from various directions. The few youths frowned. Initially, they just wanted to search through the maiden's memory furtively. Unfortunately, it seemed like this maiden's identity in the mortal world was not simple. No wonder she knew more than the other commoners. It seemed like their cover had been blown. Now, the problem was, should they kill their opponents? Chapter 1717 dealing with many cultivators, including Saint Xia, Saintly of Nine State College, Moon Saint of Yu Clan, Zhuge Qingfeng, and Yuan Hong were around. Their cultivation had reached the Saint Plain, the peak at the lower worlds. It took them only a few steps to traverse from Crouching Dragon Mountain to the inn. Right now, they were all standing at different corners. They unleashed their auras and enveloped the few youths. However, they felt slightly uneasy. Under the pressure of their might, the few youths, whose aura could not be detected, still stood unperturbed. It was as though they sensed nothing. They did not speak up either, seemingly communicating through sound transmission. Shin Clan had come here this time on a secret mission. They wanted to act furtively and investigate the past and relatives of Futian. Then, they would leave quietly and pretend that they had never appeared here before. After all, they were well aware that if their trip here were made known to Futian, the information they got would be meaningless. It would not help the Shin Clan at the crucial moments to deter Futian. Could it be that they would need to kidnap everyone who was related to Futian? If they did so, Futian might intrude on the territory of the Shin Clan once again. Their kidnapping would be futile. Hence, now that they had been discovered, the youths of the Shin Clan were considering all the possible solutions. They were communicating via sound transmission. We will not get into a fight with them. We just have to intimidate them. Then, we can proceed with our original plan. This is the mortal world. It is possible that they have lost contact with Futian. The leading cultivator of the Shen clan announced their final decision. They decided not to kill the Saint Plain cultivators. It would be too risky for them to do so. If they did not start a massacre, perhaps this matter would not be found out by Futian. Even though these Saint Plain cultivators had close connections with Futian, it was all in the past. Now, the former was in the mortal world while the latter was in the 9 supreme regions. They were so far apart. Maybe these cultivators had lost contact with Futian. I am fond of this girl. I will bring her around on an excursion. Don't worry. I won't hurt her, said the leading cultivator of the Shen clan, who was named Shanjian. Let go of her. Yuchi emanated a terrifyingly sharp aura. His gaze was fixed on Shanjian. He could not possibly allow a stranger to take his granddaughter away. Shanjian swept an indifferent look towards Yuchi then. A vast might of Run Huang suddenly burst forth from his body. In an instant, a suffocating pressure enveloped the entire city, including Crouching Dragon Mountain within it. Shunjian's figure suddenly appeared mightier. He simply stood there, causing other people to feel as though they had to worship him. In that instant, the expressions of Saint Xia, Yuchi, and the others changed drastically. Their hearts trembled inside. This aura, it was that of a Run Huang. This is her fate, Shinjian said indifferently. His voice was extremely powerful. The two people behind him similarly released powerful auras. They were actually Renhuangs as well. Everyone in the city was suffocating. The members around the inn even nearly knelt on the ground to worship them. They were Renhuangs. Wasn't Emperor Xia, who was the true master of the 9 states, the only Renhuang? The three of them were all figures at the level of Emperor Xia. The person who had been bragging about Futian in the inn before this also felt his heart tremble. He felt his face turn red-hot. They had actually bragged about a genius in front of Renhuang's. No matter how much of a genius Futian was, the Renhuang Plain was still only a distant dream. Back then, Emperor Xia had only sent representatives to the lower worlds, and the 9 states already trembled in fear. The expressions of Saint Xia and the others changed drastically. 3 Renhuangs stood before them. Currently, in the entire Emperor Xia's realm, there was only one Renhuang, Emperor Xia. Why had such existences appeared in a lower world like their 9 states? Can we go now? Shunjian extended both of his arms forwards. In an instant, the saints in midair felt that their bodies were unable to move. This group of figures that stood at the peak of the 9 states was like ants before these opponents. Renhuangs. Even if Emperor Xia were standing here today, he would most likely be unable to do anything. Rumble. A powerful aura from Shunjian enveloped Xue Chao. There seemed to be a divine eye on his glabella. In an instant, he had invaded Xue Chao's memories and obtained a lot of information. Eastern Barren Territory, Book Mountain, Cottage, Gudonglu. It seems that they still had to make a trip to Book Mountain to know exactly where Futian had come from. This young maiden's identity was also actually someone so close to Futian. She was the daughter of his elder brother. Xue Chao's weak and frail figure floated in midair limply as the power directly invaded her mind. She did not even understand what the other party was doing. After all, her plane was too low. Before her opponent, it was basically negligible. Let her go. Yu Qi's eyes were crimson. His body heated up, and his clothes ripped apart. It was as though his body had been branded red. Xue Chao was his granddaughter. No matter how powerful his opponent was, how could he possibly stand this? Bang! Dozhan also took a step forward. His expression was extremely ugly. However, when they saw Shunjian simply extend his hands forward, they felt the absolute suppression of planes and learned the meaning of despair. This space turned absolutely quiet. Buzz. Once Shunjian obtained the information that he wanted, he raised his hand and swung Xue Chao towards Yu Qi. Since they had already been seen through, there was no reason to sneak around anymore. Xue Chao was of no use to them anymore. They would not touch Xue Chao and these members of the mortal world. This way, word of this incident might not get out. Let's go. The 3 silhouettes immediately walked off and disappeared from their original spots. They instantly appeared high in the sky above. No one in the 9 states could stop them. It was impossible for anyone in the 9 states to stop them. They were not even on the same level. Rumble. At that moment, a violent sound came from the heavens above. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. In the sky above, it seemed as though the huge hand of a deity had appeared from afar. It suppressed everything and directly headed towards the 3 Renhuangs. Frightening divine light suddenly burst forth from the bodies of the 3 Renhuangs. The light swept across thousands of miles of space. At that moment, the people below truly felt the might of Renhuangs. From their perspective, the Renhuangs were like deities. The huge hand that was descending from the sky was actually a golden claw. In an instant, it grabbed hold of the 3 Renhuangs. From the sky, it slammed them forcefully downwards into the ground, causing a district in the city to be blown apart. Countless cracks appeared. A huge, endless claw immediately subdued the 3 Renhuangs on the ground below, imprisoning them below the claw. Countless people in the city felt that this scene was like a dream. The 3 Renhuangs were directly knocked out of the sky by a claw that came from afar without showing any signs of resistance. They were Renhuangs, existences at the same level as Emperor Xia that loomed high above the rest of them. Buzz. Brilliant golden divine light shone down from above like the authority of heaven. It was a divine bird, the golden-winged giant pung bird. He spread its wings and blocked out the sky and the sun. His golden divine wings seemed to be sharper than all divine arms. No one dared to look into his indifferent monstrous eyes. This golden-winged giant pong bird was a mighty existence in the pong bird clan. He had reluctantly served as a mount because they needed to make haste this time. In reality, he had wanted to request that Futian aid one of his descendants in his training. Otherwise, as an upper-level demon emperor, How could he possibly become a mount? After all, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was not a powerful force, and Peng Bird Clan were not subordinates of Yi Futian. Right now, the members of Crouching Dragon Mountain felt terror and awe. Even Saint Xia, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others were trembling inside. The divine bird that had appeared could easily crush them all. "Father!" a gentle voice cried out. After that, the crowd saw a woman jumping off the back of the golden-winged giant Peng bird that was high in the sky. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and she appeared cool and beautiful. Beside her was a scholar dressed in white. He was handsome and looked extraordinary. His temperament was astonishing. "Master Uncle," another voice called out. A group of silhouettes leapt off one after another. By the time the saints of the 9 states clearly saw the silhouettes that appeared before them, the gazes of the people down on the ground were frozen as they looked up into the sky. The silhouettes were all too familiar. Zhuge Mingyue, Gu Donglu, Yi Futian, Yu Shang. There was also Hua Jieyu. It's Yi Futian. Down below, voices gradually cried out, instantly causing an uproar. It was Yi Futian. Good heavens, what were they seeing? Yi Futian and the others had returned. They were like deities that had descended upon the mortal plane. Existences at the Renhuang plane were immediately suppressed by the claws of a demonic beast. This was just too surreal. Dozhan, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others stood there stunned for a long while. In the end, they finally realized that they were not seeing things wrong. It was Yi Futian. He had returned. "Master, seniors, I will deal with them first," Yi Futian said. He then lowered his head and looked at the 3 Renhuangs on the ground. The members of the Shen clan had actually investigated until they reached this place. After suffering defeat at his hands, had they begun to investigate his background? He shuddered slightly at the thought. Fortunately, he had returned, and they had encountered the 3 Renhuangs. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. "We never planned to do anything to them," Xinjian said as he looked at Yi Futian. He was also extremely shocked. Wasn't the Heavenly Mandate Academy busy accepting disciples? Yi Futian had actually come over to the lower worlds, and they had coincidentally encountered each other. "Senior, could I trouble you to deal with them?" Yi Futian said as he looked at the golden-winged giant Peng bird. The golden-winged giant Peng bird immediately dove down and grabbed the 3 Renhuangs with his claws. He then flew up high into the sky. "Yi Futian," the 3 Renhuangs shouted. "Shen clan has already given you some leeway last time. If you kill us, Shen clan will certainly know of it. Do you truly wish to go to war?" "As long as you all aren't afraid to do so, I don't care," Yi Futian said. "Kill them." He had barely uttered his words when the skies were filled with blood-curdling screams. Fresh blood rained down from above. This was practically many people did not dare to look up at the sky. Renhuangs were torn apart just like that. That was too cruel. Yi Futian indeed was not concerned. For the Shen clan to have investigated until here in secret, they were practically provoking him. Of course they had to be killed immediately. It was still the same as last time in the Heavenly Mandate realm. As long as the Shen clan was not afraid, their Heavenly Mandate Academy would also not be scared of them. However, since Yi Futian had discovered the Shen clan, he had to take some people away from here. Yi Futian would definitely not leave any loose ends. Who knew whether or not the Shen clan would send people again to the lower worlds? "Uncle Yi." Down below, a silhouette walked up to Yi Futian. It was Xueqiao. She appeared somewhat timid. After having not seen him for so many years, she did not know whether Uncle Yi would feel distant. However, she had always missed Uncle Yi. She remembered that when she was younger, Yi Futian had especially doted upon her. "Little Chow has become a young maiden," Yi Futian said softly. "Yi Futian." Figures came forward one by one. Yi Futian revealed a smile as he looked at the group approaching him and said, "Seniors, everyone is here. That will save a lot of trouble. The people just now were members of a force that I had offended in the upper worlds. This force is very powerful. Hence, they have searched until they arrived here. Coincidentally, I came back to bring Master and Seniors to train in the upper worlds." Regardless, Master, Uncle Zhuge, and the others were the people that were close to Yi Futian. He had to take them away from here to prevent the Shen clan from threatening him in the future. As for some others who were just old friends, it would not be an issue. Shin Clan was not foolish enough to believe that capturing a few people who were acquainted with him would be sufficient to threaten him. Let's head back to Crouching Dragon Mountain first, and then we'll talk, Dojan said. He had yet to wrap his head around all that had happened. Chapter 17-18 Tears. Yi Futian and his companions had returned to Crouching Dragon Mountain. The city went into a frenzy upon receiving this news. Today was the birthday celebration for Zhuge Qingfeng. All the powerful cultivators of the 9 states had gathered, and the situation was lively. However, the few Renhuangs who intruded the place had suppressed everyone who was present. Yet in the blink of an eye, those Renhuangs were killed. This was practically a dream. Did the legendary figure of the 9 states really achieve this level of dominance? What plane was Yi Futian at currently? According to those who witnessed the happenings, when they saw Yi Futian, they felt as though they were gazing at a deity. It was highly possible that Yi Futian was a Renhuang now. Renhuangs were existences that most residents of the 9 states had never encountered before. It was difficult for them to meet a Saint Plane figure, let alone a Renhuang. On top of Crouching Dragon Mountain, the return of Yi Futian, Zhuge Mingyue, and the rest livened up the gathering even more. Yi Futian briefly explained his encounters and invited the saints of the 9 states to come with him to the upper worlds. Many of the saints were tempted to accept the invitation. In reality, with their age and plane, nothing in the 9 states could excite them anymore. Now, everyone in the 9 states was at peace with each other. It was too mundane for the saints. If they went to the upper worlds, especially to the 9 supreme regions, they might have a chance to advance further in their cultivation. However, some of them were worried about their juniors. Yi Futian assured them by saying that Emperor Xia would take care of everything here. Besides that, he would push for the establishment of a pathway between the upper worlds and the 9 states, so that Renhuangs from the upper worlds could occasionally descend to teach the way in the 9 states. It would further prosper the development of martial arts in the 9 states. All the saints said they would need a few days to consider the offer. Yi Futian dismissed the gathering. Then, he went to the Holy Ji Palace, gathering all the disciples for a lecture. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were thrilled when they found out that their palace lord, Yi Futian, had broken through to the Renhuang Plain. Even though Yi Futian had left for many years, he was still an iconic leader for the Holy Ji Palace. He was the emblem of the Holy Ji Palace. In the past, the old palace lord used his own death to establish the succession of young Yi Futian as the next palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. After that, Yi Futian led the Holy Ji Palace through terrifying battle after terrifying battle. Finally, they secured their spot at the peak. Up until now, this tale was still deeply engraved in the hearts of many disciples. At the palace on the cliff, Yi Futian taught the way. When the elders of the Holy Ji Palace saw the unparalleled figure, they were so touched that they teared up. Yi Futian brought many top cultivation manuscripts from the upper worlds and left behind many items. He then left the palace. Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple in the eastern state was previously disbanded back in the day. However, several years ago, the Lady of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, Glass Saint, had returned and rebuilt it. The disciples of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple that had left gradually returned. They had tears in their eyes. They had finally waited for the lady to return and rebuild the Holy Temple. This had been the dream of the disciples of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple for many years. After hoping for so many years, Glass Saint had finally returned. After Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple was rebuilt, it had remained very quiet and rarely caused any commotion in the outside world. It had merely quietly passed on teachings and trained disciples. However, many people in the eastern state discovered that the female disciples that occasionally emerged from Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had abilities that were astonishingly powerful. This caused countless young women in the eastern state to join the Holy Temple and train. In the years after, Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple's fame grew, and its influence spread throughout the eastern state. There were rumors that after returning from her travels, Glass Saint's current plane was already without equal in the 9 states. However, she herself kept an extremely low profile and did not contend for anything. She merely quietly passed on teachings. Ever since she re-established Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, Glass Saint had never left Lapis Lazuli Mountain. No one from outside of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had seen this legendary woman. This aroused the curiosity of countless people towards Glass Saint. Previously, the grudge between Glass Saint and Great Zhou Sacred King from Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had ended with the demise of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Now, had the once top beauty in the Eastern State already desired nothing in this world? Let alone the people in the Eastern State. Even the disciples of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple were very curious about Glass Saint. Right now, at the bottom of the steps leading to the main temple of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, a few silhouettes were walking down. Their temperaments were all extraordinary, and their appearances were all stunning, each with their own unique features. However, right now, they wore worried expressions in the faces. "Master was in a daze again," one of the women said softly. These past few years, she has always been like this. I feel sad just watching her like this. I wonder what Master is thinking of." No one knew what Glass Saint was thinking inside, not even her direct disciples. Glass Saint's current behavior was extremely indifferent. Aside from instructing disciples in their training, she did not have a strong desire to improve her own plane. Although she still trained every day, regardless of whether she improved or hit a bottleneck, she still remained calm. There was no rise or fall to her emotions. Her disciples thought that it would have been better if Master were to be angry and scold them from time to time. However, Glass Saint had never done so. She showed no emotions to anyone. Even if their training had gone off course, she would still calmly instruct them. "I know, right? Watching Master being in a daze on her own makes my heart ache. I feel that Master is too lonely and has no friends. She doesn't even have anyone to talk to. She has also never come in contact with the other saints of the 9 states." The saints of the 9 states would regularly send people to invite Glass Saint to join them. However, Glass Saint had always declined their invitation. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs below. Their gazes shifted downwards, and they saw a white-haired youth walking up the stairs. Although his hair was white, he seemed very young, and his temperament was otherworldly. He appeared amazing in their eyes. It was as though they could not take their eyes off him once they saw him. "Who are you?" a maiden asked. "Senior, we couldn't stop him," a female disciple who was at the bottom of the stairs reported. "I am Futian." The youth smiled gently while saying, "I'm here to meet your master." "Futian," the few girls whispered. The next moment, their pupils constricted as they pointed at Futian. Which Futian? Clearly, they had realized the identity of the person standing in front of them. He was the legendary figure of the 9 states. Both Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Shihua Sacred Mountain were annihilated by him. Rumor had it that in the past, Glass Saint had traveled with him. He was the Futian. Now, he was here to look for Master. Could it be that Futian looked at them with a smile? The few girls felt slightly nervous and excited. His tender smile seemed to be affirming them that he was indeed the Futian that they were thinking of. "I will tell Master that you're here," said one of the girls. "I'm sure your Master will not want to see me. I will leave after I have a look," Futian said while smiling. Then, with a step, he disappeared right in front of them. The few girls looked at each other, shocked. This they gazed at the top of the temple. Futian reached the top of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. A stunningly beautiful figure was leaning against the railing quietly. She was gazing into the distance. Her silhouette looked like an outcast when matched with the background. She seemed so lonely as she stood there. A breeze came, and her hair fluttered in the wind. Her beauty did not fade as time passed. Not only did the once top beauty in the Eastern State maintain her beauty, but her temperament had also become more extraordinary as she aged. The loneliness accentuated her beauty. Seemingly sensing something, she turned around and saw a white-haired youth standing there. A hint of fluster flashed past Glass Saint's eyes the moment she saw the youth. However, she regained her calmness in the blink of an eye. Then, she turned and stared at the clouds again, as though she had not seen him. Futian moved forward and walked up to her side. He leaned against the railing and stared at her side profile, asking, "Why did you leave without saying goodbye?" When they were in the valley of the demon realm of the heavenly mandate realm, Glass Saint left and did not return. To Futian's surprise, She had actually returned to the 9 states. Glass Saint did not answer him. She stood there in silence. Futian did not mind her silence either, saying, "This time, I am back to visit a few old friends in the 9 states. I am bringing them to the heavenly mandate realm to train there. I heard that you were back, so I dropped by to pay you a visit. Do you want to follow us back? What happens after I go there?" Glass Saint spoke for the first time since Futian arrived. She stared at Futian with her enchanting eyes. Futian was momentarily stunned. Then he replied with a smile, "Of course, you will train there. Right now, all the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm have established the Heavenly Mandate Academy together. If you train there, you can become a Run Huang one day." Training. Becoming a Run Huang, Glass Saint murmured. She continued to gaze into the distance, whispering, "What happens after I become a Run Huang?" After you become a Run Huang, your beauty will last for an eternity, while your lifespan will never come to an end. Isn't this what every cultivator dreams of? Futian revealed a perplexed look. Then, what happens next? Glass Saint asked again. Futian was speechless. Don't you have any other desire after the incident of the great Zhou Sacred King? Futian asked softly. I do, Glass Saint replied. What is it? Futian asked curiously. I still have not settled my vengeance with you for what happened in the past, Glass Saint responded. This? Futian naturally understood which incident Glass Saint was referring to. This was awkward. Back then, I was forced to do so. Futian's voice didn't sound convincing. If Glass Saint wants to seek vengeance from me, I will agree with whatever you come up with. Are you certain? Glass Saint looked into Futian's eyes. Futian stared back at those beautiful eyes and said, What do you think? If I want you to take responsibility? Glass Saint asked. Futian was speechless. He had a bizarre look in his eyes. The beautiful eyes of Glass Saint still stared at him. Her gaze then shifted to looking into the distance. She softly said, Being in Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple is rather nice. I will always continue to pass on my teachings. The upper worlds are not suitable for me. Futian stared at the strands of hair fluttering on her forehead. He nodded slightly and said, All right. If, at any time, you wish to come, head to Heavenly Mandate Academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Glass Saint nodded in response. Seeing that Glass Saint had no intention to continue the conversation, Futian left quietly. His figure disappeared in an instant. After he left, Glass Saint still stood at her original spot and gazed into the distance. A few figures walked up to her carefully, calling, Master. Did Futian leave just like that? What did he say to Master? Glass Saint did not respond to their call and remained standing in silence. Master, the girls called once again. Then, only did Glass Saint turn around slowly. When the few disciples saw Glass Saint's face, they felt their hearts skip a beat. They stared at Glass Saint, their master, with dumbfounded gazes. Right now, on that gorgeous face there were actually tears. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.